Is my audio good?
Yours is good.
Is it okay? Or is it very good? Or could it be louder or softer? Or is it
sounds pretty good. It touch louder, but not much.
Touch louder.
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Better, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just let me know if there's any feedback. So much love to all of you that have arrived. Sorry that I am the usual 6 minutes late. That's it's all on me. These guys were waiting for me in the studio. It's been a wonderful start to the year. I hope you've all kicked off the year in style. And we've got a wonderful little discussion here, the square proverbial root of things. And we're going to be plucking at the roots of the underworld to look under the hood, as it were, of the world and maybe of the soul of the self, and take a look at these numer rations, these rational numer expressions of numer. And starting us off on the show, we've got an awesome threesome. We've got, and I will mention it in the order that people arrived, we've got Indy Sage. Indy is a shadow worker primarily, but he's also an anthropologist, and he's got his fingers in all different corners of the occult therapeutic field of spiritual sciences, as well as conventional sciences. He's rather well read, rather well researched, got quite a chunk of experience under his belt, some feather caps, and just an absolutely swell guy. And as always, he's not wearing a shirt today. I'm not wearing a shirt either. It's just so hot here. It's like, whew. We are doing a heat wave here in Cape Town. I say heat wave. It's not really a heat wave. It's what we consider a heat wave because we're so used to perfect, mild, lovely weather that when it goes like over 30, we're like, what? Over 30?
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about it, because it's low water in the air and lots of breeze, so there's wind chill factor. So I'm reacting, but so much love. We've also got Dear Cosmic. Cosmic is also another fascinating brother. I always like to, I've nicknamed him the John Dee of the modern age, you could say. And he channels the Fae, and with the Fae, he has been channeling a system of well, it's a whole system of cosmology. I suppose there's cosmogony reflected in it, and it's philosophical, but it's also practical, engaging in terms of occult applications. There's a language that comes with it. It's an entire system, and it seems to fit in well with all the other systems in terms of the dynamic. So without any further ado, I'd love to give you all a chance to hear from our two panel guest speakers, part of our roundtable since like the early days. Do please say a few words, guys, and welcome. It's an honor to have both of you.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Franklin, as always. And it's going to be a great discussion today. I've always been fascinated by mathematics, and I've explored some criticisms of modern mathematics that they say that if there's imaginary numbers, the system needs improvement, that it's not really squared up with actuality. So I've been doing some research, and I've done a little bit of my own work in mathematics, and I found that if you use a base 6 number system, all of the prime numbers stack underneath the columns of 1 and 5. So I worked with a mathematics professor at my university at Plymouth University in New Hampshire. And he devised that you can use the zeta function to cancel out all other factors in those columns and then be able to predict how many prime numbers there are between 0 and x. So this would solve the Riemann hypothesis that's been a mystery in mathematics that people have been working on for thousands of years. And it's a work in progress, where we're still working on this. But I based a lot of my work off of understanding that the 12-base number system and the 60-base number system used by the Sumerians and the Mayans has a lot more power than a 10-base system. And until I brought it down to a 6-base system, I was not able to see a pattern for the prime numbers. But this is something we've been looking for ever since mathematics was created. We're finally seeing that there may be a pattern to the prime numbers. And so it's really amazing work. My professor may be nominated for a Nobel Prize, but it's been phenomenal progress I've been making for the human race in the mathematical realm. But it'll be interesting to look at the square root of all things, the root of things. I'm always interested in that. The source, the origin, the root of all things is really what I'm always mainly focused on in my research and in my channelings and my meditations. So a little bit about myself. I do shadow work. I do Jungian shadow work. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, but I've done a lot more work outside of my undergrad in my own research since then, when I graduated in 2007. And I do a lot of different modalities. I do a little bit of emotional feeling technique, the tapping technique, emotional feeling tapping, EFT. And then I also do Jungian shadow work, as was mentioned. I do setting intentions. I also do meditation, guided meditation, past life regression meditations as well. Those are always fascinating. And I do yoga. I instruct yoga as well. And I love yoga. It's been such a healing aspect in my life, extending our mobility, and when we stretch, it prevents injuries and it can enhance our strength. And in Taoism, they say, I find strength in my flexibility, which I've always loved the paradoxical quotes from Taoism. And referring to that, I study ancient mysticism, and I've been trying to connect the roots of all culture to a source culture, an antediluvian source. So that's something I'm working on a book about that. And also in my anthropological studies, I'm working on paleontological anthropology of evolution, and been working on the aquatic ape theory. There's not too much paleontological evidence and fossil records, but I feel like the proof is in the pudding. All of our physiological traits that we have are parallel with aquatic mammals. So I'm following the work of Alistair Hardy, who passed his work down to his wife, Elaine Morgan, who recently passed away about a decade ago. And I'm trying to carry the torch forward, because this is the kind of theory that really lines up, and it's consistent with what we're looking for in the past with our missing link. The previous theory, the Serengeti theory, suggested that the tall grass is made it so that mankind had to stand up on his 2 feet to be able to see over the tall grass to hunt, and that's why we became bipedal. But we found that the grassland there where we thought we had evolved was actually a jungle. And so that whole theory has been completely thrown out, and we're starting from square one. So it's been a lot of amazing breakthroughs right now with the golden age of information and a lot of the channeling that's been coming through. And it'd be great to explore some of the interpretations of the roots of all things and see what we got out there. Thanks, guys. I'm going to pass it on to Cosmic there.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that Bush Whisperer says it's hot here, because here it's negative 11 degrees Celsius outside. So it's really, really cold here. But yeah, like Franklin mentioned earlier, I do work with the Fae and channel them. One of the things I think that's kind of might be relevant in regards to this topic today is that the Fae, well, my teacher, her name is Slazithia, and we talk about they have like different types of infinity. They have different ways. It's like they don't think of just infinity as one concept. They have like different like dimensional, like they have different types of infinity. So I think that'll be kind of an interesting thing to explore. And well, I don't really have a background in mathematics. I've always been somewhat interested in things like music theory. And I know music theory involves a lot of mathematical relationships between certain notes, chords, and melodic intervals. So I think understanding that kind of that music theory element, I think, is also something important when it comes to understanding mathematics. So then, because with music, it's like you really get the color of math. You know, math doesn't really have color unless you bring it to music. And I think that's kind of something interesting to explore. So I'll let Bush Whisperer start this thing off.
Well, yeah, have we got a show today? Welcome, dear Stacy, and all of the people in the chat, Vincent, and I'm sending you all so much love, peace, blessings, honor, and respect. We've also got a few people watching Hope you guys are starting the year off on a great track. Numbers. Where do we start with numbers? Because it is fundamentally everything. I don't know, those of you that haven't caught our, I believe it was our 3rd episode. Is it the 3rd or the 4th episode? It's one of the earlier. It could be the 4th episode of the round table. So we've come full circle. And so we discussed numbers, and we went into a lot of the numerology of numbers and the meaning of the numerology and such, which was a lot of fun. Now we're going to look at numbers from a more abstract perspective. And I'm glad that dear brother Indy Sage mentioned the 6, because there is a 12 base ideology. I'm going to call it an ideology when it comes to dealing with numbers. To start with, I would say that all numbers is essentially, it's a consensus of agreement of dogmatism. And this is important to understand. There can be no math without dogmatism, because we all have to dogmatically agree that the number 2 represents this 2 items, what we call 2. We have to dogmatically agree that when you put 2 and 2 together, that's 4, instead of it being 3 and 3. Yeah. So there's a lot of agreement and belief that has to be loaded in. So one could start off by saying that what we consider math is very much systemic programming. Think of it as the source code, the root source code for your operating system. And then your operating system is built up on that root source code math, if we could put it in such a concept. And yes, Stacy, as you say, you know, the Bible, the Torah, the Vedic scrolls, it's a big part of the I Ching. It's fundamental to understanding the occult sciences. The spiritual philosophies are all related to the numerations and the numbers. It's also central to much of the philosophy. It's central to music. Plato is well known for bringing his solids to us. I think it's something we're probably going to get into to some greater degree. Also, you can't talk about numbers and math without mentioning our dear friend Pythagoras. Because obviously geometry is essentially, I think, probably where a lot of the math comes from. So if we break down the word math and we go back to earlier roots, there was this figure called Mart. And Mart weighs the soul with a feather on behalf of Anubis. This is to do with crossing over, with leaving the world behind and going into the underworld and the afterlife. And depending upon the proverbial mass or weight of one's heart, there are different tickets available for different, shall we say, rides into the underworld. And depending on how well you've looked after your heart will depend on what the numbers say, will depend on whether you get to go to the good place or the not so good places. So, and this is universal, you know. Even Emmanuel says in the Bible, for example, it's easier for a rich man to go through the eye of a needle. No, so it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle for a rich man to go to heaven. And I think this has got a lot to do with numbers. And why is this? Because when we own things, we start to objectify our ownership with numbers, especially in the modern age. Money. Can't talk about numbers without talking about money. How is it we quantify everything according to money? How is it that we've been tricked into the system of quantifying everything in our lives by money? How successful are you? How much money do you make? How socially adapted are you? Well, what area, neighborhood do you live in? What friends do you have? It comes back to social, financial classes. And then, of course, self-esteem, often in modern times, is related to finances as well, sadly. So we tend to really identify with the numbers. And then we haven't even touched the surface. We have to look at superstition. And there is an entire lore of superstition around numbers. Why was the number 23rd always considered to be unlucky? What's the deal with people being afraid of 13? What's this connection between 23 and 13? And then, of course, there's the number 33 that we see flaunted everywhere, which relates obviously to the 33 segments in the spine. So I think that when it comes to numbers, we tend to use it as a utilitarian device, and we don't really consider where it comes from. The fact that the 0 never existed. The 0 is very modern. We talk about 12-base math, right? 12-base math exists because there was no 0. The moment we brought the 0 into the space, we started basing all of our math upon the numerations of 9. This is very interesting. Why is this? What do you guys think? What are your thoughts on this?
I believe that the number 0 was created by the Arabics.
I heard that didn't the Aztecs also create the number 0 as well? I remember hearing something about that.
Well, yeah.
Welcome, dear Stein folks. For those of you that don't know Stein is a upbeat podcaster for the first time in like a Saturday since I've known Stein. He doesn't have like 5 other podcasts on today. So we've got him all to ourselves. Or maybe that's changed by now. You never know. Last minute bookings keep popping in. Stein is obviously he's the warl of the pagan society of his tribe, and they've registered their tribe recently, which has been really awesome for them. And that's the Greyhorn Pagans. You've probably come across his podcast. If you haven't, take a look at my list of recommended podcasts. They are there. Take a look at Indy's podcast. It's there as well. We're still waiting for Cosmic's podcast. When Post-Cosmic Podcast gets casting on the pods, his will be there too. But take a look at Bush Whisperer recommended podcast at the bottom of my page, and you'll see all the recommendations. Do please say a few words about yourself, dear brother, and we're just kicking off into the numbers.
Oh, I think you're muted, Stein. There you go.
It helps if I actually put the power through. Right. And now I recognize the sound as well. So, yeah, as I was saying, thanks for having me. As always, thanks for inviting me. And yeah, you have me all to yourself for today. No other bookings as of yet. I do still accept bookings. The night is still young. The evening is still young. So if anyone is interested, hit me up. Yeah, you're of the Tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, host of the Greyhorn Pagans podcast. I'm doing a lot. I'm really doing a lot. The most recent episode that aired was with Mario from Symbolic Studies. We went into Janus symbolism, X symbolism. Thought that'd be a very appropriate one to air as the first podcast of the year in January. Other than that, yeah, I'm doing a lot, but my biggest project are, of course, my tribe and my podcasts and the how do we call it again? Anyway, no, the whole legal church thing. I forget what it's called. That's really bad. Anyway, but you can find all that we do on our website, www.greyhornpagans.com. You know, the podcast, the church, the tribe, just everything is on there. So yeah, if you want to know more, just go there, or keep watching this. You'll get an idea of what I'm about on these roundtables, where I can speak freely, which I definitely appreciate. And of course, my kitty co-host, Timmy, aka Big Red.
Cool.
He always has to make himself known. So, but yeah, let's get into the numbers.
So unless do you guys want to kick the ball in any direction? If not, I'll roll. I'll roll with it.
You know what? I got something. I don't know a lot about this, but I imagine at least Indy and yourself do the connection between the number 8 and the infinity symbol, because there has to be a connection there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
The infinity symbol on his head.
Yeah, the infinity symbol on its side, the number 8, 8 also being a very popular number in the religions, and all of that. Like it's 1 below 9, which is of course a very important number. It's infinity. It's 2 times 4, and the 4 is. Was it the 4 that is the tetragrammaton, I believe?
Yeah.
What do you mean the 4?
There's 4 letters of the tetragrammaton.
Oh, yeah. The 4 letters. Yeah. Well, it's 5. It's 5 syllables, 4 letters. But yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know a whole lot about this, unfortunately, but oh, that is a good one. Stacy in chat actually said that the 8 is 2 zeros stacked on top of each other, signifying the second eternal life. That's a good one. I never saw that one actually.
Yeah, the number 8 is wow. Where do we even start when we're looking at the number 8? Because it is rather, I mean, it is probably one of the most fundamental concepts. When we look at the number 8, we're looking at 1080 degrees. So if you add up all the angles inside an octahedron, you end up with 1080 degrees. Now, there is no coincidence when you look into the Vedic scrolls that there are 3 subsets of the deity. There is the Brahma, and of course, the divine aspect of the Brahma, usually supplanted by Sarasvati, but there are other forms. And then there is the Vishnu, that is usually the Lakshmi. And then there is the Shiva, which is usually the Shakti, Kali, or Parvati. They're all different forms of each other. But there are the base root of 108 names, but incomplete 1080 sacred names of each. There's no coincidence here that when we look at the octahedron and that all the numbers within the octahedron add up to 1080 degrees, that we end up with this. And the interesting thing about the octahedron, 1080 hertz is very close to a C sharp. And we're going to get into the musicality. This is Pythagorean stuff, which I think is really fascinating and interesting. But getting back to the 8 being a 00, I think it's because when you look at the cube of space, and we're going to get into this too, the way in which the cube of space fits into the flower of life, which fits into the seed of life, comprises the flower of life, right? And when we consider why the cube can actually be seen, all you're going to do is just take a flower of life and look at it for a while. And what you see? A cube. Now, the cube and the flower of life are fundamentally connected as an expression of each other. And these all seem to come back to that magical 432 hertz. And it's no wonder that Hitler's time period got that measured up to 440 hertz from 432, which is the resonant frequencies we can pick up in the earth, which are most in tune with the life principle of the resonant acoustic frequencies that come from what we could call this organic life, carbon-based life. And it obviously relates to the carbon, I'm guessing. Big part of it's probably got to do with carbon. Everything has its own cymatic frequency, and cymatics is also a field of study which is growing in popularity. People are starting to recognize that molecules seem to morph in accordance with the cymatic field. Rupert Sheldrake called this morphogenesis. He called these morphic fields, and these are electromagnetic acoustic resonant chambers within which molecules follow shape. No coincidence that all of this is sort of reflected in our musicality, which comes right back. Then we've got the Platonic solids and how these connect up with the Pythagorean base geometry. Interesting. And I suppose it's probably not a bad place to start. Where should we start? Should we start with Pythagoras or should we start with the Kabbalah? Where do you guys want to start?
I say Pythagoras.
Yeah, go with that. I was going to say the other one, but let's start with the Greeks.
Well, okay, so like Pythagoras noticed that when you take a string and you bend it or you half it, the frequency doubles. He was like, maybe he didn't notice this, but maybe he observed this. And I'm guessing that it existed before him, because we've lost a lot of the older records. There were those people that went around burning books, right? We all know it happened. We all know who they were. They got hold of books. They burned books. It was like national party. They said, we're doing it for God. Let's burn all the books. So unfortunately, we don't know what goes back so far back in history, but we do know that Pythagoras seemed to have his thinking hat on. And so what he discovered was there was this shortening of the line. And he observed this in a very interesting way. And it started with the base root 27 degrees. And with the base root 27 degrees, he noticed that when he halved that, it became 54 degrees. So that was doubling the 27. And then when he quadrupled the 27, he ended up with 108. Here we go back to that 108. And the 108 and the 72 are obviously fundamental for the pentagram, because the pentagram has these angles. And if you take that angle with that angle, this is 108 and that is 72. And that is whichever way the pentagram is standing up, that will be the corner angles, the arms of the pentagram. But it's the same for the arm and the leg and the leg, the leg and the arm and the head. It follows this cycle around. And so what he observed was that this notion was seemingly related to sound. And he started looking at this from a geometric perspective. And so what we consider as an arbitrary expression, he took a triangle. And he said, well, a triangle is 180 degrees. And obviously, when we look at 180 hertz, we end up with F sharp, right? So that's 180 hertz. And that represents the basic triangle as we know it. And then in alchemy, we have the circle and the square, right? So the circle, 360 degrees. The square, 4 times 9, 36, 360 degrees. So the circle and the square are the same note, the same tone. Then we had this expression moving to 360 degrees, which also happens to be an F sharp. Okay. And obviously, by extension, if you take 360 and upgrade it to 720, that's also an F sharp. It's just a higher octave of an F sharp. So Pythagoras started playing with this notion and thought, well, this is interesting. He then looked at the pentagon, and he noticed that if you add up all the angles in the pentagon, it ends up at 540 degrees. And 540 degrees, well, that's a really interesting one because that's C sharp. Now, C sharp is a harmonic fifth of F sharp, okay, from a music perspective. Now, I'm not musically trained. It's just got to do with the counting the tones from there, that we call it this harmonic fifth. So when you look at it from that perspective, you see this F sharp and the C sharp as being in phase with each other, creating a resonant complementary vibration. Yeah. And then he looked at the hexagon, which was 720, and he looked at the heptagon or the septagon, that's what you want to call it. That is the 7-sided geometric picture. It looks very much like something between an octagon and a hexagon. It's exactly in the middle. So it's got seven sides. So that's the heptagon or the septagon, and that is 900 hertz. Now, 900 hertz was a very interesting revelation because that was then A sharp. And obviously, this was a musical recognition that when you put the F sharp, right, and the C sharp and the A sharp, you then make a harmonic F sharp. So by looking at the triangle, the circle, and the square, right, and the pentagon and the hexagon and the septagon, when we combine all of those, we end up with these three notes, which makes a harmonic F sharp. Now, this is like, wow. Okay. We look at 720, which is F sharp. We double that. Becomes 1480. We double that. It becomes 2160. 2160 is the cosmic month. Now we're looking at the Mayans. So the Mayans had calculated at 25,000. What's the cosmic year of the Mayans? 25,000. I wrote it down here somewhere, the specific numbers. 25,920 is a cosmic year, right? And that's the entire cycle. But then we've got this 2160, which also happens to be the precision of the equinoxes. Isn't that interesting? So we've got this cosmic month and cosmic year, the great year and the great month.
So
these numbers, yeah,
like 21,060.
2,160.
Okay, yes.
Because that's like one age, effectively. If you break it into 12, that's how the Mayans. There's two different ways of doing astrology. The 12 houses can be broken down into 12 equal houses, or the 12 houses can be spaced as per particular star systems, reflections. But there's two different ways of doing it from antiquity. One is related to actually measuring each star's angles, and the other one is considering them as 12 reflections of a single thing, which brings us back to that perfect math notion. So anyway, he then realized that this F major, which, by the way, you mentioned color, right? Someone mentioned color. I don't know what happened to Cosmic. Let's pray his internet's going to be on and he'll be back. So when you look at color, I'll break down the color as it was understood by the ancients in terms of these ancient classical musicians. And this was actually way, 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 way back. So they considered C to be red, C sharp to be vermilion, D to be orange, D sharp to be amber, E to be yellow, F to be lime green, F sharp to be emerald green, F sharp, emerald green, Saturn, emerald green, G to be turquoise, G sharp to be blue, A to be indigo, A sharp to be violet, and B to be magenta. So that is the color scale. And you use this color scale if you're working with, let's say you're vibrating names, Kabbalistic names. You might want to vibrate certain syllables and certain pitches. And you might want to create chords and particular pitches out of the frequencies that you're working with in order to get the right sound resonance, so that you're channeling the correct vibrational pitch for that particular sacred name in order to enter into that particular transcendental state of consciousness. So, the reason I mention this is because it's relevant to this G sharp relating to the number green, to the color green, and the color green is the midpoint of the spectrum. So you've got your three colors on either side of green, and green is sort of where everything fits, right? It's got green, it's got yellow, and it's got blue in it. And so it's got the yellow of vibratory energy, and it's got the blue of mental state, thought, the blue ray. So it's just food for thought to consider how this all sort of fits together. But so anyway, Pythagoras was looking at this and he started noticing, well, there seems to be this arbitrary pattern, and you can actually find Where's my phone? I'll try and find a graph for you guys just now. When somebody else is talking, I'll go and look for it. But you can actually see it on a graph. And this was before this equal temperament was decided upon. And don't even ask me what that means exactly, because I don't know. But those of you that are musically trained, I've heard lots of musicians complaining about equal temperament and how it takes something out of music, and others that preach the philosophy of equal temperament, but it wasn't always part of our musicality. It was added in. The same as 440 hertz was standardized, taking us from 432 hertz. My guitar, when I write music, is always tuned to 432 hertz. I don't play on a 440 instrument, which is why I can't just play with any musician, because they will tune their instruments to 440 and I ain't doing that. So, yeah, I think that there's a lot to be unpacked here when we look at this geometry of these shapes. Oh, and it doesn't stop there, by the way. It doesn't stop there. So you could then look at what we call the Platonic solids. And I really don't like Plato getting credit for these solids, because I believe he took it from another source, and he didn't credit the source he got it from. He was like, these solids, these are my solids. You can name these solids after me. No, I don't think he did that, but I think we did that. But anyway, let's look at this. So when we look at the Platonic solids, we look at the tetrahedron. And when you add up all four of the triangles that make up the tetrahedron, because there's a base triangle plus 3 on the top, it adds up to 720 F sharp, right? Which is the same frequency as the hexagon. This is important to understand why hexagons and the shape of the Star of David, the Merkaba, is so used in magical rites, why it is so fundamentally important, why it reflects the shape of the cube, and why the cube is so important. We'll get to that in a moment. So we see that this tetrahedron holds a 720 hertz. Very, very important number. Very important reflection of the etheric field, of the structuring nature of space and time, the hexagon. Then we look at the octahedron. Now, the octahedron, when you add up all of the triangles in the octahedron, you end up with 1,440 hertz. Now, this is quite interesting too, because this is an octave jump. This is once again an octave jump from the 720, right? 720 doubled is 1,440. So, sorry. Yeah, that's right. Also an F sharp. Then we've got this all-important cube. Now, the cube is where things get interesting, and this is what we're looking at in the Seed of Life. The cube, obviously, each square represents 360. And so we've got 6 times 360, which is 2,160. That 2,160 is the reflection of this great month, which is 1/12 of that great year of the Mayan calendar. Something very powerful. Oh, do you want to know some interesting facts about the number 2,160? Okay, let's ride on this. This is fun. 2,160 miles is the diameter of the moon according to our measurements. What we expect to see. Fun coincidence. It gets more fun, right? 2,160 times 2 is 4,320. Divide by 10 is 432. That's the same as 2,160 divided by 5, the pentagram. The pentagram being that reflection of 72 and 108, which brings us back to the original starting point from whence Pythagoras started with all of his notions, from the point of 27. All of these numbers are divisible by 9. This is where the Ennead gets its strength from. Everything comes back to 9. There's a reason why the number 9 has always been praised by the ancients. There's a reason why there are 9 astrological features within the Vedic chart of astral chart. The Kabala is relating to the number 9 as it becomes complete. We call it the 10th sphere, but it's actually 9 principles. And in, all of our other, the paganism, the number 9 is always at the heart of paganism. It's fundamental. The holidays, even in India, and many places, you've got 9-day festivals for a reason, which relate to the 9 principles. It's 3 times 3. So 3 is fundamental. Yeah, the fundamental trinity of the triple goddess, which has become the other notions to us in the Western cosmology. So we can look at this 2,160 and go, wow, this is really interesting. Now, when you look at the sun is it 4,000? What's 2,160 times 2 would be 4,000 to 4,320. 4,320. Is it 423,000 miles? Well, what is the diameter of the sun? I wrote it down here.
400 times bigger than the moon.
Sorry, 8,864K miles. The diameter. We're talking about the diameter.
It's approximately
So
400 times.
Sorry?
Size. I think the sun is approximately 400 times the size of the moon. It's also 400
in terms of its mass.
It's roughly 109 times the diameter of Earth, 864,600 miles in diameter, which would, in non-freedom units, is 1,391,400 kilometers.
What was the miles number?
864,600.
Yes, 864. And when we break this down, when you take 864, what's half of that?
432.
432.
Yeah.
Now, when you take 432, and what's a half of 432? 216.
Yeah.
So 2,160 diameter of the moon. That's half. That's 2 times the diameter divided by 10, which is the diameter, which is multiplied by 5. So if you take 432 times 5, you end up with the diameter mileage of the moon. Then with the sun, you've got to take the number of the sun and you've got to divide it by a half. Plus, you've got to multiply it by, is it 1,000? You've got to multiply it by 1,000. So then taking the 1,000 and halving it, you've got to multiply it by 500. So you've got to take 432 times 500 to get to the moon, to the sun's diameter. And you've got to take 432 and multiply it by 5 to get to that, which makes the moon 100 times, the diameter 100 times smaller than the diameter of the sun. Now, obviously, that's not necessarily going to be a perfect reflection of the mass, is it? Or
shouldn't it be exactly 400 times smaller? That the moon is 400 times closer than the sun, 400 times smaller than the sun, and rotates at 400 kilometers per Earth day.
Well, the number that I got was the number that Stein was saying.
Well, if you take
I think
1,160 times 400, it comes out to 864,000, which
Yeah.
is the diameter of the sun.
Okay.
So
Right.
the-
Okay, that's right. Yeah. So it's just there's these interesting correlations to 432. That's the point.
Yeah.
The 432 number hides everywhere. It hides behind everything. It's like this
That
little.
number also hidden between the distance between the sun and the Earth, and the distance between the sun and the moon as well, I think. Yeah. And it's written into the pyramids.
The
I think
pyramid
I
is interesting.
supposed to find that out.
There are 144,000 of the white face smooth blocks on the pyramid of Giza.
Wow.
Now, 144,000 is an interesting number. You know, we're talking about 12 base math here. 12 times 12 is 144. So we're talking about 12 times 12 times 1,000. That's how many of these small, white, smooth face bricks that they put onto the pyramid, which to me is quite like an incredible. And I think it's the main pyramid. It's that one that we're talking about. So there's this really interesting relation to the number 12, and hence now we talk about the 12 signs of the zodiac. And this, what you spoke about earlier, the Sumerians believed that they got taught how to count into 60 by the Anunnaki. and that this mathematics was basically, obviously, if you count your knuckles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12. And if you multiply that 12 by the other 5 fingers, you end up with 60. And so we've got 60 seconds and 60 minutes. And if we take those 12 and we divide them by multiply them by how many hands we've got, we've got 24 hours. So our time system is connected to that. Oh, and it gets more interesting. So if you look at how many seconds you have in a day, right? I wrote that down here somewhere. Where did I write it? 43,200 seconds in a day and 43,200 seconds at night during the equinox, right? Which is the midpoint. Obviously, that's changing throughout the year, but in the middle point, when you're dividing the day and a half into equal points on the equator, for example, you got 432, or 4,320, 4,320. So our very notion of time is rigged onto this 432 hertz, which we see this 432 reflected in the measurements that as we can measure the moon and the sun. I don't know what the moon and the sun are. I don't know whether I believe what they've told me, but I do believe that the math that they've worked the measurements on is a reflection of some kind of a cosmic unity that's being expressed mathematically. Absolutely. Whether that is that the actual moon or the sun is that distance, or whether it's a perceptual thing, to me, it's interesting that we come up with that number at all.
As you guys probably know, the minute hand represents the moon, min, and the second hand represents Mercury, the second celestial orb of the solar system. And so the seconds go faster as Mercury is so
close. And the hour must represent
Horus.
Yes.
Hours is from Horus, and as Horus stepped across the sky, and 12 steps across the sky in day, and 12 steps across the sky at night. That's where we get the 12 hours of day and the 12 hours of night. Which makes 24.
Yeah. Isn't it beautiful the way the synergy works?
Yeah.
Reflected.
Is both associated with Mercury?
It went out. These methods. Sorry,
because
is what?
I know in the Norse system we associate Odin with Mercury.
Yes.
And then with we also associate with Mercury Hermes.
Yeah.
Is Thoth also represented by Mercury? Do you guys know anything about
that?
Yeah,
I believe so.
That makes sense.
I think Tahuti, but Tahuti is Thoth, who's called Thoth. Very much a mercurial. Yeah.
And Odin also has that connection to both the number 8 and the number 9, because it is his ring forged by the dwarfs. Of course, let me look up the name real quick because it's a difficult.
Also,
name. Draupnir
for the eye was represented as the number 8, the image of an 8. It looks like 2 stones stacked.
That makes sense. But yeah, Draupnir is it's a magical golden ring. Of course, it's golden. Which can produce 8 similar rings of same size every 9 nights. So you have the one ring, the golden ring, and then every 9 nights, 8 more rings. And then, of course, the 9 realms of the Yggdrasil, which Odin can only travel on or travel through with the help of his 8-legged steed. Indeed, yeah, yeah, which is a child of Loki, which is a interesting story how that came to be, as it always is with Loki. But yeah, just a lot of as you mentioned, indeed, a lot of 8 and 9 in Norse Germanic mythology as well. And I especially thought of the rings, because if you connect two rings with each other, you kind of have the symbol of 8. But then if you overlap them with each other, you get the Vesica Pisces, or the and if you like multiply that by how many times, you get the flower of life, which is the Vesica Pisces, of course, because we are born through the Vesica Pisces of the divine feminine.
Yeah, interestingly, the letter Ayin went from being like an 8 to becoming the Vesica Pisces, which now represents the I.
I can see that. I can definitely see that, especially with reptiles and cats. Like, cats are the only other animal aside from reptiles who have that slit pupil, which kind of is the Vesica Pisces as well, because you have the round of the eye and the slit pupil, or the
There's a
almond
legend of a
shape.
giant here in Western North Carolina that had slit eyes. It's very anomalous to me. I can't imagine that there would be, like you said, something that's not a feline. Or what are the other creatures that have those? Did you say a goat?
Felines and reptiles. They are the only ones.
But there's a legend of a giant here with 7 fingers on each hand called Jedicula, and he supposedly had slit eyes. He lived here thousands of years ago, and there's some petroglyphs in a stone nearby that he
7 fingers.
Yeah, and there's a handprint of his is on the stone.
Because usually they say with the giants that it's 6 fingers on each hand.
Yeah.
So
But
this
they-
is
The thing is, like, we
yet
see
another
these,
giant creature.
the strange features in the giants, like double rows of teeth and 6
Yeah.
fingers. But there's a good chance that the giants were a hybrid, and that we're a hybrid as well, and we have some of the genes of the giants within us. But they find what was called the Homo capensis was the name given to this species when they found the Boskop man. When they have an elongated skull with a greater cranial volume, and they have extra digits and rows of teeth, they can have more than 6 fingers when they have an extremely large elongated skull. And so that's thought to be the mother race of the missing link. And so the other species that have those similar features have diminished aspects of those features. So their skulls are not as elongated. They might not have as many digits. But these features are said to have come from exposure to aquatic habitation. So if they had lived in the sea for millions of years, as is thought, they would develop webbed fingers with more digits and ultimately turning into a fin. And they may have had that the fins don't show up in the paleontological fossil because it's cartilaginous.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. It kind of goes into the aquatic ape theory, which is fascinating. Like, one half of our species, climbed down the trees and made their way onto land, and the other half made their way into water, because especially for apes, or especially for apes, I guess for apes, the only way that they can truly walk upright is in water, and that would be a explanation of why man walks upright instead of all fours, which
I don't necessarily think that apes and humans or hominids had the same lineage, as far
shared
as
lineage, perhaps,
apes at one point, but they probably have a shared root lineage where maybe they were a primitive mammal and developed on a similar parallel evolution lines.
I mean, the evolutionary timeline, it's just so many branches, and we're just one of those branches. And mankind as a whole, we're not we're not pure, if you will. We're not one species. Like there are a whole lot of people who still have quite a large amount of Neanderthal DNA, who had the I believe they had like somewhat elongated skulls, like flatter, I believe, but like more elongated towards the back.
Yeah, they did have a large brain capacity, and they had a larger nasal capacity too.
Yeah,
they had a lot of interesting features. They're very prominent and very capable. A lot smarter than we thought. They're tool makers.
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, goats as well. Yeah,
I think there's a very interesting notion to look at here, because we talk about evolution. I believe in what's the word? That the adaptation, and that adaptation is something that can be observed. Species adapt. In other words, if your thumb isn't short enough and you need to do something and you keep trying to do something, your children will have longer thumbs.
Yeah.
So just imagine what the PlayStation is and the Xbox is going to do to our kids' fingers.
So there was a theory of evolution.
Because they have different fingers, man. Like fingers are going to be designed for doing this, and phones and keyboards. It's going to change our fingers.
Epigenetics we're talking about.
Epigenetics is making Lamarckian evolution come back into the drawing board. Lamarckian evolution was thrown out by Darwinism when they found out that a woman is born with all of her eggs already developed genetically. So they suggested that when they found that out, that her behaviors in her life would not affect the genetic material of her eggs at all. But now that we find in epigenetics that if a woman develops diabetes or alcoholism during her lifetime, that the genetic material of her eggs can be altered and changed and then be passed down to her young ones. And so now we're considering Lamarckian evolution might be right on.
But we're already seeing adaptation or evolution with, I believe, a tribe who lives in one of those islands on the in the Indian Ocean. They are
the
predominant. No, that's a whole other story. Sentinel Island, that's a whole other story. That's fascinating. But no, like they are they like predominantly eat fish, of course. So they spend a lot of time, literally a whole lot of time, underwater, and they have started to adapt to that. So their spleen has grown bigger as to better like circulate the blood and allow for more oxygen in the blood. They can adjust their eyesight to be able to see underwater, and that is all just out of a basic necessity because of their lifestyle. They've already grown to at least adapt to that. And adaptation, evolution, well, for now it's adaptation, larger organs and different functions and all of that, which is fascinating. I mean, it's over the generations, of course, but still they're not
to tie this all in. I think those people were said to know what a tsunami signs are going to be when the tide comes out. They know that there's a tsunami coming because they have legends of a great ancient flood there. And I think I've heard their story about that. Those people are incredible. They're usually out at sea fishing most of the time, I think, from what I've seen about them. And they swim in the water a lot with nets and stuff. It's really cool. But the Zulu people actually have an interesting story that they said that there was no moon and there was no seasons 12,000 years ago. And when the moon came and crashed into Earth, that's when the seasons began.
That's an interesting concept. And David Icke believes that the moon was put there deliberately so that there are a lot of different ideas that can be scratched. I mean, I don't know whether the years and the numbers added are necessarily correct and relevant, because I have a feeling that the numbers are wrong, because the pyramids seem to be about 12,000 years old. So somebody built pyramids here at that point ago. So if the pyramids are 12,000 years ago, then why were they not destroyed if the moon crashed into the earth at that point? I'm guessing that these great floods were way further back, and that the pyramids were rebuilt by the subsequent cultures that had the knowledge of the giants, of the ancients, and copied the technology, and we built our own pyramids. So now we are thinking that the pyramids are built by, I know we built it. Sure, we got the technology from someone else, but we built them. They were ours. We had this knowledge. But I want to just make a point on the difference between adaptation and evolution. I think that this is a moot point. Like, evolution begs the question. There's a lot of assumption. Okay, so we've seen adaptation happen. So now we're just going to assume that because this creature and this creature and this creature share certain genes, that they must have adapted from this creature or from the same point. But we don't know really. The further we go back, the less we know. We don't know whether the one came from the other or the other came from the one, right? And we don't know that they came from each other. Like you say, they could have come from a shared ancestry, or and this is very interesting because there were all these creatures that were in the ancient Greek stories that we are saying are just myth. I don't believe they were myth. They're telling us the giants were myth. Come on. We know the giants weren't myths. So if the giants weren't myth, then who's to say Medusa was a myth? Who's to say that the Cyclops was a myth? Who's to say that all these other creatures and dwarves were those myths? I don't believe they were myths. I think they were real creatures on Earth. And so, like, a lot of what we've been taught by the so-called established sciences is based upon assumptions. They just assume it's a myth, so it's a myth. They just assume because we can see adaptation that evolution is the answer. It's a big gap to fill without enough evidence to say that that's the sequence or that's the happening. And if we look at the Sumerian records, they speak about how it took, I think it took like tens of thousands of years to make Lulu, the human. And in the process of trying to make human, they tried and tried and tried, and they made all these other creatures. And they talk about how in Eden, they had all these big cages hanging with all these creatures that they didn't know what to do with. Ethically and morally, they couldn't just destroy them because they had some of their own genetics in them. This is our cousin. This is like a really messed up version of our cousin, but this is our cousin. And I think at some point, these creatures were allowed to roam the planet and evolve from their own natural thing. But they could have been the attempts at making human beings. Hence, all the similarities. Hence, all the same genetics. And this goes back to the stories of the mating between the giants and the humans. The 200 egregori, as they're called in Greek. So I think that there's a lot here. I don't think I can know definitively anything.
But it's good to see as adaptation. You see that the Neanderthals and the Denisovans, who are similar to the Neanderthals, didn't have a coat of fur either. So if there was a point in our ancestry where we were adapting to aquatic habitation, maybe the Neanderthals and Denisovans came out of the sea first, and so did not develop as far as we had. But we both had developed losing our coat of fur somewhere, whether that was aquatic or subterranean. But having a coat of fur is essential when you live on a terrestrial environment because of the wind. When the wind hits you, the friction of the wind can create heat and wind burn at high temperatures, but wind will usually just blow the moisture off of your skin and make you cold and dry. So to not have a coat of fur is indicative of aquatic ancestry.
You know, when you make Indy, I also have a thought on the idea that we don't have fur. I think that perhaps skin is also kind of a variable in terms of a higher level of consciousness. Because I think about it, the thing about like skin versus having fur is that skin has a certain sensitivity. You can sort of feel objects more. You can kind of feel the air in a more way. You're not like insulated by that. And I think when we think of consciousness, we only think about the brain. But I think in terms of like just having, you know, higher sensory capabilities, and so when it comes to things like skin, smell, sight, I think that also has that also factors in terms of intelligence and consciousness when you put it in the body. And Franklin, you mentioned evolution earlier and why you're kind of like iffy about it. And I think I can kind of explain why, because if you think about evolution, there's two different ways to look at it. You can look at evolution from a kind of materialist epistemological standpoint, or you can look at it from a panpsychist
epistemological standpoint. And if you really think about it, when you run it through those two different variables, you get very different narratives about the nature of evolution, organisms, how they organize. Because from the materialist theory, everything is without will, it's deterministic, it's just kind of blind Newtonian physics that just complexifies. And according to that theory of evolution, you know, things can't evolve like quickly and like spontaneously. They have to come from this slow, steady state. But if we look at it from a panpsychist point of view, and that there's a kind of intentionality or a certain incentive structure in regards to evolution, then the idea of something like, you know, the human brain capacity evolving over a very short period of time, or like the people on the island in the Indian Ocean, like you said, who grew a larger spleen to become more adapted to the water. If we take a more panpsychist view of evolution, then you can explain those kinds of jumps and those kinds of deviations from the sort of the human form, which I think that, because like, it's like, even if you're not like a woo-woo believer, even if you're like just totally not into magic and the cult, like you have to kind of admit that like this sort of materialist framework for understanding reality is not just limited in terms of understanding spiritual phenomena, but just regular phenomenon in general. It's a very limited sort of tool set. So I think that when it comes to evolution, there's different ways to look at it and interpret it. And there's different epistemological theories you can kind of extrapolate from them.
I'm hearing Rob, and I must admit, like, I've had a lot of experiences with seals because I used to surf when I was young, and seals are like dogs. I always call seals dogs. And I knew this when I was a kid because they'd come and bark at us. They'd come and play with us in the water, jump. They literally jump on your board, man. They come and jump on your board with you and like, flap, 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 smash, smash, splash, roof, 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 like a little dog. It's like you want a ball to throw for them. I often consider taking a ball with me to throw for the seals to see if they'll go and fetch it, you know?
We look like a seal to sharks sometimes. We're on a boogie board with our hands or feet hanging off the back. And when they bite us, we taste really salty and they spit us out.
Yeah, no, we definitely don't got the taste. But no. Rob makes a point out that the seals have got fur. I think that's quite interesting. You know, dolphins and humans have got this something going on here.
Seals have been at sea for about 20 million years, whereas dolphins have been at sea for 40 million years. Whereas the Siderians, the manatee and the dugongs have been at sea for 50 million years. So it's thought that we disappeared from the fossil record for about 4.4 million years, which is only a tenth of what the dolphins had been at sea for. So there's a chance that maybe we lived in a lake environment, semi-aquatic, for a long time, for millions of years, maybe tens of millions of years, before we became oceanic aquatic. But physiology and our diet suggests that we thrive from an ocean diet.
I would say that humans have got a very strong connection with the ocean, but my thought is that the ocean doesn't necessarily come from Earth.
Right.
I believe the ocean was imported, and I believe that much of our genetic life was imported along with the oceans.
I believe that it came with the moon as an aspect, as part of Tiamat that was destroyed and crushed. The upper waters came and crashed into us, and I feel like part of that ocean that crashed into us is still under the surface. It's locked inside of the mantle. There's an ocean underneath Georgia here that's over 4 miles deep. They couldn't get to the bottom of it. It's underground. And there's a spring that comes out with salt water from there. I have salt from it. It's called the Lithia Spring. It's thought that Ponce de Leon found that, and it's the fountain of youth.
That's very interesting. That 4-kilometer deep ocean. Like, oh my gosh, what about when that thing pops? Comes out of the ground. Like, what's going to happen to California? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's very interesting. But what I mean is the fact that we don't have skin. I mean, that we don't have fur. I think that, like, even if we, I think that, like, maybe there's something more about the fur and the skin. Like penguins, for example. Penguins have got feathers, haven't they?
Yeah.
What have they got? Have they got feathers or fur? I've been trying to figure this out. I live next to a penguin sanctuary. I still can't figure out what the hell are you made out of. But it's like a furry, feathery kind of a substance. And you see when they molt, they look hilarious. They get all fluffy.
Cute.
They become like a little sheep, you know, and they molt. They're so cute. Unfortunately, there are not many of them anymore. This is a big problem. But anyway, I think that the reason the humans have skin and the reason that dolphins have skin is because I think there's something between humans and dolphins that makes us really close.
Apparently, penguins
Really,
have
really, really close.
100 feathers per square inch.
Yeah.
Really small.
How many?
Hundreds feathers per square inch.
Yeah, exactly. It's feathers, but when you get close and you look at it, it's like that looks like fur, but it's definitely not fur. You can tell it's not fur, and when you pick up the bits that they kick off, it's like that's not fur. It looks like feather, but it's like, you know, grain feather. That makes sense. But so I think that humans have got this special ancestry, and I think the dolphins are so close to us.
Aren't dolphins too said to be a alien species of some kind that they came here from? What is it, like in the Andromeda, or you know, one of those two that are, you know, insanely popular?
Nomos told the Dogons that they brought dolphins and cannabis from Sirius. But other people have also claimed to have brought things like Shiva claimed to have brought wheat and honey.
But it's funny.
That's interesting.
Dolphins can be incredibly nasty, and there are stories of dolphins actually. How do I put this? Forcing themselves upon their trainers or caretakers.
They interbreed with humans, cross-species interbreeding.
Well, I mean, at least they try to, you know,
without permission.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is a story, and I believe that is,
but
of course, connected to like some kind of a.
Dolphins can also give live birth to humans. They'll help the mother push all the other people away.
Yeah.
Circle the pregnant woman. One dolphin will go under the legs, or maybe two, and then one will go under her back, and they'll help her breathe, and then they'll get the baby out and bite the umbilical cord, bring the baby up into her arms to breastfeed. And this has been documented. So that shows that we have lived with them for some time. We had animal husbandry. We were probably their pets, because I could see where they were protecting us. They may have kept us around for something, or it could have been the other way. I'm sure we helped each other in a lot of ways.
I just think that there's a lot more between humans and dolphins than what we know.
Absolutely.
And we come from the same place. And we recognize each other like, hey, we come from the same place, dude. Like, we've both got skin. Why don't we have fur or feathers like everybody else? What's wrong with us? We're different. You know? So there's definitely something there. And obviously the killer whale is the dolphin, right? Might be 6 tons. 4 or 5, 6 tons, whatever. It's a dolphin.
Could that be the connection with mermaids? Because like people keep saying like, oh no, it's the manatee, and it's like, dude, I don't care how long you've been at sea. A manatee, like it doesn't look that attractive.
They did like
either way, you know. And if you're desperate, just grab one of your crewmates.
Voluptuous women were more attractive in the old days.
Yeah.
In Greco times.
Even then, though, I get what Stein is talking about. I never really, like, whether you believe mermaids are real or not, the idea that they mistook them for like manatees, that hypothesis never made sense to me either.
And if there's such a close connection to dolphins and humans, and you know, maybe a connection, you know, a spiritual connection that goes like way back, and they, you know, we are so deeply connected, and they are still so incredibly intelligent, and you know, they have a tendency to force themselves onto people. I mean, then like just look behavior wise, I would find it more likely than the manatee, no matter how much you like a voluptuous woman, and I do not disagree with that, by the way.
It's kind of like the dolphins can choose between good or evil if you think about it.
They do. Yeah.
Intelligent. Very super intelligent. So I found that diagram that I was going to put up, by the way, to bring us back to the numerations idea, which I think is like really, really interesting here. I hope you guys can see this very well.
Uh-huh.
Let me remove that thing. Let me remove it. Banner.
Oh, below the Stacy Lewis, you see A and B.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you have a comment pulled up.
Yeah, it's the comment I got to remove.
Yeah.
Hide current comment. There we go. So if we look at that and we take a real look at the what we're seeing here, this is like some very interesting notation of math, right? And I'll make it a little bit smaller so that it's easier to make sure that we see all of it.
Here it is. There's our B. I don't see B sharp, but might not be there.
I don't think there is a B
Why
sharp.
can't I move it up or
on
down?
those kind of notes.
Very strange.
There's no E sharp either.
Anyway, there we go. So if we look at it carefully, what we see here is we see these numbers. 432 is an A. I think it's a middle A. And we can see all of these numbers. Now, the first thing that it strikes you about all of these numbers, what do they all have in common?
Are they divisible by
They
9?
all add up to 9.
Yeah.
And what else do we notice? The difference between C sharp and D, 9 hertz. The difference between D and D sharp, 9 hertz.
Yeah.
And so forth. So if you want to go from A to A sharp to B, all you got to do is add 18 hertz onto 216, and you end up with 234 hertz. So if you want to go from C to G, then all you need to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or if it's 7, then you've got to go 7 times 9 is 63. 63 plus 304 becomes 367. Sorry, I did something wrong. 9 times 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 756. Am I making a mistake here? Because it's 9 hertz. Oh, sorry, you're not supposed to go down. You're supposed to go across. Duh. So, but we've got this really interesting point that they all seem to add up to the scale of 9. And when we look at that, that's like really incredible, right? So it's interesting that when you add on this scale, you're adding up 8, but they all still add up to 9. So 252 plus 8 becomes 270. And now we're
18.
going 304 to 540. So this is one of these scales doing 108 to 180. So these are big scale changes.
252 to 270 is 18, which also adds up to 9.
Yeah, so those are taking into account multiple octaves. I understand why I got confused. This is the single octave from C to C sharp to D sharp. But yeah, we're dealing with 306 to 324. So that is 18, right? So we're going jumping 2 notes. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And yeah, we're jumping like 304 to 340. We're jumping 36. So what is 36?
9 again.
So it's interesting though how all of these numbers, and this is really bringing us back to where the Ennead and why the 9-based system, why we have 9 numerations, really comes into it. And even obviously 432 brings us back to 4 plus 3 plus 2, which is the number base of 9. And I think that this is
432 is 360 plus 72.
360 plus 72. Yeah, that's interesting. Huh?
Yeah,
which all adds up to 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
369. It's
Full circle.
But that is interesting. The 72 degrees,
Two fallen angels.
which is the pentagram, the short angle on the pentagram. Does that make sense when I say that? Do you know which one I'm talking about? What shall I?
The angles of the
Let's get a pentagram.
obtuse and acute angles.
Okay, so if we look at it here, let me. Oh, that's a really small picture. Let me find a bigger picture. Give me a second. Sorry for the delay, guys. Okay, there we go. So, present, stop screen, present. You know what? I've got this bad habit of doing this. I forget that I can just literally go to the screen and just change screen. I got to remember that for next time. So yeah, we can see it. Yeah, we can see the ideas. So you can see there, you got the 72 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you can see you got the 108 degrees. Now this 108 degrees is the same as that, right?
Yeah.
And that 54 degrees is half of 108, right? So that line is on the midpoint. That's the midpoint of the angle, which is 54. And the complete angle is 108, which 108 plus 72 makes 180 straight line. And here we've got, once again, 72 and 108. And here we've got 72 and 108. And here we've got 72 and 108, right? And so every angle that you take, every point, so there's 5 points around here, and every point is broken by 72 and 108. It's broken that way, and it's broken that way. And it's broken that way, and it's broken that way. So you've got 10 combinations of 72 and 108 on a pentagram, right? Because that point has got two potentials. There's a straight line and there's a straight line. And both of those straight lines are broken into 108 and 72. So each point has two planes. So you've got these 5 crosses around the pentagram, and each of that cross has got 2. And then notice here that it forms a, what is this, an hourglass? Is this the idea of the figure of 8? You see where I'm coming from? Being expressed here as an idea, where the two angles are sort of becoming an hourglass shape. And within that, these two planes each have the 108 and 108. And when we consider this cross, we've also got the 360, which is the circle, and the square. So now we see why this shape is so fundamental to Hermes or Mercury, right? And that the number 5 is classically related to Mercury and Hermes. And I suppose the number 5 is also very relevant to Odin, right?
Number 5?
It should be, because it's relative to Shiva. Shiva is not only number 5. Shiva's numbers are diverse. The number 11 relates to Shiv Shakti, but the number 5 then relates to the idea of the divine feminine. So that magical system that Odin would have learned, that was only usually used by women, relates to, in Egypt, called the cult of Isis. And so that's the feminine path towards magic, which is a rather interesting concept. So you're right, Indie brother.
Then that would either be Freya or Frigg, because Freya is the head of the Vanir, which are the more like the more nature gods, nature adjacent. Yeah. And Frigg or Frigga is the wife of Odin. So if Odin is the divine masculine, then I would say that, at least for the Aesir, that Frigga would be the divine feminine. I mean, she is a goddess of fertility, well, marriage, prophecy, clairvoyance, and motherhood.
Yeah, hence we get Friday.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
That's Freya. That's Freya, Frigg.
Yeah, it does come from that. All of the English weekdays come from the Norse gods.
Not all of them. Saturday, Sunday, Monday are the exception. Saturday is Saturn, Sunday, Monday, Sunday, Moonday, yes. Obviously. Tuesday is Tyr or Tiwaz, god of justice, which you can correlate to Mars as well, because he is also a warrior god of war in a way. Wednesday, Wotan, Odin. Thursday, or as we even say in the Netherlands, Donderdag, Thunder Day, Thor, Donar. The strongest, most powerful of all the gods, and a son of Odin, of course. Friday would indeed either be Freya or Frigga. To my knowledge, it's Freya, who is the, like I said, the head of the Vanir, and who controls the Valkyrie, indeed, and who has first pick over Odin for the warriors slain on the battlefield.
Yeah, because Friday is usually day, which is a fertility goddess day. I kind of associated Freya with as a warrior goddess, but she's also a fertility goddess as well, right? Is that true?
Yeah, she's the goddess of love, literally the goddess of love and war. You could say that her slogan is "Lay 'em or slay 'em."
It's like Aphrodite and Athena.
Look, war makes people mate.
It does.
Because like when you're afraid, you want to mate. When you want to celebrate, you want to mate. When you go to war and you're losing your sons in a war, your instinct is to replace it, like quickly, keep the population going. So there's an inner like instinct in everybody to replace people when they pass away. And also then of course there's the crazy hormones. In men, they get so adrenaline up, and the adrenaline is in the kidneys, right? And the kidneys is where we store our jing, our sexual essence. So our sexual essence gets fired up when we get adrenaline, charged up. Which is why, like men, if they can't get it up, they shouldn't be popping pills. They should be jumping off bridges with elastics tied to their feet. That'll get you hard.
I would much rather do that. Just get the adrenaline going. Yeah.
Probably just as much chance of a heart attack. But anyway, moral of the story is stay fit.
It's a fair risk, Heart attack or hard attack.
A heart attack sounds much more fun. But like if you have to choose between a heart attack or a heart attack, which one would it be? But I know what the ladies would choose anyway. But I do get the sense that there's a lot here, and Rob mentions as well, very interestingly enough. What did he mention? What did Rob mention? He mentioned, and it's interesting that obviously the phi is a big thing, right? When it comes to this numeration, to this idea of the pentagram, and the fact that when you add up the hours, how many hours are there in 9 days? Yeah. So it's 200, and so 9 times 20 is 160. Wait, 9 times 20 is 180, and 9 times 4 is 4 times 9 is 36. 36 plus 180 becomes 216. 216 happens to be half of 432. So Odin was upside down hanging on Yggdrasil for half of 432 hours. It's an interesting concept when you think of it. Those numbers are not arbitrary. I don't think there was an arbitrary. I think it was a particular ritual, right? Where people would hang if they could make it, if they could survive the ritual of being crucified on the tree in order to go into the underworld and experience a rebirth and, you know, awaken to all of the powers. But I do get the sense that when we're looking at all of these numbers, it all seems to come back to the 9, to the Ennead, and even with the 12. Now, I've noticed there's a movement on Earth that wants to move away from our 9-based math, which I find interesting. What they actually want to do is they want to invent 2 more numerations. They want to invent a 10, which is a numeration, which it isn't, because a 10 is actually a group of 1 and 0, and an 11 is a group of 1 and 1. So it's not a number, but it's a complex number, right? A complex number which is compounded by numbers.
Like 12 number, like 10 would become A, 11 would become B, and then 12 would become 10.
So as a concept, when I think about this, it doesn't add up, because even the Sumerians, they used a 12 set number of notation, right? But they still only used the 9 numbers.
Really?
And even when we looked at this chart that we were looking at before, right? It still comes back to the root of 9. Even when you're in the root of 12, 12 has got a lot of advantages over 10. But 10 is still the simplest. Even though 12 has got advantages over 10, 10 is the simplest, because when you think of 10 to become 100, you just add a 0. When you think of it to become 1,000, you just add a 0. You don't have to think.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to do any math. You don't have to do arithmetic. You just put a 0 in there.
Like in a 6-base number system, 5 becomes 10. 6 becomes 10, and 5 becomes the magic number. So in a 12-base number system, 12 becomes 10, and 11 becomes the magic number.
But 11 is already a magic number, even in the 9-base system. Well, it's not a number.
And if you're in a 12-base system, if you multiply anything by 11, the digits will add up to 11. Like in a 6-base system, the same thing will happen with 5. So when you make the system and you make it, the base becomes 10, it makes it simple. But for us to compute that and change it in our minds is very difficult. But if you were to train children to have a 6 or 12-base number system, where 10 would be 6 or 12, it'd be very simple for them. And it's much easier to break down a 12 into thirds and fourths, whereas 10 can only break down into a fifths only, and that's in halves.
That's because of the number of fingers in our hands. That's where a number system is based on.
But the giants had 12 fingers. And it said in the Sardinia, the people called the giants the Bassa Juan. And they have these ancient megalithic structures that they said the Bassa Juan built for them and taught them how to build. They taught them how to farm. They taught them architecture. They're considered to be the similar to the American Bigfoot for the Sardinian people. But they're extremely advanced. But they tended to want to live in nature and thrive in nature. But they could tell people how to do things that were aligned with nature, like building megalithic structures for their agriculture and things, and for their homes.
I had a really weird idea. I wonder what you guys think about it. What if you had an infinite number-based system? So there'd be literally a symbol for every number that exists. I was just kind of like thinking about that, like how insane that would be. So you never like, you know, have like multiple digits, the same, it would just be a different symbol for every number that exists. So like,
well, you could do
that's like, it's, and I also think too, like, numbers are kind of a language if you think about it. If you take like infinity and you think about it as a circle, right? Every base number system is kind of like a pizza pie kind of cut division of those. And from that, you get different symmetries, different geometries. And it's almost kind of like, it's kind of like a religion or an operating system, depending upon, or like a programming language of reality. What were you going to say, Indy? I'm sorry. I think I cut you off.
No, I was saying that'd be really cool. I'm working on a system where you could do that, where like any symbol that has 8 lines represents the number 8, the 8th letter, the 8th note, and the 8th story.
Well, that is how we got our numbers. From the Arab countries, it's the number of angles in the number. So the number 1 wasn't just like a straight line; it was like so 1 angle. 2 would be 2 angles, and etc., etc. That's where we got our number system from, and over time it became more fluid and rounded, of course. And I mentioned that to Franklin in a voice note, but if we're considering numbers and timelines and such, how about our calendar? Our calendar absolutely makes no freaking sense in a way that we have set it up now, the Gregorian calendar, at least, because you were talking about 12 and like 10 and makes no sense or whatever, but it actually does for our calendar, because if we were to smooth it out and have like 28 days in a month, we'd have 13 perfect months, with each month starting on a Monday, which would also follow the I believe the lunar cycle much more closely.
Oh yeah, and the menstrual cycles as well. 4 weeks is a month, 28-day months.
Yeah, 4 weeks. You always have, or so many times you have like 2 days left in your month, but it's already been 4 weeks.
It'd be like going from the empirical system to the decimal system in our calendars. They tried to impose the international fixed calendar that you're talking about. I think in the mid 20th century, but it was turned down because they could not divide the year into a biannual division for finances, which you really could. You could just take the middle month and divide it in half, because it's exactly 4 weeks. So 2 weeks on one, 2 weeks on the other side. It shouldn't have been that hard for them, but they wanted all the months to be divided in half. So they took it out. But probably because 13 is an unlucky number, because they're trying to cover up the lost golden matriarchy. 13 is the number of the matriarchal number of the divine feminine.
Yeah, 13, the unlucky number 13, of course, all that bullshit, the Knights Templar.
But it really goes back to the 12 months and the menstrual cycle being
under
the rug, when women have been enslaved for thousands of years and their wisdom has been pushed away.
I also think too, like, how many more New Year's resolutions could get fulfilled if the year started in the spring? I always thought it weird that the year starts in January, like just like in the middle of winter.
It doesn't make any sense. That's why the pagan calendar starts in March.
So the day should start at dawn, the year should start at spring, but we're controlled by a moon cult. The Hebrew people developed our calendar. They're a moon cult. They have 13 and 7 involved in their system of months. They'll have 7, 13
7 days in a week. Yeah.
And then they'll have 5 12-month years in their cycles. So some of their months have 13 months in the Hebrew calendar.
That's a very interesting point. I did a video about Yule. I don't know who caught that video about Yule, and
that's cool.
That's why we have New Year's on the 1st, because Yule, the most traditional form of Yule, was 12 days. Then at some point it became a 9-day festival. At some point, some cultures try to turn it into 3 days.
I mean,
even
12
Christmas
days,
was modeled
the 12 days of
Christmas.
Yeah.
Sorry?
The 12 days of Christmas, like it's still in the song. But now for some reason it's only 2.
But they try to change it to Romanize it, because according to the Romans, the first day of the Romans celebrated the winter solstice on the 25th, because there's 3 days that the sun is out of alignment, 72 hours. Right? That's 72. So they didn't count the 21st. They went from 21st to 22nd to 23rd, and then they celebrated it the next day of the night, the 24th, which is like makes me dizzy. But anyway,
Yeah.
each to their own. That to me, like the solstice is still on the 21st, and I can't like unlearn that. But
I mean,
that's where Yule comes from.
It is
So
the returning of the light. You know, it's on the 21st, on the equinox, where the day and night are equally as long, and then, you know, gradually over the months until, you know, the official spring, the days start to become, you know, a little longer and a little longer and a little longer, and until we are, you know, at the point of year where at 11 in the evening, like it's still freaking light outside. And I can't wait for those days again. I'm fucking tired of winter already.
So I think that's why the new year is the new year, because the sun dies, and then the sun is reborn after solstice. Yeah, that spent three hours on the 3 days on the cross, and then the sun gets celebrated for 7 days, and on the 8th day after that, there is this. Now we make our resolutions, and so the last day of Yule is when you've done all of your days. You've gone through your wild hunt, well, your first divine feminine, then your wild hunt, then you've gone through the family day, then you've gone through the community day, which is Odin's day, is the day of the community. Everybody gets celebrated, gifts. Yeah. Then after Odin's day, you go through what's the one after Odin's day? You go into that celebration of it's not the power. The power comes the day after. 7 is the day of wisdom. That's the day of auguries. 6 is the day of the 6th day is the day of celebrating, I believe, Brigit. The 8th day is the day of power and of like conquests and meditating on bringing in power and having a feast. And then the 9th day is the day of protection, making protective amulets. Is it the 9th day? I believe it's the 9th day. Then the 10th day is the festival of contemplation and bringing it back to you know, the 6th day is actually the day that you bring the fir tree in. I almost said the fir tree. The fir tree comes in the day after Odin's day. That's the evergreen, representing the eternal life of Odin, hanging all that time and coming back and going, I'm immortal. And then,
day.
Sorry?
The wild hunt is the 5th day?
No, the wild hunt comes before. It's early.
Oh, okay. And then Odin's day is different than the wild hunt?
No, Odin's day is the celebration of this is when Odin is becoming enlightened.
Okay. Because I know Odin means wild hunt. His name means wild hunt, or head of
the whole celebration is Odin.
The leader of the wild hunt.
He is the leader of the wild hunt, and his name translates to the Furious One, I believe.
Doesn't it mean wooden?
Wood,
the wood leader of the wood hunt.
Trees and all have, you know, always been very important to us Europeans. You know, I know that I don't know which tree Odin. Probably the ash tree, since Yggdrasil is an ash tree, and it was the first two humans were Ash and Elm, and it was Odin who breathed.
That's the Yule log
into them. Yeah. And then you have Thor, Donar, you know, the strongest of all the gods, who is associated with, at least here in Northern Europe, the strongest and most durable of all the trees, the oak tree. And then the birch tree is associated with Baba Yaga, actually going a little more eastern. And the birch tree is the one with what looks like all the eyes on it, you know, ever watching.
Rob points out an interesting point about them still putting oak leaves on military uniforms. Very interesting, you know. And in South Africa, we our slang, if you're talking about guys, you say, oh, this oak came up to us, and I met this oak over there. We talk about like another guy as an oak. It's just it's a short for man. If you're talking about an oak, it's a man.
Yeah, the Druid formidable warriors against the Romans, and it made a lasting impression upon them. They used to keep the Roman heads on pikes. They were scared of them.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing of human sacrifices. There were mostly prisoners of war that we would sacrifice to Odin. Odin is like he's the furious one. He is the in his hall of Valhalla, where all the slain warriors go. Like he doesn't want some jackass off the street. Like he needs warriors, he needs soldiers, he needs freaking men. So yeah, of course you're gonna give him some prisoners of war, especially the military men. And head on a pike, yeah, I mean it's worked for centuries, it's worked forever, really. So yeah, I think ask the Romans in the Teutoburg forest. They have I think
the Celtic woman was scary. Just like the Norse woman was scary. I think they were more scared of the woman because they didn't know what to make of them. Like, do I hit you? Too late.
Do not underestimate our women.
Probably don't want to hit her.
Yeah, like do not underestimate our women. They are sometimes even scarier than the men. Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, the Viking women ruled the tribes, apparently. Is that so?
I mean, they had to, if the men were out on a hunt or they were out Viking, it was the women who had to take care of the farm, take care of the homestead, take care of the animals and the kids. They had to be strong. They had to be.
I think things work better that way.
Powerful, fierce women, because if your man is away for war and somebody who like some other man who stayed behind was like, hey, your man ain't here, I'm feeling frisky.
Right. I mean, I know that the men that cheated in the Viking tribes would be castrated by the women by the Viking law in the tribes.
Yeah. And probably. I mean, I know Firefly would definitely do that to me.
Maybe she was somewhat of a hypocrite. I don't know.
No, but yeah, like the women. I mean, they ruled the household.
Yeah.
It's.
She goes out to die. She needs a new man, anyways.
Right? Yeah, I mean, like. I think it's then it would mostly be like a marriage of I hate to put it like this, but of convenience. Like you need a protector, you need someone to look over you, look over the kids, and all of that. Because if you have the man as protector of the household, then the woman can be the one who runs the household. If she doesn't have to worry about any like outside influence, if you will, then she can do her job as the matriarch.
In a lot of patriarchal societies, the brother would usually take on the wives of his brother. If he had lost his brother, he would be responsible.
Yeah, that did happen. Not sure how that would have been in the like just regular society.
Yeah, more of a patriarchal thing, I would guess. I know that the Vikings celebrated the sun as a female goddess for a time, at least.
I mean, yeah, Sona, I believe she was a female goddess, which makes sense. Bringer of light, bringer of life. You always got, very happy when you see the sun, and I can definitely say that if I see my wife, I do become very happy. So yeah, it makes sense, and her consort would then be the moon, which would be, is the shining silver light, like lighting up the darkness, which would be the job of men, making sure that you can see in the dark, that you are safe in the dark, if you will. Yeah, you're a protector too, sort of. Yeah.
It's very interesting. You were mentioning the wanneer earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And you're Dutch.
Yeah.
Right?
As can
Wanneer
be.
gaan jy aan vakansie? The word wanneer and wanneer, you can't not notice the connection.
Wanneer.
Is it vagina?
Yeah,
Because that relates to time, right?
Yeah.
So it relates to when, time. It means when, basically, right? When.
Yeah.
Wanneer. So when we look at what the wanneer represents, the wanneer represents foresight, fertility, wealth, and wisdom. So your wealth and your wisdom was based upon how long you'd been on the planet. Foresight is based upon knowing what's going to happen before it happens. Having a calendar is quite a good way to have foresight. And it also helps increase your fertility, because if you know when's the right time to plant seeds, or when's the right time to breed your horses or your cows or your sheep, then you are going to increase the fertility of your creatures. And this is why calendars were originally created, I think.
Als je weet wanneer, if you know wanneer, if you know when. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So there's an element of foresight involved, like the very word wanneer, like in Afrikaans, we have the same word. And that involves what's going to happen in the event of this. It's got to do with exercising foresight. And it's also got to do with knowing the consequentiality of things, cause and effect. So it's very interesting when we speak about this wanneer. I always think to myself, what is their relation to Saturn and the number 8? Even though they represent Isis and the number 5, there always seems to be this connection. In the older times, Saturnial presences were seen as feminine, in the same way that at the time that the solar presence was seen as feminine. At that time, the Saturnian presence was seen as feminine. At that time, the lunar presence was seen as masculine. And you mentioned Odin's name, meaning fear. The oldest name, well, something like fear. The oldest name of Shiva.
Furious one.
Well, basically, that's the same name as the oldest name of Shiva, Rudra. Rudra means extreme anger. And so when we look at Shiva's animal was the crow.
Odin's animal is the raven. Same family.
Well, crow, raven, different lands. It's the same.
They're both Corvids. It's like literally a matter of opinion.
Yeah, raven's just basically like a big crow, from what I understand.
Yeah, big and a lot more hoarse. Like their voice is a lot hoarser.
Yeah, they're bigger. And Shiva's also got the one eye, the eye of Shiva. And Shiva's Trisul is an interesting concept because it involves the 3 principles. And I think this brings us back to numbers. Like when we look at the old form of deity, who was talking about that it started with 3 principles? I think this is why the Ennead exists, why we have 9 days, why everything's broken into 9, because we started off with 3, the 3 fundamental principles: the past, the present, and the future, right? You, me, and what's between us. And the triangle becomes the fundamental structure that we can sort of use for building, right? You want to build a roof, you make a triangle.
Yeah. What came first, the Ennead or the Ogdode?
The
Ogdode is 8.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Ennead and the Ogdode are the same thing, but they are looked at through a different way. The same way that we speak about the elements, right? We
Yeah,
speak
so-
about the elements, the 4 elements. In Taoism, they speak about the 5 elements, but the 5 elements is the 4 elements.
Right.
If that
Yeah.
makes sense.
I think there's 8 gates in the 9. Right.
Yeah.
So I feel
Exactly.
like they're like just like Odin has the ring that makes 8 new rings over 9 days.
Yeah. The 9
I
circles
think
of hell.
that's
you
the
also have.
relationships between the 9 things.
Yeah.
So that the one is looking at the 9 principles, and then the other one is looking at the 8 relationships between the 9 principles. So that would be a more mystical side of looking at things, right? The Ennead would be going into the more mystical. The 9 is like the manifestational, this is what it is. So we speak of the 9 sort of planetary presences. And this is quite interesting when we look at like a Vedic astrological chart is, and how did you guys like the picture that I had here? The Saturn cross. Saturn square, sorry. That's what I used as the base picture for, and I'll bring one up so that everyone can take a look at it. Saturn square moon natal. Who did that? I didn't say that. I just said Saturn square. There we go. That's all I wanted. Thank you very much. All we needed. So now here we got an interesting one where we could see the trying to find a nice looking one. Just take a picture. Now there's different ways of representing this square as well. And I like to find the ones that appeal to my sensibilities. Call me biased if you like, I don't mind. There we go, the old school. And there's obviously different ways of the patterns, whether you're running from the left or the right. Yeah. Let's see that that's big enough. Yeah, it's big enough. So what I would say is this, like, take a look at how these numbers play out here. And we can see why Saturn, that you mentioned Saturn earlier.
You'll have to put it on screen first, though. Yeah, there we go.
So there we can see it, and it's quite simple. And we can see here there's something very interesting going on because the center of it is 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the heart of the story is 5, the pentagram. But we can see then 2, 4, 6, 8. Interesting. So it's running from right to left. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then 1, 3, 7, 9 diagonally. So what we've got here is a 5 in the center, 2, 4, 6, 8, then diagonally 1, 3, 7, 9. So we're taking into account directions here, which is quite interesting. We're building the cube out of this numbers. But you can also see how obviously all the numbers add up to 15, which is 6, right? And there's something quite profound when we look at this, because this is talking about how the 9 numbers bring us back to that 6. So if you put all 9 numbers, which is the Ennead, onto a single thing, you end up with the cube of Saturn if it's arranged like this. And it works out whichever way you take it, right? So whether you're going vertically, whether you're going horizontally, it adds up to the same number. Even if you say you go diagonally, 2 plus 8 plus 5, 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go from left to right, 15. You go from top to bottom or bottom to top, 15. Whichever way you add 3 numbers, you end up with the same number, 15. And so that 15 sort of brings us back to recognizing this. And also the fact that we've got 9 blocks here is reflecting the principle of 3. Because you got the 3 principles running in 4 cycles around. So the 4, 9, 2 is one line. 2, 7, 6 is another line. 6, 1, 8 is so you got the 4 elements being represented, all bound around the number 5.
Yeah, and the 5 gets lost when they created the trigrams from the surrounding cubes, or the surrounding squares. The
Sorry,
5,
brother, what was that?
5 does not have an equivalent trigram. It does not become anything. But the other numbers all become the 8 trigrams.
that number 5 is so fundamental because it's the center of all the numbers.
I consider it to be similar to the Da'at in the Sephirothic labyrinth, which is the root, which is usually hidden or unseen. Because the 5 disappears when they move to the trigrams.
That's quite interesting because if you look at 5 through different cultural lineages, so like if you look at 5 in terms of the Kabala, right, it represents severity. It represents a severe demeanor of being strict, of outlining the discipline of the law, you know, adhering to the law with unwavering focus and being hard. There's a hard element to the number 5. And so the number 5 relates to, on some level, to anger, which is why Shiva's number is number 5, right? Most Rudraksh will be the 5 Mukhi.
I think 5 is also considered to be a crossroad and represents transformation or change, being that it's a halfway point. And in this Bhagawa square right here, we see that 5 is definitely a crossroad that connects all of the different points together.
And another thing about the number 5 that I find interesting, and it's more of an everyday thing, and for the men in chat, you can tell me if I'm right or not. When you're like doing the or setting the volume on your TV, it always has to be a even number for some reason.
Yeah.
Unless it's 5. Like 5 is just, it's either even or 5. And that's it. It's like 5 is some sort of it's, yeah.
And I feel like 5 in anger and wrath really parallel with transformation and change, because when you're controlled by your fears, the only way to step out of that is to confront your fears, which is through anger and wrath. We deny our fears or we challenge our fears. And so when we're challenging our fears, we begin to transform and we begin to grow and change. And I feel like that's what 5 represents for me. 5 is a time of transformation and growth, but it requires adversity and hardship to be able to catalyze the challenge that's going to bring the change.
I was looking up the pattern, like the zigzag pattern, like across that little board, because it reminded me of the Sowilo rune, which in Germanic mythology represents the sun, embodying themes of light, energy, and success. It is the, what does it say? Out of the 16th, I believe, if I read correctly, of the Elder Futhark. Yeah, the 16th rune. So it's like the lightning bolt rune, Sowilo. And if you like how you drew those patterns over the number pad, either way, it is a lightning bolt kind of shape. And with the 5 in the middle, the pentagram, the truth, the light, then it would make sense that the Sowilo at the middle point is the number 5, is the light.
Does it also represent the sun or the wheel of power?
Yeah, it's the name is derived from sol, meaning sun. Yeah.
So that's quite interesting, because when we look at the numerology of 5, so if you go to Vedic numerology, which is sort of like what numerology seems to have scoped around, 5 represents the pentagram, which obviously represents humanity, mankind, which is the number of Mercurius. Now, Mercury is that aspect which, once again, now we're talking about what we were talking about in the beginning, right? That aspect of us which can be both in the mundane physical world, but can also reach into the divine world simultaneously. So we're talking about Odin having the ability to have his feet planted on the physical plane and be a physical being, but also have access to the most divine planes. And so Mercury was represented as, like in the Greeks, as having like wings on the feet and wings on the hat, to represent that basically both his head and his feet were able to move. And he could fly between up the tree and down the tree of life. He could go anywhere in a drizzle. And so the number 5 being the midpoint means, for example, let's get that number back, right? So this is the other point. The only number touched by every other number is 5.
Yeah.
It's the common number. 9 doesn't touch 1. 7 doesn't touch 6. Right? 8 doesn't touch 2, and 4 doesn't touch 6. And 4 doesn't touch 8. But 5 touches all of these numbers. It's quite incredible when you think about it. And so the Saturn square is relating to the black old sun. Won't you come wash away the rain? That black old sun, that Saturnal cube, is so fundamental. And this sort of brings us back to looking at the number of the Saturnal cube. So once again, that number 2160 comes up. 2160 is also, if you draw the seed of life, you start with one circle, then you put the pistos in, then the viscous, you draw 6 circles around each other, creating 6 petals, that sacred pineal gland, but also 6 times 360 brings us back to that same 2160 number. And that number, which is that cosmic month, or that great month, as it was called by the Mayans, and relates to our vernal equinox, the wobble of the earth, right, is so fundamentally important to the calculation of our time, for greater calculations of time, because that number has got to be taken into account for any long-term calendar to exist. So it brings us back to this notion of the cube. Now, the cube having six squares is also 2160. And so when you look at the flower of life, which is the expansion of the seed of life, expanded outwards, 6 times more around itself, right? Then you end up at the flower of life, which is the big glyph. And within the flower of life, when you look at it and you allow your eyes to just fall into it, it creates a cube inside of it. You see this cube. And when you look closely, you see there's a tetrahedron and an octahedron there. But the cube's on center stage. It's normally the first thing you see. That's why they call it Metatron's cube. And so that picture has often been called Metatron's cube in certain mystic circles, because when you look at the flower of life, you see the cube within it. And so this cube being Saturn's cube, right, bringing us back to that fundamental number, which is 6 cycles of the circle, holds that fundamental notion of Saturn. And Saturn thus represents like the most interesting revelation is with regards to the sun, because the solar presence and the Saturnian presence have always been closely connected. Because even though we are measuring our thing according to the sun, Saturn is still our timekeeper. So that's an interesting point. Saturn and Mercury have this interesting relationship in our horoscopes, where Saturn has got to do with the structure of information. Mercury has got to do with the exchange of that structuring information. What were you going to say?
A very occult god, Saturn and Mercury. But no, I wanted to mention that I'm glad that you mentioned what was it? I can't think of what it was. It'll come back to me. Oh, Metatron. You mentioned Metatron. Yeah, I've always been fascinated by Metatron, and I've studied the book of Enoch and the teachings of Enoch, who went by the title "the Son of Man," a title that Yeshua also chose to go by because he venerated the teachings of Enoch. But Enoch supposedly was taken up by the angel of death to heaven. He was brought to the seventh heaven eventually, but he was found in the sixth heaven by God and was brought up to the seventh heaven and given 72 wings. Enoch then became Metatron. A similar thing happened to Ezekiel, who became Sandalphon. And these two were said to be soul brothers, soul twin brothers. But they're the only angels that have a Greek name. But Enoch was taken up at the age of 365, whereas all of the other antediluvian figures were all lived to about 900 years old. Enoch did not die at 365. He became an angel at 365. He became immortal and eternal. That's the story. So I just wanted to bring that in because of the numbers with Metatron. But Metatron's cube is amazing.
And that's quite interesting, you know, when we start to look at these numbers, that the Saturn's cube, Saturn's number is 8, but Saturn is representing the 9 numbers. And so that's where all our calendars come from, even though they're based on 60 and 30, right? And 24 hours. Let's see. Can't really, let me see if we can see that better.
Sephiroth labyrinth merged with the Metatron cube. So in each of these 2 orbs on the side, on each side, there's one on the top and one on the bottom in each. So there's 2 in each of the orbs on the side. And that allows for the Sephirothic labyrinth to merge with the Metatron's cube. It's a little project that I did. But I also have some stuff on here on the Platonic solids if you guys want to go into that too.
Well, Rishio was also brought something up in chat. Prime numbers.
Yeah, you're talking about
which is another fascinating topic. I don't know much about it, although there is this.
Were you here earlier?
This horror movie, the Cube, it's literally called, and the only way to find the exit is through the configuration or the math of the prime numbers that are etched into each one of the cells, if you will, each one of the cubic cells in the cube, which is it goes so much deeper. Actually, now that I speak it out loud, now that I think of it, the Cube horror film, just it's an older one, but
there's it's
a fascinating one.
They've made several follow-ups to some sequels and stuff.
I mean,
it's a whole thing.
I think I've only seen the original, actually.
They hold to the same principles as the original. Yeah. It's a captivating and horrifying film.
Yeah, very much. Yes.
It's a maze. I love mazes, but that's not a maze I'd like to get involved in.
No thanks. No.
But have you guys heard of the?
It's quite interesting. Yeah.
The Man of the Maze. It's a indigenous Native American symbol of a little man embarking on a trip into this maze. It's an ancient symbol. It's a beautiful symbol. The symbology of it, that life is a maze, that we have to wander through this labyrinth. It's a beautiful principle.
It's interesting when you look at the word labyrinth, labor end, the end of labor. So it's like some kind of an interesting concept, which I think relates to the underworld. Yeah,
labor And
relates to going into the labyrinth of the underworld, into Yggdrasil, which is like a labyrinth of roots, and finding your way.
Daedalus.
Yeah.
Isn't Tartarus the pit? Isn't that also connected to a labyrinth, or at least was it the Minotaur? I believe.
Or is it?
Yeah, the Minotaur had a maze in the island of Crete.
Yeah.
Daedalus. Sounds like Tartarus. Might be some associations there.
But I think Tartarus is a labyrinth that you get lost in as well, curiously.
Yeah.
In some writings. But it's very interesting when we start to like really take a look at how this has all come to be. If we look at like the numerations, right? The idea of starting off with the monad. So the monad is obviously one. It is obviously what we can focus on. It's a point. It's the beginning. It's the simplest building block that we can consider. And it represents, in that fashion, it represents that, the simplest, the laser point, that focus, that intention, that center of the sun. So the sun is a wheel with a point in the center. And sometimes that point would have things coming out of it, but it always comes from a point. And any geometric form that you consider, there's always a point, even if it's hidden. If you draw a triangle, you might not be focusing on the point, but there's a center of that triangle and there's a point. If you draw a circle, there's always a center. You might not represent it when you draw a circle, but we know that there's an origin. And the origin of all things is always the center of it. So the origin of a triangle is the center of the triangle. Origin of a circle is the center. Origin of a square is where all of the corners meet.
And 5
where
is
all the angels meet.
What do you guys know about the writing in the Book of Enoch about the angels and angles and the curves? Are you familiar with any of that, guys?
I've heard that before, the connection between angles and angels, and that is like kind of where we get sacred geometry from. Yeah. Like that is the language of the angels, the angles, which is also said that is where the the English get the name from, the Angles, the Anglo-Saxons.
English, the language.
I also wonder too with the word angel, if there isn't any connection with the god El, angel. What were your thoughts on that?
Look, I think there definitely is a connection with El, in the same way that we can speak about El Jibra. So now we're getting into the real source of numbers when we're talking about angels. So this is where I was actually getting to the point of. The monad is the origin. But in order for the origin to come into being, there has to be a potential. There has to be energy. That reflects the number 2. So the duad becomes the potential that is hidden behind the origin of things. And the origin of things, in order for that potential to come into being, it requires a third vestige. In other words, triangle, right, becomes the reflection of the number 3. But the number 3 is where form starts. Before there is 3, there is no form. 2 is the duad, is potential. It represents pure force, the potential of force. 1 doesn't represent anything other than the origin of things, the simplest building block. But 3 is the word tree, Yggdrasil. That's where form starts to actually create in on itself. And whenever you have 3, you always have 3 angels, right? So you got the Trinity. You got the 3 mother goddess depictions. You got the 3 aspects of the past, the present, the future, the 3 aspects of expansion, contraction, and suspension, or the 3 aspects of outward, inward, and the containment between the outer and the inner. And then whichever way you look at it, 3 becomes the structuring facade. And so 3 then finds its expression as an octave. 3, 6, 9. Whoa, let's go Tesla. So now we see where 3 starts with the 3, 6, 9 becomes the completion of 3. 3 only completes itself when it does its second octave, which takes us to 9. But obviously in the process of 3 completing itself to its second octave, the midpoint is 5. So 5 becomes the basis of humanity's sort of identity, the ego, that persona within us, which is being reflected, that part of us which is related to the will, to the free will, is related to the 5, related to that mercurial presence, which gives us that individuality, which divides the Ennead in 2. Now, is it not interesting that the Ennead is divided in 2 by the number 5? But when you look at 10, 5 and 5 is equal. And then we've got 2 hands with 5 and 5, 2 equal measures of 5 on each hand, 2 equal measures of 5 on each foot. And then, of course, you've got to look at the front of the face, because there are 5 holes on the front of the face. Rather quite important. And then when you look at the rest of the body, there's another 5 holes in the rest of the body, right? You've got the ears and the side of the head. You've got the anus, the penis, and the umbilical. So then you've got those 5 holes that surround the body. You've got the 5 holes on the front of the face, the 5 fingers, the 5 fingers, the 5 toes, the 5 toes. And then you start looking at the systems, the fundamental organs. So this number 5 then becomes that expression of 3 on its migration towards its maturity of its second octave, the Ennead, the 9. But in the process of 5 becoming 9, it requires that the form that is represented as a potential of form needs to have membrance. There need to be members created. And so the membrance, the remembrance, memory, is then where consciousness starts to take that principle of 3, which is form, and give it structure, because the memory thus imprints the structure of the plan of 3 onto the membrance. And then the 5 is there to maintain the separation between the members. The dismemberment is the principle of number 5. So 5 then is represented by the atar, that sacred dagger, right? Which is severs things from other things. The severing of the umbilical cord is represented by the number 5. And so this 5 then becomes that what separates things from other things. In the same way that 4 becomes that which combines all things together. So you've got this combination of 4 pulling things towards each other in a remembrance, and then you've got this dismemberment of 5, which is separating things apart, which has got a lot to do with the rational operation of the mind, the etheric field, where 4 has got to do with the emotional confluence of love, which is Jupiter's number 3 being expressed into physicality as 4. Hence, in the Kabbalistic tree of life, Jupiter sits in Chesed, the 4th sphere, but Jupiter's actual number is 3, because the 4th sphere, Chesed, is actualizing the principle of form, which comes from 3, the triple goddess. So then we see that these two find their confluence in harmony, and the harmony becomes an expression of the beauty, which is 6, Tiparet. Now, when we look at the number 6, Tiparet, we recognize this is Venus's sphere in the Vedic numerology. Venus being octave, sound, vibration, right? And harmony that comes from the management of the vibrational field of sound. And so Tiferet thus becomes that aspect which is able to manage the severing and dismemberment of 5 and the cohesion and the construction of memory, so that there is this continuality of dissecting and putting together, so that you've got the forces of destruction and the forces of creation working side by side in order to maintain this field of of things disintegrating and things being recreated, like the body, for example. Molecules are being recreated and molecules are breaking to pieces and recycling bits. And so we find the 6 then becomes an important point on the tree of life for personal expression, which thus becomes an expression of the number 3. So 3 finds its perfect expression through the number 6. But when you look to the world, you have the structure of form as it is expressed, and then it becomes complete in its foundation, which is the number 9, which is Yeshut, which represents the foundation or the roots of Yggdrasil, the tree of life, which is the sphere of the moon, which represents the unconscious forces of the id, which are basically driving us, our desires, right? Our desires which move through our unconscious patterns that make us want to have sex, have war, have parties, all of these things. And these are governed then once again by 2 reflections of 5 and 4 below the veil, as it's seen in the Kabbalah, which represents 7, which is from the Kabbalistic perspective relating to overcoming your challenges. 7 is like relating to becoming victorious, right? To have victory is the number 7, which relates to victory of the self on a personal level, because we're getting close to the sphere of the unconscious. So we're dealing with the personal forces. And 8 then represents Saturn as that constructive force. And the constructive force is then a reflection of Chesed, or the number 4, as constructing things together, where 7, the word 7, to sever, is relating to the number 5, because there's a secret relationship between 5 and 7. And 5 and 7, of course, make up the number 12. And 8 and 4 make up the number 12. And the number 12 is what we're basing all of our stuff on. Even though we've got 10 digits, we're basing all of our numbers on 12, because we've got 10 digits plus 1 hand and 1 hand. So that sort of brings us back to an easy way of conceptualizing, you know, the fact that we are surrounded by what seems to be these 12 different principles, which have been conceived of as 13. But I think that maybe there was a time when there was a 13th that was gobbled up and turned into 12. But I think that was so long ago, from epochs so far beyond, that we don't even have true memories of those epochs. So in our current time, we've been sort of looking at these 12, and people have said, well, there's this small sort of vestige of something between Sagittarius and Capricorn, but I believe it's the vestige of what would have been the 13th constellation, what's left of it that might have been gobbled up by the other, because these constellations are eating each other up. What a concept. They're living beings, and they eat each other, the same way that the Milky Way is busy eating Sagittarius, which is why that Sagittarian arrow points towards where we're going, fate and destiny. So there's a lot of interesting concepts when we look at the way that the numerations in the Kabbalah are related. And then we look at this and we say, well, what does the number 7 represent? 7 represents, in Vedic astrology, represents the tail. So we spoke about this 2160, and that it has this wobbling cycle on the earth. And the wobbling cycle, we'd call it the nodes of the moon, the north and the south node. So the south node of the moon relates to the number 7. And as the south node of the moon relates to the number 7, so does it relate to, on a shadow vibrational field, to Neptune, which is that aspect of overcoming the unconscious forces of number 9 to keep them in balance. And when we look at the number 4, 4 represents the north node of the moon. So the north node of the moon, and in as much as it represents the north node of the moon, it is connected in a shadowy vibrational way to Leo, in the same way that the south node is connected in a shadowy vibrational way to Cancer, but it isn't Cancer, and it isn't Leo in the north node of the moon, but it has a superimposed element that stands in for it, which we could consider as Uranus. Uranus used to be the old sun. he was disposed of by his children, right? In the most like gruesome of ways in the old mythos. So Uranus then represents a shadow vibration of the number 4, but actually the north node of the moon holds the crown. The south node of the moon, number 7. The sun holds number 1 in Vedic cosmology. The moon holds number 2. Number 3 is represented by Jupiter, Dios Piter, as its Sanskrit name is in old times. Then the number 4, as we mentioned, is the south node. The number 5 is Mercury. The number 6 is Venus, harmony, the harmony of the spheres that keeps everything in a state of balance and harmony with the octave and the vibrational fields. And then the number 7, as we mentioned, the south node. Number 8, what have you eaten? I ate something earlier today. I ate curry. I ate good curry. That represents Saturn, the ability to take in substance and to create substance, substantiality. And then the 9, obviously, now 9 is interesting because 9 represents Mars, and 9 represents the culmination. In the Kabbalah, it represents Yesod. Now, you won't see modern Kabbalistic trees putting Mars in Yesod, will you? But when you look at Yesod, you will see Al Shaddai is the deity that is within Yesod. And that Al Shaddai, if you look at what the word Shaddai means, it starts with Sh, which is fire, Da, which is a door, I, which is to a renewal. And so this Mars finds its renewal through Scorpio on an internal, emotional, sexual level, and it finds its renewal in the world through war, that which disposes of old regimes that have no longer served their purpose. So we see how these 9 numerations in the Kabbalah, they seem like they're different, but they're not really, because the 7 of Netzach that represents overcoming your obstacles is what you've overcome in your past, and that represents your past time. So the south node of the moon is your history. The north node of the moon is where you're going. And so this is like got to do with your orientation of your spiritual timeline running through this timeline, because you've got your own timeline within a timeline. And that north and south node of the moon represents this in the most subtle ways. So you can see how there's a connection there. And I think that a lot of the arbitrary and planetary alignments that have been given to the Kabbalah in modern times need to be questioned. Don't go with it. Don't go with what the Golden Dawn have taught you. I used to think that that was the bread and butter. Like, you know, when I first started training with this stuff in the early 90s, in the 1989, when I first came upon it, I didn't know any better. In the 90s, I started questioning. It really took me a number of years before I really started to look into other documents and see, oh, there's other ways of depicting the tree of life. Interesting. They put Saturn there? What a weird concept. And so there were different forms of Kabbalah being practiced. And I think that there might be a disinformation campaign being waged on us by the Golden Dawn with regards to the numbers, which I think is interesting. But it still holds water, even as it is, because the number 6 in the Kabbalah is considered to be solar, right? But you could say that the number 6 is a sit-in for the number 1, because the number 1 actualizes itself as 3, and 3 reflects itself as number 6, expresses its reflection as number 6, which is the expression of number 6, which is the micro version of Kether. So you could think of 6 as a micro version of 1, which brings us to your 6 notion, yeah? Indy, you were starting off by talking about 6 and how the 6 notation math. And I think like we're onto this Kabbalistic notion of 6 notation math where they've switched the sun with Venus.
Switching 1 and 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that the connection between 1 and 3, and then the mirroring of 3 to 6, and then the connection there is it's like a circle.
And 9 is when the circle is complete.
Yeah, because in a 6-based number system, it will go from 1 to 1, 0, which would be 6, it'd be 10. Because there'll be the new second, that'll be the base, and be the beginning of the double digits in the system. But if you were
very interesting,
like if you were to use that base with a base 10 number system and write it into the columns of 6, which is how I've done it, then you start to really see it easily. But if you start to change it, like I said, to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and you do it like that, it's going to be hard for you to remember that 10 means 6, and then 11 is 7, and it just gets more and more complicated having to switch the numbers from 10 base to 6 base in your head. But if you were to understand that system in itself and learn that first, it would be very simple. But we learn 10 base, and it's because we have 10 fingers. But a 10 base does not seem to me to be a very effective base. What do you guys think? Do you think it's chosen for a good reason?
You know, maybe what it is it's like I'm thinking about, like, in this kind of the Zarfaxological sort of context, that every sort of like occult belief system is like its own self-contained universe, and that self-contained universe is almost like a program, or like a video game world, and each number system is kind of like the what is that called in video games, where it's like the game, like every game has like an engine that you build for it, right? Or there's a kind of like a base system in which that sort of universe is based on, depending upon how you program it. So really, what I think we should be an interesting kind of like topic of inquiry is kind of like if you think about different number based systems, it's like each, like whether it's base 6, base 10, base 12, it's like they're each centers of like a different type of universe that forms. It's like if you have a 12 base system, you have a different internal universe. You're in a different kind of dimensional world than somebody that lives in a 10-base system, because that kind of like shapes how reality around you, is structured. And I think one thing I also want to point out when I talk about different like belief systems, it's not just in the sense that, they're all just purely subjective. I think that depending upon what kind of belief system you have actually determines the levels of synchronicities and paranormal events that happen within one's life. So it's not even just the fact. So if you start to believe, in some whatever belief system or whatever, reality is going to actually start to conform around that belief system. Your synchronicities, the events are actually going to sort of mold and shape themselves. This is kind of like what I sort of discovered. So really, I think an interesting experiment is like seeing like what kind of universe you create from what type of base number system that comes out of it. Because I'm also thinking too, with like the type of number base system also determines like the geometry, the number of your angles, the different relationships between certain numbers. And it's almost kind of like, in a way, it's like, if you're looking about it, it's like you're taking it's like the source code. So we think of like the Golden Dawn or something, for example, and, they got the Kabala, 10 based sort of system. Like that's kind of like built in the epistemology. If you think about how in West, there's 4 elements, and in the East, they tend to have 5 elements, right? But maybe it's not so much that they're arbitrary or that they're different, like, just takes on it, but it's like you think about like that number has to be sort of reflective of the psychology, the philosophy, and the belief system. It's not really an accident, so it just kind of like naturally progresses from that. I'm just kind of rambling with thoughts, but I think that these number systems, whether it be base 6, base 10, it's like you kind of create a different magical universal operating system to sort of code the universe with. And there's different, and like just with computers, there's different programming languages. And I think like when different number based systems are kind of like different magical programming languages. I guess that would be my thoughts on that idea.
Yeah, I like to think that we could use different bases and they could be applicable for people that have different numbers. You have like a life number, 3. Maybe your base should be 3 in your mathematical system, and you can see what the digits come out to in your math. So maybe, like, for example, if your life number is 5, and then 5 becomes 10 for you, and you look at the days in different numbers, you know, it would represent, when it comes to a 10, or when it comes to a number that's, you know, feasible with your number, it's divisible by your number, it'll be a day that's probably going to be a day that has power for you. I know for me, when I see a half moon, those days are the days in which I have great power, and happiness and joy. And I don't know if there's a placebo effect involved in that, because I feel like 5 is sacred to me. My life number is 5. No, my life number is 7, but my Ennead number is 5. So I feel like, to me, 5 represents the middle, but also the center. So to me, like, 5 is sacred. So I feel like, you know, if we could look at numbers with different bases, and we could see all the different representations of what one number could represent in different bases, we could really see a whole panorama or spectrum of what one number could represent to different people or to different systems.
That's a very interesting concept. I think the different systems of notation have different purposes.
Yeah.
So I think the Ennead system has a particular purpose, working with the number 9, which is the older system. But I think the number 3 system is the divine system, the system of angels. Then the number 6 has got to do with the where the personal becomes known, if that makes sense. I think, like, each of these different ones have a different application. I think that all of these notation systems have a place, but they just each serve a different purpose. That's how I see it. And
yeah,
people say, oh well, 12 math's better because you can work with fractions better, and you can work like this better. But actually, because of the 9 base system that we're working with, which has 10 numbers, that's an interesting concept. We have 10 numbers, but 9 numerations. Right. Although I suppose 10 isn't actually a number. 10 is a complex structure that contains the other numbers, effectively. That divine feminine 0, which takes us back to the origin of all of the numbers, but contains them all within it. But there are only actually 9 numbers. And when we look at, like, in the way that we count, you know, there's 10 is the second octave of 1, starting upwards. So when we consider that as a notion, I think that this 9-based system, which we then count up in tens, because 9 is the mystical notion behind the 10. I think that the reason it can only halve to 5 is very specific. Because I think that this number system is intrinsic to us, to humans. Yeah. And there were other number systems that were intrinsic to other forms of beings, and that was their number systems, which was based upon their physiognomy. But this number system is based upon our physiognomy. So when we have 12 fingers, then 12 numbers would be more appropriate for us.
Okay.
I think that because we've got 10 fingers, the 10 system adds up. Even though there are only 9 actual numbers being expressed, the 10 system works. And because when you go into the 10 and you halve the 10, you end up with the digits on one hand. And when you double the 10, you end up with the digits on your hands and your feet.
Mm-hmm.
There's something quite neat and tidy about that.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can only divide 10 by 1/2, right? There's only one fraction that expresses 10.
Or a fifth. Make 2.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, what I was getting at was that it comes back to the number 5.
Yes.
So the 5th also comes back to the number 5, but both of them are expressing something quite fundamental: the principle of duality and the principle of 5, and how 5 and duality work together.
Yeah, and I feel like since 9 is such an important number in the harmonic resonance, it's probably highlighting that as well.
And it's like Rob was mentioning earlier, the number 9 does express, and the number 5, the pentagon with the pentagram in it, does express phi, right? So the way in which that spiral contracts, you can put pentagrams within pentagrams, and you can draw yourself a golden phi ratio.
Oh, wow.
So it represents how our biology works. It represents how our personal expression is bound by the astral, how the astral and the etheric, all of this subtle information is bound into that number 5. And so 5 is sort of like intrinsic to us. This is why when people are saying, yeah, well, a 12 number system is better, I'm thinking, well, yeah, who's it better for? Is it better for humans? Or is it better for a different being? And I believe that if we had 12 fingers, we would be having 12 numerations, probably 11 numerations if we had 12 fingers, because that would represent the second octave, right, of the 11. So can you imagine those like beings that only have 3 fingers? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do they have 2 numbers?
Have you seen
binary
that
code?
Are you talking about the South American fossil that they found with 3 fingers and toes?
Well, I was talking about some of the extraterrestrials that only have those 3
They have one. They have the bones of one in South America. You want to bring it up on the screen?
Yeah, man, do that.
It's amazing. They found a 3-fingered humanoid fossil. It's incredible.
So, like, what kind of a number system would these guys use? Binary, right? They'd only have 2 numbers. They'd have on and off. And then they reflect this binary in their trinary system of math. And it would probably be appropriate for them to operate on a binary systems.
Present, share screen.
So, yeah, I mean, what do you guys in the audience? I'd love to hear what you guys think.
Well, I think what we're kind of interesting here is that, you know, we talked earlier about skin and its relationship to fur and how that's kind of ultimately changed their orientation. You wonder think about like how many fingers you have. That kind of determines how many numbers you can tangibly think about at one time, which would also determine like certain levels of intelligence and sentience. So, you know, if you think about it, like the number of fingers you have determines what kind of consciousness a being presents its reality with. Because like if you think about it, you evolve, you probably just use fingers as a sort of a state of convenience to, you know, keep track of stuff. So if you have more fingers on your hand, then you can sort of in your mind have a more tangible conception of a larger set of numbers, and you could probably do math more easily. Because you think about the reason it's so easy to think about 10 is because we can actually feel the digits, you know, in our hands, in the sense that's interesting that we use the word digit is the same for finger as it is for numeric notation. So I was kind of put in a comment earlier. I'm thinking about if there's like aliens that are like octopus type beings. Maybe they either count based on how many tentacles they have or how many suction cups they have on their tentacles. Because I'm thinking too, it's not just that we can visually see the 10 fingers on our hand, but that we can feel the 10 fingers on our hand. So we feel when we move our hands back and forth, we actually physically, tactilely feel the number 10. So I guess maybe that's why 10 feels so intuitive for us as a species, because it's almost like having those fingers, it like creates sort of 10 points on our hands, so we can like easily internalize that specific numbers. Whereas if we had, you know, more fingers or more sort of digits or a digit type equivalent, depending if you're maybe a non-humanoid species, you know, it'll probably be easier to like count and keep track of numbers and so on and so forth. Or maybe, but then again, we think about like what does the 3 represent? Like that, maybe that's a different kind of, you know, orientation there. I don't know, but it definitely seems to be not quite as arbitrary as we think.
Yeah, and here's this image of a mummy they found in South America that has 3 fingers on each hand and 3 toes on each foot. It's very strange and anomalous. But I wanted to ask you guys a question. Now, if 1 + 1 = 2, then why do we get 3 when we add a man and a woman and get a child? I feel like that has to be a different type of number. Mathematical system. There should be multiple different mathematical systems that reflect the truth of actuality, not some hypothetical system that doesn't really line up with the world we see. I feel like we need to make math reflect the world we do see instead of vice versa. And so could 1 + 1 = 3? I think it will.
I would say that that is because if the divine male and the divine female come together, they form one. So the 2 becomes the 1.
Or you could think of it in a way, it's like you have the male and the female, and then you're kind of inviting a completely different presence altogether. So it's not really 1 + 1. It's man plus woman plus incarnated child/being or God form that's sort of interacting with the thing. But yeah.
But like either way, the 2 kind of becomes the 1. You know, in marriage or just, you know, a long-term relationship, you're seen as a couple. Yeah, you're seen as 2, but still as 1.
Yeah, that kind of ties back to the story of the androgyne, where it was said that we used to share a body and had 2 heads, that we were divided and had to seek each other out to unite and become whole again.
Yeah, which in a way is also the Baphomet, a representation of the Baphomet.
Yeah.
I think another thing to consider here is it's hidden in plain sight. You see, you've got X and Y chromosomes. So the man represents 1. The woman represents both X and Y. She represents 2. Right?
Wait, isn't XY male and XX female?
The man only has 1. Yeah, so the man is 1. The woman is 2. And 1 + 2 = 3. Because when the man is inside the woman, out comes another version of the 2 of them. The third. So 1 + 2 = 3, I think, holds validity if we look at the DNA. And it does make sense that the woman represents a number 2 because the number 2 represents potential.
Yes.
And the woman is carrying this womb. Yeah. The potential within this womb.
Like that.
So there's like a very interesting notion behind this. But like Stein says, also, it becomes 1. And then it becomes a single unit, whether a couple or whether a trine. So whether they have a baby or not, they're still 1 because they're still one family, right? And so the moment a woman and a man, like 1 has to fit into 2, if that makes sense. Like 2 makes a gap so that 1 can, like, it's literally, you can look at it on your hands. There, like that. That's literally what's going on, right?
Yeah.
When a man and woman come together, I believe that's what's happening. Am I right?
You know, maybe it's like a quantum
Like literally, it's literally happening.
super positioning type situation. So I'm thinking, what if, because it's like, is it, you know, 2 or is it 1? What if it's 1 and 2 at the same time? That's something I've been thinking. Like, you know, what if it's like something that when you're kind of the 2 become, because you think about a couple,
it's both 2 and 1 simultaneously, right? Because you have the couple, which is a 1 unit of 2 people, but there's also 2 people within that. So is it 2 or is it 1? You know, the Fae, they kind of had an interesting concept they talked to me about, is kind of the non-quantifiable infinite. This idea that if there is a kind of a collective God, it's like, you know, you can't, something that can't be expressed in quantity. It can't be expressed as 1 or 2. Like in the same way that there's, like, you know, you think of the divine as being beyond kind of our conceptual limits. It's like, you know, I think when we think of God as 1, we kind of limit the true potential of what God or gods actually means, whether it's a singularity or a multiplicity. Is something I'm kind of like going back and forth with. But this idea that it's kind of 1 and 2 simultaneously, it's kind of, and maybe that's where the magic starts to kind of really like make itself known in the universe, where there's like that when that sense of quantity is no longer easily defined. That's kind of where the mystical element brings itself into the universe. It's a weird thought I had, but thought I'd share it.
Yeah, I like that line of thinking where you can understand that things don't only represent 1 number, but they represent a series of numbers or a duplicity of numbers. And I feel like we could acknowledge that by the fact that, for one thing, we have our life number when we add up our birthdays. And then there's the Ennead number, 9. And then there's other systems where we get a number. For example, the 12 zodiacs, months. There's a 13th zodiac being introduced. And so we're, in one way, our astrological signs are a series of different numbers that describe our outset road, our predisposition. So I don't know where this the sound is coming. You guys hear this crackling?
Yeah, I hear it too.
I think it's coming from Stein. Is there head jack? That's a film on it or something, or headphone jack.
Yeah, I keep hearing it. I'm trying to fix it.
Sounds like it's gone away. I think we're good for now. But yeah, but I like the idea that things could represent multiple different numbers. Like, for example, like the woman could represent 0, like the foundation of all things. And the man could represent 1. And then 1 and 0 also create an effect, whereas 1 and 2 create an effect of being able to enter each other, or one enter the other. So I like to think of a woman could represent as 0, not as having no value, but as representing as being the foundation of existence, the fabric of existence, the creative aspect. So
yeah,
and then
that's kind of, you know, makes me think of what Zaralath always says about the Buck saga, poles and holes. That is, you know, the inception, conception, whatever you want to call it, of mankind. It goes back to, very simply, poles and holes.
right.
So
and also,
the 1 and the 0, yeah.
0 comes first. And also, we have like the mysteriousness of 0, darkness. So like there's that aspect as well. So I like that there's so many tie-ins with that, but you don't want to discount the fact of the idea that man can be 1 and woman can be 2. But does that play out to man coming first? So you have to consider the patriarchal model and the matriarchal model, or maybe the flip side, the paradoxical aspects of each.
I'm a selfless lover. I'll come second.
I think that the numerations are the man, because it represents the body.
Yeah.
Where the feminine actually represents not the body. It actually represents like spirit. But then in the physical body, the feminine is represented by 2, because 2 represents potential.
Right.
It's not actual. It's like 2 is like this force, this potential, but 1 is actualizing the origin, and 3 is actualizing the potential to become combined with the origin. But so the masculine idea of 1 representing the sun and 2 representing the moon, I think is where we get these ideas from, right? And the woman with the moon blood and the moon qualities, and the moon represents going in sublimation into the unconscious fields of consciousness, into the deep spiritual domain. The 1 and the sun represents the life force coming out and having like physical energy, life.
Just had a thought just now in relation to time, because it's like, you know, whether you think man comes first or woman comes first, that then create an association and think about that maybe that past and future have a masculine and feminine, like maybe the past, because if man came first or woman came first, maybe it's like masculine represents the future and past represents the feminine, or maybe the feminine represents the future and the man represents the past. So because I'm thinking about it, because like from a perspective of, you know, outside of linear time, you can think of kind of these both existing at once. Whereas if you think of it from a perspective of linear time, everything coming from a single point, one thing has to come before the other. So that then creates the implication that perhaps the past and future have a masculine and feminine aspect to it. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think you shouldn't discount either. I like to consider perspectivism, the idea that we should consider different, even seemingly opposing perspectives to understand greater wisdom. Where in the chicken before the egg scenario, man comes first and made woman out of a rib. In the egg before the chicken scenario, woman comes first and was probably self-reproducing. Then man comes second and was created to be not able to reproduce, but only to be able to seed reproduction.
My realistic thought is I think male and female have both always existed simultaneously, because like when you lay it out there, like I think you all guys can agree that neither of those scenarios seem plausible, and that it makes more sense to realize that male and female have always existed. There's never one that came before the other. But at the same time, though, I do wonder if we can consider like that there may be a gendered aspect to time. You know, like just like in the same way we talk about like the spirit and the sort of the material form as having a kind of masculine and feminine properties. What do you think about that, Franklin? The idea that time has those kind of gendered qualities as well in terms of like relating to past, present, future, etc.
I've often considered the notion of like the gendering of, or the ideas behind the gender of time. And I think this is like very much exactly what we were talking about. Like, I think that when we look at time, we're looking at the Ouroboros. We're looking at the head of the serpent, and we're looking at the tail of the serpent. And we're looking at how they wrap themselves around. And so when we look at it, we see the head in Leo in the horoscope, and we see the tail in Cancer. And so the head represents, like we were talking about the Vedic numerology, we're back to that again. The head represents the number 4, which is expressed in the 5th house of the zodiac, which is rather interesting. And in that presence, we're looking at the sun, which is like a masculine archetype in this epoch. And I think they switch. But then we see the lunar space as it's represented in Cancer. And so Cancer, you see a crab. What does a crab do? It walks sideways. What do women do? Women tend to be more subtle. Women tend to like orbit around things and find more subtle solutions. Men are like go straight to like barge through whatever's in the way. You know, we just want to go straight to the point. Women are more interested in looking at different perspectives, often more so than men. Men have to be in tune with their feminine side to be open to that. Yeah, women are like a serpent, man. They want to wrap themselves around things and get into crannies and circulate. And you know, men are like an arrow from a bow, like, you know. We want to get to the point. Yeah, straight on. So I think that notion is very accurate when we look at it as a crab walking sideways, because it's walking sideways because it wants to circle you. And the lion's just going to come straight at you. So I do think that there's a masculine and feminine element to time. And when I look at it, I see the masculine element going forwards, and I see the feminine element going into the past. So the past is our origin, and the future is our end. So the masculine is going towards the end, and the feminine is going towards the origin. So in a sense, that's why the feminine's that serpent that goes inwards.
Yet without women, we wouldn't have a future.
So true. They make a house a home.
That, they make a house a home. They bear our children. Just two men. No baby, no baby will come of that. I paid that much attention in a biology class.
I mean, we came from a woman. They are our origin into the physical world.
And we spent our whole lives trying to get back to that place.
I know it.
So they are both our past and our future, and we are the time traveler. We are like the point in between, perhaps. I don't know.
Absolutely, I like that.
I think that's an interesting point that he brings up when he's talking about the sexual polarity of time, because the women hold both the keys, like the X and the Y, right? And the men, we only hold the X. So that X and Y, you could say, represents the past and the future.
And women have power in that too. We all know if you have like a tiff with your girl and she says no, it's a no. It's not gonna happen. Like you can jump high and low, you can bring up anything that you like, but if she says no, it's no. So even in that regard, she holds a lot of power.
Absolutely.
Like us men, we're simple. We just want to stick it in there, and like very basically put, we're just looking for a hole to stick it in. But women, they're a lot more complicated. They are a lot more, they're more emotional, and that's also the what I have understood is how you connect the divine masculine and divine feminine. It's to connect the mind and the heart.
I feel like women have always subversively ruled society, and we don't really notice. But
absolutely.
Babes, they're the ones that want us to make a home to impress them, and buy things we can't afford to impress them, and take out these loans and live beyond our means, and have things all comfortable and fancy. I don't think men really gravitate towards comfort as much as women do.
No, we're practical. We don't need much. I think if it wasn't for women, we would, like, basically all men, or majority of men, would live very Spartan, very minimalistic. Like we don't need much. Just give us a comfy chair, comfy couch, TV, fridge with food and beer, and I mean we're good.
Man cave.
Yeah, basically. So and how much do you have in a man cave? Basically nothing. Just the necessities, or what we consider to be the necessities. And it's the woman that makes us decorate and have all these all the colors and the arrangement of the furniture. That's like 9 out of 10 times when I'm looking for something new or something that kind of brightens up the place, I'll just ask my wife. I'm like, hon, what do you think? Like, you have an eye for that. If it was up to me, I'd buy the first thing that I see. It's like, yeah, that'll do.
The women will go out and create a she shed. It's like his own home with a roof, windows, a door. There's a man cave. Could be a closet or something, technically.
Yeah, just the space, and that's all we need.
A hole in the ground.
I think that's why we say the number 2, because the word 2, the number 2, and Rob makes a funny point there. Rob reckons we're all pro castration. Trust me, Rob, we're not pro castration. We just recognize, you see, like within men there are women, and within women there are men, if you're doing it right. And in other words, if the woman is in tune with her masculine side, then within her there's a man. Within a man, if a man is doing it right, he also gets in tune with his feminine side, so that he's able to learn and listen and take feedback. Because a masculine attitude is to just close yourself off and just go for your target and forget everything else. You don't learn much in that way. Women tend to over-neurologically try and put too much in their minds, and they become dizzy and confused and all over the shop, and they need a man to root them, pull them down to earth and say, slow down, just one thing at a time. You don't need to have 50 things, With the men, we are more simple in that way. We're wired to be more simple. I don't think we are necessarily more simple anymore because of like pornography, too much beer, too much cigarettes, too much caffeine. It has an impact. And too much sex, probably not good for men either. Yeah, I know you're gonna say no, but it's probably not good for men because we're so simple, we get stuck in our ways easily. That's all we want. When a man has too much sex, it's all he wants. It's just all he can think about. Like, wake up in the morning, sex. Like, because we're simple, we're like a dog in that way, Like, if you start giving your dog treats throughout the day, all the dog's going to want all day long is treats. So, like, we need that discipline that the woman holds to a certain extent in her womb. Like, okay, you can't have sex this week because it's off the menu. Damn. Okay. Without that break, we'd be screwed as men. And so men need to learn self-discipline. It's like we really need to learn it in order to become like manly. Women need to learn to be more, what's the word? More accepting. If that makes sense. Because women can be very particular and specific. And they know what they like. And women need to become more relaxed and less disciplined. Men need to become more disciplined. Because women are actually inherently more disciplined than men, even though they might not seem it, they are. But they become so disciplined in their minds that they create neural overload. And so this is probably why you'll find a lot of women can become quite, what's the word? They can become more neurotic more easily than men, where men can become more simple-minded. So, like, to understand how that number 1 represents simple-mindedness, and the number 2 represents all the potentials of neurosis. But with that neurosis comes an enhanced intelligence.
Yeah.
And with that simple-mindedness comes an enhanced will.
I actually shared a meme with the wifey yesterday about that, about like the difference between men and women. It was like a gym meme, but it's still, it's still accurate. Like the women, they'll host a party and it's like, oh, Kate comes. Like, oh, hell no. Like, we had a fight like 3 months ago and she's not welcome. But, the bros, like, they'll take someone who they met at the gym that very day. It's like, hey, I met this guy at the gym today. He benches 315 for reps. So it's like, okay, that's fine. 315 for reps. Sure. Come on in, man. Have a beer. All good. Like, we're so much more simple in that way. It's like, oh, he's a big guy. 315 for reps. Hell yeah. But with the women, it's like, oh, no, she did this and said that. No. Come on.
It's very interesting when you look at the woke thing that's happening on Earth. And so the woke thing is introducing us all to the number 2 more than we should be. Too much potential. You walk into a supermarket, there's too many options. There's too many potential choices. So you get dizzy. It's like, I came here to get whatever you wanted to get, like coffee. And now you're stuck with like 50 different options of coffee. Then you're like, well, I should probably get hot chocolate. It's like there's all these things. Oh, there's that. I didn't think about that. Oh, this. I should probably. And you end up filling your basket with loads of random stuff when you actually just went there because you needed coffee. I mean, I don't even drink coffee. I don't know why I use that as an excuse. Probably because it's getting late. But my point is, like, we've become so overloaded with information, news, YouTube, film. And in our days, it was much better. Like when I didn't like it when I was young, there were like 3 TV channels to watch. And they ended at like midnight. That was it. 11:30 epilogue. There was all sorts of rubbish on TV late at night that you didn't want to watch. So you only got to watch TV till 11. And it was only really between 8 and 11 that there was really anything worth watching. And there were only like really 3 channels. And that was it. So you didn't get overloaded. And the radio channels, there were a few radio channels. And now there's like so many radio channels. There's so much music. There's so many different genres. There's so much. You've got Netflix. You've got what even in my home, what have I got here? I've got Netflix. I've got Amazon TV, and I've got Disney Plus. And I'm probably going to switch one of them out because I'm getting bored. My little boy is like watched a lot of Disney Plus. Probably going to switch one of them out for Apple TV. But my point is, that's a lot of content.
But it's also very much like encouraged to have that much. Like it's on purpose, you know. The use of streaming services like Spotify and all of that was you have all the choices you need, like everything, but it's on one platform. And now it's like, you know, oh, but if you want this, you'll have to go there. If you want this specific thing, you'll have to go there. Oh, this artist, you can only get there. And the same with, you know, the video streaming services. It's like, you know, Netflix was good. When it first came up as a streaming service, at least, it was good. It had, you know, decent choice, not the greatest, but, you know, at least people stopped pirating stuff. Then Disney came with their own. It's like, okay, Disney, sure. You know, everything that Disney ever made on one streaming service. Hell yeah, for the kids, you know, and for us millennials who are homesick for the old days. But now, like, how many freaking streaming services do you have? And if you want to watch everything that you like, you know, every series that you like, every film that you like, you have to basically get them all. So a lot of people just went back to pirating, which is so stupid because those streaming services were to prevent pirating or, you know, stop pirating. But now, like, you'll easily pay, I don't know, if you want to get a couple of streaming services because, you know, there are a couple movies you like and a couple shows you like, and like, you'll pay $60, $70 a month for all those streaming services, which, you know, becomes too expensive. And it's like, yeah, but I want to watch these movies and I want to watch this show. But if I want to watch this show, I have to switch over to, you know, that streaming service or channel or whatever. It's, again, as you said, too much. And, you know, especially for, you know, for us men who like to keep it simple, straight to the point, you know, that's what we need. Like, we have one favorite brand of beer, one favorite brand of coffee. We have, like, what, 3-4 t-shirts in relation that we wear every day. 1 pair of jeans, 2 maybe, like a pair of jeans that's comfortable, a pair of jeans that you can wear to parties. I mean, that's that's it. But now it's like, no, it's, it's this and it's that and it's this and all the other things. And yeah, as men, like, we're becoming incredibly overwhelmed, because it's like, well, I just asked for simplicity and you gave it to me, and now you're making the simplicity complicated.
And it's interesting how complex it gets, because it blew me away when I saw that the people in America are paying more for YouTube Premium. I was like, what? Like, I pay like $3-4 a month for YouTube Premium. They're paying a lot more. And my Amazon Prime, I pay about €4.50 a month here in South Africa to watch it. But I think in Europe you'd pay about 10. I noticed my Netflix is overcharging me heavily.
Well,
because I've got a family pack, because my mom used to watch my Netflix. But then they started making it hard for her to stream. So she had to get her own Netflix, because I paid for a family pack, which was like more, so that I could give it to my brother, my mother, and my home. Because you pay for a big family pack, it's better, and then everybody can watch on your profile. But now I'm still paying for that. And I realized the other day, like, hold on, do I need all of that? Oh, but that's where you get your 4K. All right. So then I can't get my 2K. I got a 2K TV. So then I got to scale it down to 180p, and I'm like, maybe I should just do away with Netflix.
No, but that's another thing. All those packages, like, you have the basic package, which is, it's good, it's decent, but it's a little better if you upgrade it, because you get a bit more. Like, the image is a little sharper, the sound is a little clearer, you get a couple more shows, and then at a certain point it's like, like, I really want to watch this show, but that's another upgrade to the package. And like, yeah, before like you're 4 or 5 upgrades in, and you're paying like $50 a month for just Netflix.
So they've definitely created complexity in our lives for this purpose, I think, for men to become neurotic.
Yeah.
They want men neurotic, because we don't do multitasking as well as women do, right? We can. Some men are better at multitasking. I'm probably better than most men at multitasking, but that's just because I'm wired that way, like, I've always been what's the word? Singular in my thing. So I've always liked to do a lot of things at once. I've always been lazy. That's what it is. I'm so lazy that if I've got a lot of stuff to carry, I won't do 2 trips. I'll do 1 trip. I'll break my back carrying everything in 1 trip if it means I'm doing 1 trip.
But that's the manly thing, right? It's like, multiple trips? Fuck no, I'm a man. I can do this.
And so I'll overdo it, and then you'll get to the point where you're carrying too much stuff. Like, I get my shopping delivered, and I want to carry everything in 1 load. But now I've got so much stuff that when I'm coming up the stairs, I've got like big bags of pockets of potatoes sliding down my shoulder. I've got to clamp it with my ear. Oh, squashing my ear. Then this thing's like hanging here, and I've got like 5 packets or whatever in each hand. And you end up making mistakes.
Yeah.
Something falls on the floor, you go, dang.
You'll become creative. Like, you'll find very creative ways to freaking carry everything.
Definitely. But it is interesting, the differences between the numerations of the 1 and the 2, and that 3 then represents the balance in the same way that 6 represents the balance, and then 9 represents the differences and the balance.
3 also
in balance.
So were you saying
What
6?
a concept.
Was that the last one 6?
No. 3 represents the differences bound together. 6 represents the balance and the harmony of all as that singular reflection. And then 9 represents that harmony and that separate balances. So you got like the balances, and then you got the structure. Because if you look at the number 6, you've got 2 triangles moving in different directions, right? One up, one down. And when you look at the number 3, you've just got 1 triangle. So it's directional. Where number 6 represents both the masculine and the feminine being represented in equal proportions. Where in the number 3, it seems that the feminine is being represented more than the masculine. And then in the number 9, you've got the feminine being represented more than the masculine, applied to the masculine being represented in equal proportions to the feminine, which then gives you a whole different, you know, that 9-pointed star, rotating star, which is quite an interesting concept. If you think about it, it brings back the fairness to everything in terms of the numerations, because 3 seems to be that fundamentally manifesting number.
Yeah.
And 6 just keeps everything in place. And then 9 is that primal manifesting number and the 6 to keep it in place. So it's still locked in a sense, with 9.
Then if you go to the 10, you have the 6 again. You know, if you think of the 2 pyramids like intertwined with each other, they are 4 points converging into 1 times 2. So that's, you know, 5 points times 2. But then you have the Merkaba, or the Star of David again, which is the 6. So the 10 brings that harmony, brings that balance again.
Yeah, there's something very interesting with the Decad. You know, and we speak about Desi cow. Desi means cow in India, which is quite interesting. Which makes me think of Taurus, because the Desi representing that bovine element makes me consider the toric field. And I think the 10 is that toric field in dynamic action, because the toric field, you could represent it as 9, right? Why is a toric field represented as 9? There is a rising triangle, there is a falling triangle, and then there is the spiraling triangle, right? So a toric field has got that way, and going around itself like a donut. So when you consider that, you've got 3 triangles moving together to make the number 9. And then 10 is when that structure is sort of viewed as an object. 9 is you've got all the principles happening. 10 is it's just one toric field. 9, it's got these 3 things happening. Yeah? Convergence, emergence, and penetration. So women need to be penetrated. Men need to emerge. And children need to converge. On the line between mom and dad. And they also bring mom and dad together to form a triangle, you know, because then mom is looking at the 3rd point and dad is looking at the 3rd point. Everybody's focused on the child. So that brings a new perspective for both the parents. It's very interesting when we consider the nuclear family in such a fashion.
And the further you go up, the more triangles there are. If you take mom and dad as one, like they have 2 parents, you know, take them apart, they have 2 parents.
Yeah, that's very interesting. because when you think of alchemy, so modern alchemy is representing the circle and the square, which is 360 both, and the triangle, which is 180. So this brings us to, what does it bring us to? 180 plus 360 becomes 540. But in its complete form, when you're adding that 360 again to the 540, right, you end up with 900. So the numbers expressed by the triangle in the circle, with the square inside, adds up to 900, which is quite interesting if we consider the Ennead as the 3 octave being expressed in 6, add a 0, and the 6 octave being expressed in 9, add a 0. So that 900 is subtly suggesting that we're connecting the 3, the 6, and the 9. Which in itself is rather interesting if you think about it. And you know, when you add up 3 plus 6 plus 9, you end up with 18. And so you got the 1 and the 8. And those are both sort of masculine in a sense.
And 18 is the age at which you're, in most countries at least, legally a adult.
Legis. You can be put on a ledger. Yeah.
Legacy.
Yeah, legacy.
At 18, you are a adult, so you have to start thinking about your legacy. What is your legacy going to be?
Unless you're American.
Yeah, then you're just fucked.
Because in America, you guys have a lot focused on 21. You're not allowed to drink a beer at 18. What a concept.
Yeah, you're allowed to go in the army at 18, so, you know, become a well-paid, well-trained government assassin. But don't you dare drink a beer.
You'll be a very sober assassin.
And you're allowed to drive a car at 16.
That I've always wrapped my head around that.
I mean,
it seems like a cool system in a way.
Like back when I was 16, if you put me in a car, that was not going to go well. I can tell you that much. I would have wrecked multiple cars. I would have wrecked myself multiple times. But for some reason, at least in the US, they find 16-year-olds, you know, old enough to drive a metal box on wheels, you know, a death trap with an engine.
Namaste to our new additions to this conversation. I'm sorry if you guys have been waiting. I was like zoning out. I didn't even see the bottom of the screen. Probably because I've got the screen made a bit bigger for me eyes. But welcome.
We were having fun in the backstage. It's all good.
How long were you guys here?
It was like 5-10 minutes. It wasn't long.
Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long. Thank God. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing that you guys came in the clockwise circle. So Cosmic's back. We've got Chris Minor. Chris is a musician. So this numbers, you missed the, I don't know if you were watching, you know, you might not. You missed the earlier part where we were discussing like the really interesting Pythagorean mathematics and sound. Which
yeah, no, I missed it. I came in right on women need to be penetrated on that line they use. That's
good line, man. Good line.
Women
need it, man. But you know they do. But so Chris is a researcher and an occult occultist in his own right. Obviously coming from Steiner background and probably Rosicrucian and Western cosmology and cosmogony. And he's done a lot of research into a lot of other things, you know, what's going on in the world. Ooh, the dizzy stuff that makes you dizzy. And he's a musician and he's a podcaster. He's been doing podcasting. I can't remember the lady's name, but I'm sure he's going to tell you about her in a minute.
With Emily Moyer is who I started with. Emily Moyer and Michael Wan were the first few shows I did, but now it's just me and Emily.
You and Emily. Wow.
Yeah, you can find her on YouTube, and her Patreon is Off Planet Media.
That's, I think I've come across that, but I just never seem to be able to open it.
Yeah, she has you have to use like a she has monthly. If you look in the description of even the last video that I'm in with Benjamin Balderson, it's the what does she call them? She calls them like elementary school, because we're doing the periodic tables. There's a discount code or for like a free month or free 3 months, whatever she made it. So if anything's behind her paywall, you could watch for free for a few months at least.
Right. Well, it's an honor to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. We've also got PK. Yeah, PK he's an interesting gentleman as well. He's very into the language, very into the roots of verbs, nouns, and comparing different ideas related to words, where they come from. Obviously, very much embedded into the occult sciences as well, because the logos is the core of it. And it's a total honor to have you guys on the show. Please say a few words about yourselves and jump in. I'm sure you guys have thoughts in your mind to share.
So much number talk. I'm here to talk numbers. I really like where what Indy was saying earlier. I feel like he's done a lot of the same exercises, come to a lot of the same conclusions I have too. It seems like with just playing with different base number systems. And Franklin, I noticed that you have been saying base 12 math here in this stream, which I thought we agreed on was kind of a misnomer. Math is math.
It is a misnomer, but it's easier to understand
the relations and numbers. Yeah. Don't matter. Or like what you call them, what symbol you write. It's not going to change. 5 minus 1 equals 4. You call it whatever, you know, all this stuff. So, yeah, fun topic. Lots of things to think about. The numerology, Pythagorean reduction, I'd like to talk about, or AKA digital root, because, you know, you use a different base number system, then you're going to completely change your digital roots. You know, for example, base 10, the number 12 would reduce to a 3. If we used base 12, for example, we would write 1 dozen as using the numbers 1 and 0. Therefore, it would reduce to a 1. And so all these things would change as far as the reduction goes. But that's not math. That's not math. That is reduction based on a number system that you choose to use. So I'll stop there.
This is kind of an interesting point there, but you are right that it literally doesn't change the math. I think what the number system does change, though, is kind of the relationship between the numbers and the sort of the symmetrical forms that they create. Because if you think about what like a number like base system is, it's essentially a fractal, because it's like if you think of base 10, it's like you think of the numbers like 100, 1000. That's kind of a subset of like the 10 fractal sort of expanding outward, and whatever number you have plugged into your fractal is going to determine the shape, the geometry, and how these numbers kind of have harmonic resonances with each other. So I think in that context, like, you're totally right that, you know, addition, subtraction, none of that's going to change. It's what changes is sort of our perception of the relationship between the numbers and how they interact with each other.
Ooh, so one more example so you were just saying, I think you're talking about 18, Franklin, and how it reduces to 9 or something. And so 15 as well. Go ahead, Franklin. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying, how can 2 9s make 1 8? 18.
I love it.
Yeah.
So another thing too about 15, I thought was cool. You guys were playing with the magic square, or the square of Saturn, and how it was like all rows, columns, all that equals adds up to 15. And then because we use the base 10 system, you would reduce it to a 6 and be like, oh, well, it's a 6. Now, what's cool, what I think interesting is talking about math doesn't change. We all know 1 plus add 1 through 4, you get 10, right? That's the Tetractys, all this like Pythagorean stuff. Add 1 through 5, what do you get? 15. Now 1 plus 5 equals 6. But if we used, for example, a different base system, base 12, we would represent the number 15 by the digits 1 and 3, because it'd be 1 dozen and 3. That would equal 15. What we call 15, it'd still be the same, quantity. Now, 1 dozen 3 would reduce to 4. So see how all this stuff changes. Now, I think, though, that systems are built. There are maybe myths and gematria and stuff like this that do correlate to different base systems, where, I know big in the Hebrew and the rabbis, they would kind of say like, oh, this word equals, whatever, 320. And it equals something that reduces to 9. And then they would put forward like, okay, well, then that relates to Yesod. And they would use that as sort of justification in their system, which could be true if the people who built such system made up words in that way, that it would reduce to 9 because it has some sort of signification with Yesod, for example. So, I think there's something to it, but what I think is important is to know, like Indy was making a great point earlier about, and Indy, I'll help you out with a word here. It's called the penultimate, how he was talking about how, like, whatever base system you use, like the 11 acts like the 9 in a base 12, or in a base 6, the 5 will act like the 9. Because it all like comes back to itself. That is a symptom. That is something that happens because it is the penultimate number, the next to last number in a base system. And so I think it's important that then, we distinguish that quantity of that quality of like this number reverting back to itself, as we attribute to 9, as that is a outcome of being the penultimate number in our base 10 system, not a specific quality having to do with the number 9. And so that's why I think it's important to kind of make distinctions like that. And I think it helps our understanding a little bit more to, point that stuff out.
That's a good term, penultimate. I know they use that in an Australian comedy that I love. I think it's called Follow That Car or something to that degree. But he says, "Oh, that's the most penultimate movie," like multiple times. In the cab driver keeps correcting him, like, penultimate is not what you think it means. But I was laughing my ass off. But that's pretty cool. That I was referring to it as a magic number, but it's good to know the technical term for that being the penultimate number there. Which is interesting. But I also wanted to mention that the base 6 number system also shows us the relationship of the prime numbers, that they only fall under 2 columns. It's only in that system that you can see those 2 columns form.
Yeah, that's very...
There's an equation. Well, the equation, right, is like 6n plus or minus 1 or something. Is kind of how you can identify primes, but it's not every number that is 6n plus or minus 1 is a prime. Right. But so there's also patterns like that too. I did it out in base 12 before, and it's like the 1, the 3, the 5 I don't know, but there were certain columns like that as well. So that's very interesting. The base 6, I never did it out in the base 6, so that's really cool. It's what columns is it? The 5 and the
5 and the 12. It would probably, I would guess, 1, 5, 6, and 11 would be the columns.
No, definitely not 6 because that's an even number.
6 would fall into because it'd be 1 in the next system. It'd be 11. So if you took the next 6 and 12 and just dropped it underneath, and you keep going in columns, that's how the base 6 number system works. So 6 would fall in the 1 column, and the 11 would fall in the 5 column.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
It throws you off though, because it's nothing we're used to.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, getting back to that image that we had of here, and I think this image is so profoundly telling. And you know, people speak of like a 10 base system of numerating the 9 numbers. It's actually a 9 base system, but we call it 10 because 10 is the second octave of 9, right? Obviously. So when we look at all 9 numbers represented as it is here in the system, which is, and I call this the human system, right? Because of the numbers of holes on our body, and one hole is closed up for the umbilical, but it's still there. It's a vestige. So all of that is the 10th hole, representing the 9 holes that are related to the 10th hole, relating to the 10 digits. I do think that if we had 12 fingers, then we would do better having 12 numerations or 11 numerations that fit into a 12 system. If we had 8 fingers, we would do better with a 7 numeration system that fit into an 8-fold system. The fact that we are designed with 10 fingers puts us in here, and this is very interesting. People argue that, wow, what's wrong with the number system the way it is because 10 isn't practical, but there's something quite profound being shown to us here with this number square of Saturn, which is representing the forces of manifestation, essentially. You know, 8. Well, what he has eaten is what I ate becomes the substance of my body. There's a reason why that word does that. And right at the heart of the system, we have the number 5. And if one had a 12 system, one would lose a certain core integrity of 3 octaves of 3. You see, we speak of our number system as being based on 10, when actually it's really based on 9. And it's actually, the 9 is based on 3. And the 3 is based on the yang yin, which is actually a reflection of duality, where duality finds a singular expression for the dual nature, which we call polarity. So it's very interesting why we have the Ennead as the human system. And I don't think it's arbitrary at all. I think it has a lot to do with the way in which, what we were talking about earlier, it's got a lot to do with the fingers and the touch and the feeling and the way in which we engage with the universe through our 10 digits. And interestingly enough, you know, if we get to the point where we develop a 12th finger, then we would probably need a system to reflect that math. What do you guys think about that? That the physiognomy of humanity is somehow relevant? Or do you think it's just arbitrary?
No, I think it is. That makes a lot of sense. What we were saying earlier, how like we have the control of 10 fingers, and so we can coordinate the movement of 10 individual fingers in our mind separately. Not that we necessarily do, but we can, like, to some degree, you know, we can break those down also into, like, use different arrangements of 10, like, and now I have 3 arrangements, things like that. So in our minds, we can break down 10 in our minds a lot faster and easier because we're used to doing it in our hands. And we can use our hands as a tool to count on as well. So it makes a lot of sense. And I think that's probably why we still, even though you said that they use a base 60 number system, they used only 1 through 9 numerals and a 10 base to write the numbers or to mention the numbers. So that makes a lot of sense.
What do you think, Chris?
I'm still thinking. Keep going. You guys keep discussing. I was just looking at the base 60 system for a minute because it takes me longer to develop thoughts on numbers. I'm better with words. Honestly, if it was up to me, we'd get rid of them all. I hate numbers. I'm a huge fan.
I also wanted to just correct myself. Yeah, he said 6 wouldn't be in the column of 1, and he's right. I was trying to say 7 and 11, but I was wrong. It was not 6. 7 and 11 would be the 2 columns of 12 in the 12 base number system, additional to 1 and 5. And 7 and 11
Yeah.
numbers.
I think that there are within the Ennead system, there are different reflections of how it gets used. So like the 12 notation base system that we're using basically reflects 4 cycles of 3. And 4 cycles of 3 is very different to 3 cycles of 3. Because when we consider the way in which our physiognomy is created, and now we're talking not just physical physiognomy, we're talking about spiritual physiognomy as well. We have a physical body, which seems to be physical, but from my perspective, is a convergence of 3 different bodies in one place. So we've got our energy, our astral, our emotional body. We've got our mental, our structuring, shaping body. And with the astral come the chakras, which are the spinning vortices of energy that fill the containers. And with the etheric come the containers, the sephirot, that are filled with the essence of the chakra energy, and yang and yin. And then we have these 2, which are polarities of each other. We also have this coming from the Tao, which encompasses both of these, which is the causal body, as it's called in Vedic cosmology, or the Atzilut, as it's called in Kabbalistic cosmogony or cosmology. And this then represents the seat of the soul, as it were, that takes on different identities. And so it takes on first the emotional core ego identity. And then upon that emotional core ego identity comes the next onion layer, skin. And you've got to understand this is inside out. It's all on the inside out. The next skin layer is then the persona, which is a more thought-based, idea-based, like based upon my emotions, these are my ideas, and this is how I'm going to behave. So my persona then becomes an expression of my emotional field. But instead of it being layers on top, it's all contained within the causal body, which is what we can refer to as the Akashic field, the Akashic body, the Akashic records, that space where all time, past and future, are all in a state of equanimity, where we're able to traverse the information of the scope of time and have visions of the past and the future in real time. And from this causal field, it is then structured into the smaller space of the astral field, which is containing the Ida Nadi, of what they call the Ida Nadi, or you could relate to it as the pillar of love, or the pillar of mercy in the Kabbalistic school of thought. And this then becomes its nadi, or its channel, or its node through which this 3 is manifesting. You look at the tree of life, it's all about the number 3. There's 3 points manifesting. There's 3 points manifesting. You look across, there's 3 points manifesting. You look across, there's 3 points. You look at the triad at the top, there's 3 points. You look at the triad that they call the astral, that they call the supernal. Then you got the what they call the astral triad at the bottom. Then what they call the emotional triad, because these were men that were studying ancient things. They didn't really necessarily go to India and study the other side of the coin to see how it fits together from a different perspective, to understand the original thing better, because people were so stuck in their own box of cultural legacy And this, I think, was more of a problem in the past than what it is now because of the eclectic nature of the world. It's easier to get related to those other ways. So in India, we see the same principle. We see the Shushumna being an expression that holds the polarity of the Ida, the astral field, the emotional intelligence related to the pituitary gland, which is on the, controlling node, nadi of the emotions, the feelings, the moods, obviously an extension of the hypothalamus. It's a little sphere within the hypothalamus. And then the Pingala nadi, which is the left brain controlling the right side of the body, which is the pineal gland. And the pineal gland obviously is your thinking, regulating the timing and the resonant frequencies of your central nervous system, so that the little bits of thoughts can be transmitted through the wiring of the brain, because there are electromagnetic fields radiating into the body from the etheric, right? In the same way that there's fields radiating into the hormones from the astral. And these two fields are actually part of one substrate structure, which we could call the causal, which is what lives on beyond the etheric being removed from the astral, and the astral being removed from the causal when we leave this world behind, but we're still left with our causal. That doesn't get restructured or changed. It just, the way in which it gets splits change depending upon what the upload has been from the etheric, because we're uploading from the etheric and we're downloading from the astral, like an internet connection. So we're downloading our traits and we're uploading what we've learned to change our traits, so that the causal body is in a state of evolution itself. So these three fundamental principles, whether you're looking at the spiritual architecture of humanity or of mankind, or whether you're looking at the physical, where it gets interesting, because you've got the right side and the left side, right? And then you've got the front side and the back side. However, the front side of the brain works in conduit with the left side, and the back side works in conduit with the right side. And so you've got this third principle happening. You've got this flow up and down of these two nadis through the 33 nodes of the spine, but you've also got a rotational field. And that rotational field then becomes what binds these two systems in a synergetic expression. And within the notion of a toric field, you have these three things happening. So hence our numbers and our digits all bring us back to the number 3. And the number 3 finds its expression in its completion when it's standing in 9. 12 becomes the next octave of 3. So the 3 aspects of the spiritual iconography as bound is bound in 3. But when we're looking at 12, it's now becoming physical. So 12 would be good for calculating things like quantities as a notational system. But for using the numerological system for understanding thought in a more abstract and subtle way, 9 still holds more water in terms of the spiritual dynamic. What do you guys think about these notions?
Here's the question.
Sorry, brother.
Could you repeat the question?
He's saying
the fundamental structure of the spiritual body is 3 principles. And we see this in the Kabbalah, we see this in Taoism, we see this in Vedic cosmogony and Vedic cosmology. And so these 3 fundamental principles of the triple goddess, or the Trinity, however you want to put it in, are the fundamental basis of the numerations. And that these 3, as we've been discussing before, relates to the mother, the father, and the child, right? And to our generation, which is the 7th fundamental principle. We can see it within the Hermetic principles, that the first 3 principles of Hermes are the fundamental structure throughout the whole 7 principles, and that the 7 principles of Hermes break down to the 9. I'll show you quickly what I mean. You've got the principle of mentalism. Everything is a mental field, but the mental field cannot be divided. Nothing can be taken from it. Nothing can be added to it, because it's complete in its own structure. However, vibration comes into a being. The vibration can only come into being if quantum entanglement exists. Quantum entanglement means that an object can exist in 2 points at one time. So it doesn't actually have to leave its abode in the mentalist sphere to exist here. It exists there and here simultaneously. Hence, this is a dream, like hint, hint, shamanic. So that means that the integrity of the monad, the integrity of the mental sphere of the first principle of Hermes is maintained due to the quantum entanglement field sustaining the vibrational potential. There's your first trinity. Now, the next trinity becomes the vibrational field, thus needs to relate to energy, because where there is vibration, there's movement. So the energy needs to come into being. Hence, polarity is an expression of energy. So we now have polarity expressing energy. And then from the polarity, we need to then have a rhythm, because rhythm is what combines energy expression with vibration, because the vibration has to have consistency in order for it to be vibration. Otherwise, it would be something else. So there has to be some kind of a pattern involved, and energy always follows the patterns. Hence, it is locked into the system of rhythm. So there we have the next two principles, which create a tree. Now you'll notice that the principle of vibration is mentioned twice in two trinities. So the principle of vibration has two special places. Hence, in Vedic cosmology, you've got a band here, a very important band. Hence, in the Kabbalistic cosmogony, you've got the duat here. And the duat has got the mystic connection with Bina, which represents the triple goddess, which represents the living ocean and the dead ocean. But what isn't mentioned in that duality is the fact that these two oceans are combined within the mother, a polarity within the mother, which is 3. And so this principle here is thus reflecting this notion that the duat also contains within it the pit, or the abyss, which is that third potential, binding the other two potentials. And so this thus becomes an important point, and it has two places. Then we go into the heart sphere energy. Then we come back to the point of rhythm. Now the point of rhythm becomes the beginning of the next cycle of 3. Thus the rhythm binds us to the consistency of cause and effect, which is the response of the rhythms of the different proverbial pendulums swinging the vibrational state, which are brought about through the quantum entangling effects of the corresponding notions that are connecting to each other through the vibrational field to express the consistency of rhythm in order to be able to tangibly focus on the effects that are being produced by these rhythms. Hence, the 6th principle of Hermes comes into cause and effect. So we now have the second swivel point around which the next trinity is shaping itself, and that thus has to become combined with all of the features expressed in the previous 6 in order to produce the 7th, which is that fundamental reflection of the quantum entanglement field, which is that things are corresponding to each other as that is reflected in energy, as above, so below, as that is reflected in masculine and feminine coming together to generate in the principle of generation. And so you see that in this system, the Manipura point has got 2 important facets here. Manipura in Vedic cosmology means the gem that touches all things, Manipura. Then Visuddhi is the throat chakra, which is the vibrational field, the word of God, if you will. So these 2 points are accentuated twice, producing 9 from 7. So even the 7 principles of Hermes are subtly expressing the innuendo of 9, and the 7 chakras, which reflect these 7 principles, are reflecting this. Hence, we can see the combination in the etheric and the astral, and why we have 9 sephirot that then compound within the physical goof of the body and reflect all 9 principles in the body, which are once again just 3 principles being reflected in 3 octaves to 9. You wouldn't get that 3 octaves expressing 3 principles into 9 and be able to have that Saturn square here that points back at the number 5 for the 5 fingers, and the 5 holding the connection between the astral and the etheric frequencies of consciousness, which is 108, as we see expressed through the chakric system of the Vedic cosmology, and their 3 deity systems having 108 nodes, and the 72 quinence system of the etheric field, as we have used as our legacy based upon our wheel of astrology, obviously being the quinence based upon the 12 number system. So you see, this is very interesting thing that we've got here. The one is the 9 on the 12, and the other one is the 12 on the 6. But the 3 is what's being expressed by both the 6 and the 9. And so here's Tesla's little hint of the 3 being expressed in 6, the etheric system, or the 3 being expressed in the astral, the 9 system, in order to give us this composite 108 and 72 that we see on the pentagram, or the center of the Saturnial cube, the black sun.
It's interesting.
Yeah?
Go ahead. Sorry. Well, I was just going to say real quick, it's interesting that 12 times 9 is 108, and 12 times 6 is 72. Sort of just goes with what you're saying. Yeah.
Cool.
But I do think that when it comes to quantification, 12 is a better system. This is why the macrocosm is subjectified or expressed in 12s. And the interesting point is that 12 is the mystic notion of 13. So there's a hidden suggestion at 13 when we're looking at 12. And when we're looking at 6, we don't seem to focus on 6. We seem to focus on what 6 represents, which is 7, which in itself is the inner microcosm. So it's very interesting how these numbers all stem from 3. And when we look at 12, we now have the Guf. We now have Malkut accounted for, because we've got all 3 of those cycles fitting into the next cycle, which is the body. And so now we need that next rotation of 3, 12. So 12 then becomes the natural expression of physical matter, I think, because it contains 1 and 2, masculine and feminine. I don't know, what do you guys think about the notion of 12 being representing masculine and feminine?
Well, if you think about, like, we go back to your mother, child, mother, father, child sort of analogy, maybe 10 is like the child, and then the 11 and 12 is like the mother and father of the 10. Or maybe that's why the 12 system makes more sense.
I like that.
Yeah, in reference to the question earlier, I feel like the base number being 3, it said that the 3, the Trinity-based belief systems come from Atlantean mystery school, and they create these Trinity or triad or trine-based systems where there's 3 as part of their mystery school to impose belief systems that can allow people to fall into ignorance of the occult. And so when we look into a deeper understanding, we go into 6, the mirrored aspect of 3. So there's the 3 above and the 3 below. And so when we see the 3 hidden below in the mirror, that's a deeper aspect. Then when we get to 9, there's the fractalized aspect of 3. 3 sets of 3. And so we have 9 is like an even deeper version of 3, where 3 is being mirrored and fractalized into deeper aspects. We're seeing more complex systems. The systems that are based on 3 are simplified. And usually in those systems, there's an aspect of bait that is posed to the viewers that draws them in. And it's usually just one thing. It's either usually forgiveness or the endurance of suffering, or one thing that rings true to people that draws them in. And then they're kept from having a deeper understanding of the other systems that go further. But if you go into mysticism, you'll see a deeper aspect. If you go into the occult, you see another deeper aspect as well.
I think there's something quite interesting in that when we're looking at why does the word 9 mean no? What do you guys think about that? Anybody looked at the etymology of 9? Germanic?
I feel like a lot of times the things that are good are posed as bad, and bad things are posed as good. And so when we say things with our words, they're spells, and they're making us say things that actually by meaning say the opposite of what we're trying to say. And so by saying things that we're trying to do in the wrong way, we're sabotaging the spell of what we're trying to do. And so when we say things are heavy, are they heavenly? Is heavy bad? And so I think what people have been coaxed to understand is that comfort is good, and that anything that's a challenge is bad and worth avoiding in our society. I think a lot of that has been pushed on us, where people have been pushed away from strengthening ourselves through approaching adversity and approaching challenges and being able to see it as a way to strengthen ourselves. We now see there's a way to strengthen ourselves by buying some gas-powered or electric tool that's going to be able to surpass that boundary for us. And if you know how to operate that machine or that tool, then you're doing well in our society. We're stepping further and further away from being able to attain harmony by being able to live without some kind of a device interceding. And we can be able to do that with our body and the nature. It's a sacred experience.
I was also going to say, I guess in regards to the number 9 and the word 9 being, I think, no in German, I was also thinking about how the word divine and 9, like 9 is a sort of a division. Divinity is like a division of 9. And I'm also thinking about the connection between the word divide and the word divine are very similar sounding. And there's a sort of like the Eid and the Ein.
That's true.
Yeah, it's very interesting because we look at the syllable ni, nai, ni. So, and na. So this relates to the Muladhara chakra in cosmic, in Vedic cosmological pursuits. So like Om, Na, Ma, Shi, Va, Ya. These syllables relate to the chakras, relate to gaining control, because these are roots, these are seed roots of words. And from these words, from these seed roots, other things developed to become more complex. So these are the seed roots in Sanskrit that relate to the powers of each chakra. And so that relates to Muladhara. Now, Muladhara relates to the root. And the root chakra, I think, is the most misunderstood thing, because it actually compounds the number 4. So we've got the 4 petals. And so there's something quite interesting being expressed, I think, with the syllable, which relates to 4, that's being expressed here in 9, if that makes sense. Na-in. So, na-in. There's something quite interesting, I think, of a subtle expression relating to 4, and 4 being fundamental because the things are made out of 4 parts in the physical body. So 9 is going to give rise to the 4 elements, if that makes sense. This is why when you look in, like, if you look at Malkut, Malkut's 4 different color spectrums, because there's 4 different grades of color for the Sephirot in the Kabbalistic systems. So you look at, there's always 4 colors within Malkut, always. And it's like you look at that cross. Okay, let's take a look. The most obvious one would be the rose cross. So let's rose cross. I'll get it. Golden Dawn version, probably easiest to see, because they do tend to represent their images quite neatly. But so if we look at this, we can see here there's like a lot of information being expressed here. Hold on, I should just.
There's a lot of stuff where I think like the number 9 and the word no are being combined in that language, where people are saying instead of saying no, they're giving magical response. The number 9 in another Germanic language, English, is a sacred number. And so in a lot of ways, when we say hello, we're saying hell. Oh, and how are you doing? I'm well. Are you a well? Are you in a well? Did you fall in a well? You know, it's not looking good with the way we look at the words sometimes that we use. Like we're saying things that the things that we value, like we're going to work, we're going to earn money, we're going to be in an urn. And so, you know, the things that we're trying to say, it's just, you have to be considerate of these spells that we use. And they point out the ones that really stick out. We start to realize how we could frame our words better and differently, maybe create better magic for ourselves.
I think that's really interesting. The word well, I imagine, would have been in old times an upward welling stream coming from that deep, deep earth water, which is so clean and pure and like possibly H3O. I don't know.
I like welling. Yeah, I didn't think of that. That's good.
So like that represents a healing font.
Say what you just said again.
You were saying
I've heard stories. I don't know the veracity of it, but that there's different kinds of water under the earth.
Yeah.
That is supposedly more potent and powerful. I've heard some people referring to it or trying to refer to it as H3O. Is it H3O? I could be getting that wrong.
Yeah,
it's interesting that you just even bring up water, because as I'm looking through the etymology of 9, you could find various cultures where at the etymology of 9 in the form of like ni, it means water. So
it's in the Vedic word too, pani. Pani means water in India. So it's I think it's very much true, and it comes to that wellspring that comes from Muladhara, the Kundalini, is an upward rising river, which is that healing font of like representing that squirt coming out of Shiva's head. That is the purified system of Kundalini that has started in the well, right, of the base of the spine and moved through all the chakras to connect with the most divine aspects. I think it represents the chemical wedding and Mercury in its most refined and perfect position. Once again, the number 5. So we've got this 4 bound in the Muladhara, in the root, which I think is being expressed in the word 9, but it's leading towards 5 at the center of that Saturnial wheel, right? Which the 5 number on that magical square, it's the only one that touches all of the other numbers. Hence, we say that Mercury is able to traverse all aspects of the spiritual planes. Only Mercury, that aspect of ourselves, which is why the chemical wedding, Mercury is such an important player in that game, right? Like the salt is there to purify and work that mercurial content to become its full potential. But like you say, there's this hidden thing in there, and that 5, it's pointing at the 5. It's coming from the 4 and it's moving to the 5. And so 4 moving towards 5, I think, is an expression of 9. And I think that's really what's being hinted at often. So we look at this picture, for example, and here we see like what I was sort of explaining before. I should have brought this picture up. It would have probably been a good way to look at things quite easily. Let me get back to the root of this picture. So here we see we've got the 3 aspects. We've got the 3 aspects, and we've got the 3 aspects, right? And so this brings us to the numerations of 9. And obviously at the center of 9, we've got the pentagram, right? This is what's expressed in the Saturn cube. Now here we have obviously the three fundamental principles from whence all of the numbers are arising. And then we have the outer ring, the manifestational sphere, 12, and the inner ring, the ring of 7. And so the 7 is quite interesting in a sense, if we consider like the number 7. It's a very awkward number in my perspective. It's a beautiful number, but there's something awkward about 7. And I think it represents that awkwardness within us that holds the potential of 6. So it's like a subtle ood towards like I'm moving towards that inner but not revealing it. And then we see suddenly when we're moving beyond the 3 cycles of 3, which is the 9, into the 10, we now are embodying the 6. And the 6 then becomes the expression of the 4. So here is where we have Ni being expressed. And so that Ni, and all of these are all dancing around the pentagram. And that pentagram is that number 5 that is at the center of that numerical square that touches all things. And that numerical square, by the way, which is interesting, like what we were talking about earlier, right? This then is effectively a Vedic birth chart. I don't know if you've seen them, but that's what a Vedic birth chart looks like. That's how they draw them to this day. There's no circles, there's just 9 blocks, and that's the 9 planetary influences. So it's you know, it is quite interesting that 3 system also is the tree, right? The tree goes up and it goes down. So it implies duality that is bound by a trunk. And a true, ankh, right? The ankh. So the true ankh is bound in the tree, reflecting the 3, because the roots and the branches lead up and downwards. So there's something quite interesting in that idea of the tree of life, and that is then once again the axis mundi, and the 12 numerations revolve around the axis mundi, do they not? Not numerations,
Absolutely.
the 12 the 12 constellations. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Interesting. Now I've been looking through the basics number system, and if you look in the columns, there's these numbers that show up that aren't prime numbers. The first of which, being 5 squared, shows up. Then 5 times 7. Then 7 squared showed up. Then 5 times 11, 5 times 13. Then 7 times 11. Then 5 times 23, 5 times 17, 5 times 19, 5 times 23. And then all of a sudden, 5 times 25 shows up. Now, all the numbers before that were primes. Times 5, which is another prime. But then all of a sudden, at 125, 25 shows up in that column. So once you think that you're seeing like a pattern in these numbers, it starts to change. But there's got to be a way to decipher what's going on there. And so I've been working on that for a long time.
Those numbers are very telling.
They very much are. And I made a beautiful art from the numbers. You make a multiplication system, and just instead of a number, you just use a symbol or a line. It makes pretty patterns, and you can see in the patterns where the numbers are forming. It's beautiful art.
because you've got the 49 gates. There's been a lot of occult treatises written about the 49 gates, which represents like different divisions of soul matter, which is an interesting concept. And then, so what were the numerations? It was 7, 7, 49. Then the one that really caught my point that you said was it 5 times 11? What was it?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? 5 times 25 is 5 cubed. I just realized, but yeah. 5 times 11. 5 times all the primes after 5. So it starts with 5 after 7, 5 times 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23. Then it goes to...
So like 5 times 11 then becomes 55. And 55 are all the numerations added to 10. So that's the number of the tree of life, is 55. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6, 7, 8, 9, and then added to 10.
65. Yeah. 13 times 5. So it's interesting. It's like 5 times each of the prime numbers that fall in those columns, and then 7 times each of the numbers that fall in those columns, and then 11 times each of the numbers that fall in those columns. So if you consider all those numbers and take those out, then the rest are primes. But interestingly, for a lot of the primes, it's 2 numbers away from another prime. So if you add 2 or subtract 2, there's probably going to be another prime right there, and you can tell where it falls. And if there is another prime 2 away, then you can tell which direction to go, where the next 4 is going to be another prime.
And that's 6 notation, not 12 notation, just to be clear, yeah?
Yeah.
So that would be mapping the astral.
Yeah. 6, the hex.
25 is interesting. So what that made me think about is, so we got, 10 fingers, 10 toes. Now, if you go out from like our torso, right? So go from the torso and go out to your arms. Okay, you got 10 and 10 on 2 arms. Right?
12. And
then go down with your legs. You got 10 and 10 on your toes on 2 legs. And then, so that's 24. And then from your torso, then you got your head. And, that's 25. So that's kind of cool that the numbers that you're seeing that with 25. That's like in our body.
I like that.
Yeah, that 25 is an interesting number as
2
well.
being the factors of 10, 2 and 5. And 5 squared.
It's also interesting that it's 52 reversed.
Yeah. I like 52.
In base 10.
52 is a magic number. And in 1952, the UFOs appeared above the Kremlin and the White House. That was the year my parents were born, when the Blu-rays started to come into the world.
See, can I use this as an... sorry, finish what you're saying. I just want to use this as an example.
No, I was just saying, according to Law of One, the Blu-rays started to come in 1952. And the indigo rays came in later, like 82.
All right, so yeah, let's look at 25 and 52. Okay, those are 2 numbers, 2 quantities of something. Now, let's look at 52 being a reflection of 25. So that right there is a base 10 thing. Because if we wrote 25 in a different base system, we'll just do base 12 because I'm familiar with it. It'd be 2 dozen 1. See, because 2 dozen is 24 plus 1 is 25. So we would write that by the digits 2, 1. And now if we wrote that with the digits 2, 1, then we'd be talking about, oh, the reflection of that is 1, 2, Or since we stay in the same base system, we would say the reflection of that is 12, which we think of the number as 15. But you see what I'm saying? It's just a different way of playing with these connections. We'd be seeing different connections. So there's, to me, I don't see anything intrinsic, inherent about 25 being related to 52, other than it's a reflection in the base 10 number system. Now,
yeah,
that's not to say you can't find patterns like that. You can't, like, you know, look at the world and discover certain things like playing with numbers in that way. But I'm just pointing out, that's all. That's, to me, that's all. Unless, like, I don't know, unless I can be shown something otherwise, it's just a play on the symbols that we use in the base 10.
Yeah, I think like whatever system we're in, we have to be sort of stuck in it.
2, 3.
Because it's but that's what numerations do. Okay, so let's look at the word numa, right? So numa is Greek, right? And relates to the breath. Yeah. And it also relates to spirit. And maybe it has relevance when talking about the psychic reality and the soul. And it was considered as being relating to all the vital functions in the body and the senses. And so it sort of has its place in cosmogony or cosmology, if you will, due to the idea of panpsychism, which was always sort of fundamentally at the core of most occult philosophies. Would you guys say that's a fair assessment?
Can you say that one more time? just the last thing that you just said, the last like sentence that you said.
In terms
right before
of,
you said, is that a fair assessment?
The idea that Numa is basically at the core of all of our cosmology, from ancient Greece, and you'll probably relate it to ancient Egypt. Definitely it's in the Sanskrit tradition. Prana, it's called prana in India. All things arise from it. The very idea of
totally. I think it has to do with ether too. Like
yes.
we are like wind tunnels. Like we breathe in, we go through this world through the air, literally breathing it in and out. And then, like, you know, take it a step further and like matter coming into form from the formless, the potential, the ether. It's like the cosmic air.
Exactly. And then we've decided to ration that number, right? We've given ourselves rations. We said, like, we're going to ration 1 number, ration 2 number, ration 3. And so these rationalizing the numbers became the numerations. So what we consider numbers are actually parts of the soul. What do you think of that?
They say that mathematics is the language of God.
Yeah, basically.
He knows how many hairs are on our head.
Numbers are like the one thing you can't really like deny exists. Like you imagine how insane it would be. It's like, yeah, I don't believe the number 4 is real. I don't believe that 4 of anything, you know, can exist. Thinking of this I don't know if you guys ever watched Mr. Show, the sketch comedy show from the 90s. I think it was Bob Odenkirk and David Cross would do that. Anyway, they had this one particular skit they did that I always love. It's called 24 is the highest number. And the premise of the skit is that they got all these, like these Italian kind of like mobsters. They're like, yeah, 24 is the highest number. And then like, they kind of like, it's like 23, 22, where you gonna go for there? Forget about it. And then it's like when somebody says a number like higher than 24, you get shot. It's like, I don't know. I guess that's the thing. It's like when it comes to numbers, it seems like it's like the one thing that every belief system agrees upon, whether you're a total diehard atheist skeptic or a full-blown mystic. You can't deny that, numbers pretty much kind of rule this world in one way or another.
I think you can become a number. What does that mean? Don't become a number.
I think that like the numerations were used for so much more than calculating. I think the calculating is a later use for it. Or calculate. That's an interesting.
They say a lot of cultures didn't have numbers in their language. It's apparently Native Americans, a lot of Native Americans tribes didn't have counting systems.
They'd use the letters as their numbers. That's what the Greeks did, and that's the whole mystery of the missing zero. They didn't have zero because they didn't need it. You could just use, 1 through 9 would be alpha through whatever the 9th letter is. And then the 10th letter was iota. So, which is an I, which looks like kind of like a 1. But like they didn't have zero. They just write iota. And that'd be 10. Sometimes they'd write like a little, in Spanish, like the accent. That sometimes they'd write like that to just signify like, hey, I'm using this letter as a number.
Yeah, it's interesting how I think in Hebrew the numbers don't just go up one by one to like 26. They go like maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 100, 1,000, like different numbers. I think so in Hebrew. It makes a better number system where you can use those numbers to multiply, and they have their own symbol. It's just different. But I think it's important that we understand that those old languages from the original languages of the world, the languages we now have today, had a number system imbued into the language, but it also had a musical system in that language as well. And in Hebrew, when they sing the verses from the Torah, the song is written into the words.
You know what just occurred to me just now would be an interesting way to another way to kind of think about number systems. Like, what if we get like colored involved? Like maybe there's like a red 1, like a red like 10. Okay, maybe not. I had an idea there.
No,
it's
maybe.
That sounds cool. Okay.
When I think of the word calculate, I was thinking about this just now. Kal means another day, right? In Hindi, it freaks me out. Kal parsu, kal parni. So it's kal is the other day before or the other day after. There's no day for tomorrow or yesterday. You use the same word, kal, and then kula, calcula, kula, kula. You got to be speaking like a British person. Kula. Oh, that's a lovely kula, mate. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like it makes me think of the color of what came before or after is sort of hidden in the word calculate. And then obviously there's a T at the end, meaning Saturn's here. So we need the bottom line, right? Yeah. Calculate. And at then becomes it, becomes the beginning and the ending, which means we need an answer, because that's what it means, right? There has to be an answer. if the beginning meets the ending, there must be some point to it. So it's a very interesting word, calculate. But I wonder whether what numbers were used for originally, if the word numa is attached to the very word number, and I'm pretty sure that must have some relevance, because there's no such thing as the coincidence. Words, yeah,
you can calculate like calcium and Yule and 8. So like when I think of calcium, I think of milk in the Yule, and 8 as in eat.
Ancient Greek, the word for law is law or custom or whatever is nomos. So I think that's interesting. It's so close to this pneuma.
Yeah.
What did you say was that word? Sorry, your volume was, maybe might need to turn you up. I didn't hear you.
So the Greek, in Greek, like the word for pneuma, it's actually like pneuma, right? There's a pi in it. Usually people don't say it, but so it's like pneuma, pi, nu, epsilon, upsilon, and then the word for law or custom. So not just like man's law, but also like just the way that you do the way we do things, like customs or whatever, is nomos, nu, omicron, mu, nomos, 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 numa.
Reminds me of the nomos that came down to the Dogon to lay down the law of the Syrian stars, A, B, and C. I think a lot of people how they knew about Sirius A and B, but they also mentioned Sirius C, which is not often mentioned. And I think that either Sirius C is like a non-luminous brown dwarf star now, or was engulfed, or something maybe happened to it. Or maybe we just haven't discovered it. There's a wobble on one of the stars. They think that probably is accounted for by a Sirius C. Just to mention the nomos. Kind of a sad topic.
There's also a bit of Zulu lore about that as well here in South Africa.
Yeah.
It's not really like too obvious, but about star systems and about beings. People used to take the children and offer their children up on certain mountains and stuff. You know, it used to be a thing.
The Zulu lore fascinates me. I mentioned earlier how the Zulus mentioned in their lore that 12,000 years ago there were no seasons. They also mentioned that the atmosphere was very thick with water vapor, and that they said when the moon came and the seasons began, that the fog fell to earth and things became dry. So it makes me think of David Talbot's theory of like when the earth used to orbit around Saturn and people were giants and the plants were all dark purples and things were more richer and more abundant and there was less pressure and gravity and things were easier. And then all of a sudden it all collapsed, and then things had to harden up because of all this hard UV that we're under, and the plants became a hardened grain just to protect themselves, and then became weaker, and we became smaller, and our eyes became smaller, and we became shorter in stature. It kind of lines up a lot with Zulu lore, the story of David Talbot.
Yeah, the vapor canopy. And we can see it reflected in plants and the worms. They become so small, but we've got fossils of the same things that are that big. So can you imagine like a mosquito in those days? Oh my gosh. You'd be battling that thing off with a golf club, man.
More oxygen in the air, so the insects were massive in ancient times.
Can you imagine living in that time? My gosh, like you'd be like
wild.
The oxygen was more abundant then. The insects, they absorb oxygen through their skin. They don't have like a direct oxygen line of how it's brought in there. So they can only get so big. But there's beetles in the Amazon are about the size of your palm. Pretty damn big. But it's interesting how a lot of these smaller insects here, like the little roly-poly bugs, isopods, there's an equivalent to them at the bottom of the ocean that's really big. And they look pretty creepy.
Hey, Franklin, can you highlight a comment here? I want to talk about it real
which
quick.
comment?
It has to do with numbers. Go up a little bit. It's from Mormon Rishi. It says, thank you, just learned that the difference between any two-digit numbers and its reflection will equal a digital root of 9.
Sorry, just let me check that I haven't missed it. So meditate.
A little bit.
Mormon. Unity, 1 round. Aha, there we go.
Today I was up to factors of 11.
And so I'm sharing my screen. Can you pop this up?
Yeah, man.
So the comment here, this is why I think some people put sort of a mystical appropriation to the number 9, when really it's a phenomenon of being the penultimate number in our base system. So what Mormon Rishi is saying here is basically when you take two numbers, like, so for example, take 26, the reflection of that is 62, right? So do then 62 minus 26, and you get, in this case, you get 36, but you always get a number where the digital root will equal 9. Y'all understand that? So let me show this, for example. Go and this works in any base, it doesn't matter. So this right here, right, isn't the number 73 that we think of. It's 7 dozen and 3. But anyway, we'll do the same concept here, which is would be the number 73 minus 37. It's mirror. See, that equals 3 dozen and 8. But 3 plus 8 sums to 11, which is the penultimate number in this base 12 system. So let's do the 62 and the 26 one, which isn't 62. It's 6 dozen 2, and this is 2 dozen 6. Calculate, you get 3 dozen 8, which 3 plus 8 equals 11. So see, do, I don't know, 81 minus 18, which, see, I say it again in base 10. 8 dozen 1 minus 1 dozen 8 equals 6 dozen 5. See, 6 plus 5 equals 11. So that works in any base system. Take base 6, do 61 minus 16. See, I'm not familiar enough with base 6 to figure this out. But I would imagine that whatever this is would sum to 5. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Sometimes we give 9 this mystical meaning when it has nothing to do with 9. It just has it to do with it being the penultimate number in our base operating system, base 10 system.
Kind of what I mentioned earlier, how like if you have a different base system, that kind of like creates a different dynamic and relationship between the numbers, and what you pointed out, I think, is exactly that.
Yeah, I found that if you take the numbers and mirror them and then add them together, they become factors of 11. So mathematically, that does have some relationship.
Nice. That works in base 10. So I'd imagine then if you did it in a different, okay, if we're talking about subtracting it and equals 9, adding them, that reduces to 11. I bet that has to do with like the penultimate and then whatever you call the other way, penultimate, right? The number after the first or whatever.
Yeah. There's a name for 11.
And how many base numerical systems do we have?
Well,
sorry,
As many as you want.
I said, how many base numerical systems do we have? Does anyone know?
As many as you want.
So basically, like
at the moment, the only effective base one is how many numerations you have, which is 9. We call it a 10 base system, but it's just 10 notation of the 9 system because there are only 9 numbers.
Base 10 and base 60 is still used.
I'll push back a little bit. I push back. I don't necessarily agree with there only being 9 numerations. I understand you're pulling on ancient teachings and all and doing all that, but I don't necessarily agree that like at its fundamental, like there's only 9 numerations, and that, you know, yeah, I don't agree necessarily with that topic or that whatever you statement.
I'm not saying that one can't have more. I'm just saying up until now, like you show me a system where there's actually more than 9 numerations. That's actually not just, well, you could use this or you could use that, or you could use an A or you could use a B or you could use this, or that's all good and well. But I'm talking about actual working systems where there's actually more than 9 numerations. Even the Sumerian systems, which is a 60 base system, was using 9 numerations.
I think it just kind of goes back to the number of fingers we have, sort of thing, you know, because like it's like there's a sort of it's like the number 10. Like I said, there's a kind of like intuitive connection to that because we actually, you know, feel the 10 fingers in our hand. So if we have number systems so the more we deviate from a base 10 system, I think the more difficult it is for us to kind of intuitively comprehend that base number system. It takes a little bit more work and effort to figure it out and make sense of it. I think that's probably why we kind of stick with the 10. It's more of a thing of convenience, if anything.
Even the 10 can be a bit complicated by the fact that there's not a 10th numeration. And so in a 10 base number system, the penultimate number is actually 8 because it's the number before the last number, which is 9. So technically the penultimate number of a 10 base number system from 0 to 9 is 8. Apparently.
That's interesting. Yeah. That is completely true.
Yeah.
It's interesting how that works. And I do think that from occult perspectives, there are 12 base systems of using the numbers. Like we see in that image, right, that was represented with the rose cross. They're compounding the 7 into 12. So the 7 is not arbitrary. It is compounded because there are 7 different possibilities that you can get from 3. It all comes back to 3. So if you take 3, you got 1, 2. If you got A, B, and C, you could have A, B, C, A, B, B, C, A, C, or A, B, C. That's the 7 possibilities for 3 things. So that's where 7 comes from. Then how do you compound 7 to become 12? Well, you have to have the head and the tail of the Ouroboros. So the sun and the moon have to have just one node that connect to each other to create that Ouroboros connection of the wheel. And then the other 5 fingers have to have 5 sets of fingers, right? So like Mercury's got to be expressed as both Gemini and as Virgo. And Jupiter's got to be as Pisces and as Sagittarius. And, you know, all of the other 5 elements have got to have a polarity built, or duality, expressing polarity built into the functionality of that particular planetary influence. So then we end up with the 12 the 12 zodiac, which is expressed from the 7, which is expressed from the 3. And that 12 then becomes the basis for our time. So time is a 12-based system, right? 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 24 hours. That's basically, so all of our time is based on the number 12 because it's fundamental to matter. So this is what I think it is. Like, if we have a 12-based number system, then it becomes arbitrary for functionality and counting up numbers. Then that's its purpose. But if we've got a different number system, then it has a different purpose. I think the 9 numerations that we've got actually serves a different purpose, but can be used to count up things. And so they used it in the 12-based system for time, but
time is base 60 actually, not base 12. They're different. I don't know why. I'm not good with the math, but they are different for some reason. Do you know why? Apparently base 60 is what time's based on, not base 12, and I have no idea. I understand what you're saying. You would think you'd be able to simplify, but they don't.
Yeah. The Sumerians, because they're trying to hide it from us, the Sumerians counted up. They counted up on their fingers, or we counted up the time. So we counted up the 12 bones, right? And then we multiplied that by 5. And so we took 12, multiplied it by 5, ended up with 60. That became the seconds. And 12 by 5, another 60 became the minutes. And then we took 12 and we multiplied it by 2 hands. So we had 12 hours in the day, 12 hours in the night.
Yeah, it seems like they try to make it a threshold. They try to make it a threshold issue with the definition of base 12. Like they say, it doesn't go high enough or something like that. But
is that so?
That's what they're trying to, I think, allude to here, is why they switched to then the sexagesimal or base 60, because you can get higher prime factors. It seems like a lot of complicated nonsense that doesn't necessarily need to be there.
How does that relate to the 12 months?
I think it's more so you're gonna have issues when you're getting into like the long count type of thing when you're getting past 60. But the base 12, it seems like, because certain multiplications in the base 12 become different. There are different outcomes to different multiplication tables using the base 12 versus the base 60. That's what I'm reading this on the fly in the Wikipedia.
Yeah, definitely confused. Because like the thing is, no matter what base system you use, the math isn't going to change. Just simply the symbols that we use to designate a quantity is what changes. But like multiplication tables don't change. They look different, but you can't change math, you know? And so, yeah, it's weird. The sexagesimal system, I don't know, because the further you look into it, it's like, oh, well, they still used base 10 though, you know? So it's like kind of weird. It's like, what the hell are they even talking about? I'm with you. It's confusing. I don't get it much. I kind of stopped looking into it because I felt like I was going down a rabbit hole that was just like, I don't know, fruitless. Like it just seemed like there wasn't
it seems like it's a pain in the ass. It looks like, just looking at it all.
Maybe it's designed to be like that.
It's difficult to comprehend because we've been trained to something else. But I feel like if you look at them from an objective point of view, you would not choose 10. 12 would be appealing.
I don't think we have, though.
Well,
we're using a 9, but it just happens to look like 10.
Yeah, 9.
Because it's
if you add a 0, that makes 10.
Yeah, but that's actually 1. That's the second cycle of 1.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? 10 is the second one. So you could call it 10, or you could just call it the second one. But it's now a bigger one than the previous one because it's the second one. So if you start off the spiral and you go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then you're going back past the same point that you were at with 1, but you're further out. And if you continue out of the spiral 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then your next spiral of 1 is going to be further out, but it's still 1. We want to call it 10, okay, but it's still essentially 1. No?
Well, what about this? If there's 9 gates within 10 different numbers, then you can only move 9 times. So the 10th one is not it's not active. It's just like a
placeholder.
Yeah, placeholder.
It's interesting when you start looking at like the hexadecimal system and you see how they're, I mean, it's kind of like you're saying it's a positional numeral system. So I'm guessing, I mean, it's like a coordinate-based system, but it's also for programming computers. And then you start getting letters being used for numbers 10 through 15. So you have, what does it say here? You have 0 through 9, and then you have A through F. So it's like you're getting a combo of numbers and letters in the base 16. But this is for coding and for coordinates.
So this is quite interesting. So like this is now we're looking at essentially this is going back to what's his name? Why can't I think of his name? I want to call him Hypotenuse, but it's not his name. What's going on with my brain? Am I half asleep? Pythagoras.
I was just going to say that. I had a feeling you meant that.
Yeah. Hypotenuse. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. So we're looking here and we're seeing this like going from C to C sharp, from C sharp to D, from D sharp, E. And so there are progressions of 9 cycles. Yeah. And so the first scale is the lower bass notes. We're moving in cycles of 9. These are 9 hertz, right? So these numbers here are hertz. And this is like the musicality. It obviously started with 27. So they haven't got the first bass here. Because when Pythagoras first started, he started with 27. Then he shortened it to 54 because he halved it. And then he halved it again. It became 108. Then he halved it again. It became 216, which is there we can see the A. That was the third. Wait, 27 to 54, first double. 54 to 108, second double. 108 to 216, third double. So that was the third double, which is taking us into still a very low A. And here we notice that the intervals between these numbers are 9 hertz. Then when we kick that up to the next scale, we go to C, right? To a higher bandwidth of C. Now we are doubling this, which means we are shortening the string by half in order to create twice as many resonant frequencies or impulses to make up the tone. Now we've got 252 going to 27. Now you notice we're working on scale of 18. Right? 18, 18, 18, 18, 18. Then on the next bandwidth, we had to double that again to get to the higher octave. And so here we go. We are sitting with 504 going to 540, which means we are now looking at 36. So we took 9, we doubled 9, we got 18. We took 18, we doubled 18, we got 36. Then we're probably 36. We're going to be doubling it to 1008, which is that very high frequencies of sound. Now we're going to be, obviously, there's going to be a 72 points of impulse differences between each note, right? So we see this reflected here. And then the next one's going to be 144, right? Because then we're going to like extremely high frequencies, like 2016, going all the way up to, 3,744, 3,888. Isn't it beautiful the way these numbers do that, eh?
Don't we get a problem around the A? Around the A somewhere? Isn't there a problem around the one of the A chords? Isn't it the A or the? I know there's a chord where it's like the high fifth doesn't harmonize correctly with the, like it sounds a little off, a little flat. I believe it's the A, one of the higher A's, but I'm not positive.
Are we talking about equal temperament here?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about Pythagorean comma.
I'm talking about the Pythagorean tuning.
Yeah, specifically, it's called the Pythagorean comma, which you're right. Like doing the Pythagorean tuning, there's a spot where it's off. And again, I don't know that much about this. This shit really hurts my brain to think about. When you get the music theory with this and the ratios and stuff. Oh man, I don't understand though why the start on 120 was that 126. Like what? Why did it start there?
I think it's got to do with the practicality of being able to create sounds that are so low that it's almost inaudible to the human ear.
That's below 20 hertz, yeah.
So, like, when we're getting to 126 hertz, we're actually starting to hear the full sound. Maybe when you're going down lower there and you're hearing partial sound, and 20 hertz, like what you say, you're not hearing anything at all, right? So maybe it's got to do with that, because he started off with 27 hertz, which is just barely audible to the human ear. And from 20 hertz, he brought it up to 54 hertz, which is audible to the human ear, but there's a problem. And from there, he scaled it up to 108 hertz. And that, I think, was the point where the human ear started to actually get a sense of the hearing. And then these are based upon the solids. These are based upon geometry, right? So this is sacred geometry in action. Like, this is all based upon the mathematics of triangles. Ori, leave him alone. My Malamut's getting jealous of the little Pekingese coming to like cuddle by my feet. No, Ori. They're like children, hey. Come here. Come here, my big boy. So I think that like his entire system, from what I've been able to see, came out of him using triangles, and obviously Plato got the credit for the solids, but the solids also fit into these bandwidths. So it's just rather interesting that, geometry does this. Yeah. And we would probably have to change our geometry if we were going to use a different system. Or do you think that's wrong?
When it comes to the whole, even temperament thing, when it comes to like the frequencies and, 440 is not the true, frequency. We need to do it to 432. That's nice and all, but just kind of like on a personal level, like I've heard music and the supposed correct temperament, and I don't like how it sounds. It seems like it's like when you tune things down like slightly a bit, it's like the tones, they seem duller. They don't seem to have the same sharpness and vividness. Is that because like my brain is like incorrectly, understanding the music? Am I like not tuned in properly as my brain? And the other thing I also have to think about too when it comes to hearing music, like I noticed that depending upon like
what time of day it is, or if I'm like, you know, sick or something like that, or if I got like an ear infection or something like that, you actually perceive music differently. Like sometimes if I wake up in like the morning, or some days where like music will sound like a semitone slightly pitched lower than usual, or sometimes it'll seem slightly pitched higher at some times. Like there's like I can notice like slight semitone differences. Like if I feel like if I got like a lot of pressure in my ears, music will sound slightly higher toned, or as if I'm, you know, maybe I'm in a more relaxed state, it might sound slightly lower toned. So then you're thinking like, well, which, it's like, are we even all hearing the same exact thing? Or because our ears are sort of tuned differently, we're all hearing kind of slightly different variation on tunes. Because my ears, when it comes to like picking up tones, like I can hear it. So I can hear the difference when you, because especially if you have like a keyboard and you got like the pitch blend feature, and you can get those like little microtones. So I don't know, like I understand like why people want to do the Everman temperament thing, because, you know, the math fits nicely, all the numbers kind of add up in sort of a magical way. But just from a pure subjective experience, I don't know, maybe I'm like somatically like brainwashed and I need to like retrain my ears or something. I don't know, but I feel like I vibe with how I hear music and the way it's toned currently. So I don't know, maybe I'm off.
Like the depth interval. Oh, go ahead, Franklin.
I just want to point out something to you. Do you like the song "Comfortably Numb" by Pink Floyd?
Yeah.
I'm not like, it's all right. I've never been like, you know, a go-to of mine, but it's not really my favorite Floyd song.
Look at that. That, for example, is tuned into 432 hertz. You know, Metallica used to do 432 hertz.
Which era?
Phil Collins, Vanessa Mae, Enigma, Jeff Buckley, Michael Jackson.
I guess I would have to hear
these are examples of
examples.
432 hertz music. Jimi Hendrix.
You know, I think maybe it's a different feel.
I bet you Led Zeppelin.
I notice.
I will say that I do doubt some of them use 432. Though. I think some didn't. I don't know if Jackson did all the time. I don't know if some of them always did. Well, I know Hendrix did sometimes.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, when it comes to certain like tones, when I listen to them, if the tone seems slightly higher than normal, it seems like the emotion of that tone is exaggerated. Like if a tone is like a little bit higher than normal, it's almost like it's too happy or it's too sad. Whereas if the tone is slightly lower than it's supposed to be, it sounds like kind of like dull and not as vibrant and kind of like less colorful. It's like, so for me, when I listen to like music, it's like a tuning fork is when my body starts to like vibrate when just that right tone. Because sometimes there's certain songs where I'm like I'll play a YouTube of the video, and if it sounds like the pitch sounds slightly off, I don't get the same emotional resonance from the song. It creates a completely, maybe it's my synesthesia. That might be it.
Well, you're also not supposed to be like a lot of people will pitch shift a song down, and they'll shift the song afterwards from 440 to 432, and that doesn't work because you have to, before you'd record the song, you'd have to tune everything to 432 and go from there to the whole Pythagorean type of tuning if you want it to be that way. And a lot of people think you could just shift like a 440 song to 432, and it's not the same.
Yeah,
now I'm not saying that's going to make a difference in how you hear the song. You may still,
and plus with different like instruments and like the velocity of the tone, like tuning like a guitar versus like tuning a piano, you're probably not going to get exactly the same results.
Yeah, and when people just do the pitch shifting of the song or the frequency shifting of the song down, it kind of doesn't do that kind of warped. It gives it like a warped sort of sound often.
The way I see it really is like the way that before music has been changed, our food has been changed. And we know this. They talk about in the Bible is all about the milk and the honey. And for so long, it was all about the milk's so good for you. The milk's what you need. And then the milk was good for your body. It does a body good. And now we know the milk doesn't do a body good. And the milk doesn't help the bones at all. It actually does worse. It makes you more likely to have bone fractures in your life and hard times because the calcium in the milk is not bioavailable. So you got to think that like sometimes these changes that they do, they know how to find something that's not good for you, but tastes better than what is. They're going to give you food that tastes good. It's not healthy for you. They're going to give you music that sounds good. It's not harmonic for you. So I'm pretty sure they might have found these special foods that are able to sneak into the people's diet that they don't want, but that taste good to them, but they don't realize the effects. Like onions, for example, causes a brain fog. And
well, that even works for what I was just saying too, because it's like with that, you have to go back to the source of whatever is causing the issue with the food to begin with to actually fix it. And some people may think they could just, you know, change one thing back over, kind of like people pitch shifting a 440 song down to 432 and thinking that makes it all of a sudden in some sort of sacred geometry of 432 hertz.
And for me,
really, they're just slowing it down.
And for me, having synesthesia, where I associate color with sound, when you tune something to a lower tone, it not only changes the sound, but then the color of the song changes. And it's like, wait a minute, this song isn't this brilliant orange anymore that I'm used to hearing. It has like a different quality to it. And it's like not the same thing. And I think really it's kind of like, you know, I think there's something very alienating about this whole notion that, oh, you're tuning into the wrong frequencies, even though in your heart, you know, you really feel emotional, you know, resonance to a song. It gets your goosebumps going. But nope, sorry, wrong temperament. You've been, you know, brainwashed by the incorrect music, and your body's, and you think you're in harmony, but actually you're in disharmony. I just don't like that, man.
I do think though, like for example, Stairway to Heaven, just as an example. Now, if that song had been written in 440 and then played in 432, it would not have been the track that we know. Right? It was actually written in 432 hertz. That's the difference. What you're talking about is a track that's written in 440 hertz and someone picks up an instrument and tries to play it on 432 hertz. Well, it was written for 432 hertz. It's sort of like trying to run a piece of software that was written for a Mac on a Windows machine.
And I also think that's kind of where that comma that PK brought up, the Pythagorean comma, where there is that sort of semitone that's like a bit, I think it's a bit sharp or a bit flat. I'm not sure which one it is. Yeah. But that would affect the writing of the song, because then you're going to play that totally differently to make sure that harmonizes with whatever you're playing with if you're in 432.
It makes you write music differently. And I've noticed that I've been only writing music on 432 hertz now for a while. And my objective observations of the differences were, like you said, before I wrote on 432 hertz, my music felt like it was more amp. And when I started going into 432 hertz, it seemed like it was more calming. This is my personal experience of it. Like writing music in 432 hertz to me seems like more inner, peaceful, calm experience while I'm playing and writing. But if I'm writing it in 440, I feel more excited. And I think that maybe that is what the difference is. It's like the 440 hertz.
Maybe it's like I like the 440. Maybe it's like, you know, you get to a certain frequency because it sounds, you know, more exciting than when you hear it in 432. It's maybe it's, to some ears it's more dull. I think it's just really like, you know, when it comes to, when it comes to like music and why everybody likes different kinds of music. There's like a certain reflection of like who you are and your soul. I think it's kind of like, if you think of your soul as a note or frequency itself, and what the music that sounds good to you is the music that's harmonically resonant with your particular frequency. You know, like if I'm a middle C, you know, I'm going to vibe with a D because that goes into a C major scale. But if I got a C and then like a C sharp comes my way, now it's going to sound dissonant. I'm not going to vibe with that. It's going to sound, you know, like, so we think about it like, because like, I think it's like, it's such a weird thing because you wonder, like, you know how some people say, like, how do you know I'm seeing the same red as you, or am I seeing the same orange, or what is orange to you actually blue to me? And I wonder if it's like kind of like that with notes and music. It's like, are we really hearing the same music, or are we hearing something different? I don't know. Something.
Well, the interesting thing to think about with that is like the water experiments done by what's his name, the Japanese guy, and when he played the music for the water, and the water molecules really changed depending on what he played, and it was like I think like metal was like really rough for. Like rough patterns came, like, but no pattern, basically no pattern at all. The water was all scattered, like the screamo type of music he would play. Then he'd play classical music, or like.
But you have to wonder though, like if you like metal, would it change how the crystals form?
I don't know, but it's like why is the water
worth investigating?
Yeah, this is good.
It's just interesting as to why would the water have a preference that he was using, unless he took it from a person, like, you know what I mean? Because I don't know.
Maybe the water is just sort of mirroring the frequency of the sound in the same way. It's like those things where you take like a sheet of like salt and you put on that, like when you put it on like a vibrating sort of like resonator plate. I don't know if it's like magnetic or not, and based on whatever frequency it is, it'll turn into different like spiral and like kaleidoscopic shapes, and the salt will sort of like conform around that. Maybe there's a similar principle with water and music. I'm not sure.
Well, and it's repeatable. That's the thing. So if we see like I guess like disorganization that isn't like doesn't fit around that golden ratio of beauty, then what does that mean for the individual? How does that frequency affect the individual? And I know there's obviously been studies done on this, and we know frequency affects us in both positive and negative ways, depending what the frequency is. And I'm sure Franklin could speak on that, like probably better than I can even.
We also have to consider, like, when people are put in like bad situations, they kind of develop like familiarity with it, and it becomes comfortable for them, like through Stockholm syndrome and things. So if you're comfortable eating like cheese and a lot of sugar all the time and stuff, and you're thinking about, I think I want to be healthy, and you try that other food, and it's like, what are they thinking? This is miserable. I can't even think about eating like this, and I need my cheese back. I feel like you may be really comfortable and gravitate towards something a lot and feel like it's really good for you, but it takes a little bit of a while to adjust to something else to see how it really affects you. And I think a lot of people will just push things unfamiliar away at first glance because it's just not something your body's familiar with yet either. But I think like if your body's used to building up a defense against like inharmonic sounds, like, or unharmonic sounds rather, and then you hear something harmonic, it might be hard for your body to back down its defenses and being able to like harmonize with that because you're so used to like protecting yourself from something. And then all of a sudden something's coming in and you might feel like you're just not used to it, and maybe you're not vibed up to be able to sync with it because you will align to disharmonic ways to protect yourself over time if you're put up against them.
That's very interesting, and that's something that I noticed, like just from channeling music in 432 hertz as opposed to 440 hertz. Was when I used to go into the trip of music, and they were both artistic, and they were both like, I wouldn't say like, you know, the 440 hertz is bad, but you know, there must be a reason why it was only in the 50s that there was the switch that was pushed on us. Mozart didn't see the need to change it, right? So we're listening to Mozart in 440, and as a child, I thought to myself, this doesn't seem right. Mozart wrote the music in 432 hertz. Why are we being forced to listen to Mozart's music in 440 hertz, equal temperament, when it was actually written to be performed in 432 hertz? Are they trying to hide something from us? This is what my and I like what you say, Indy, because you're completely right. You know, we become accustomed to things. For example, if you're accustomed to eating sugar and you're diabetic and you stop eating sugar, you might actually get ill for a while, right? Like, so whatever we eat, we do get used to it, and our bodies and our consciousness and our minds get used to it. But it's a very interesting discussion. I don't quite understand what equal temperament means, other than they've tried to standardize everything in some way. But I can only say from the feeling of the difference. And I never understood why certain tracks I loved so much more than other tracks. And when I look back in history, I was like, wow, most of the tracks I really, really loved were like 432 hertz. And there's got to be a reason for that. Some part of me felt more peaceful when listening to that particular sound of music. And I mean, it's very interesting. How much of Metallica's music was done in 432 hertz? I'm curious to look this up because I have to know. I know that pretty much all of Mozart, what music of Metallica was recorded in 432 hertz? I think that would be quite telling, because I'm betting that we can all relate to Metallica. Am I right?
For the most part. I like
Nothing
Metallica.
Else Matters, 432 hertz. Is that not one of the best songs they ever did, which was a ballad? Fade to Black, 432 hertz. So it's no wonder that the most melodic song that they ever wrote, which I would say is Nothing Else Matters. Is that a fair assessment of Metallica?
I wouldn't know. I don't think I know Metallica's discography enough to make that point.
Listen to the message of that song. Is it not the most of spiritual message that Metallica put into writing? When they're talking about like Nothing Else Matters, is that not the most divine message that they put into a track that probably was the most popular track that they ever wrote? Most people responded to it well. I'm just saying, like, if everybody loved that track so much, why did they love it so much? Why was that one of Metallica's signature tracks?
Sure. Are you guys familiar at all with a composer named Harry Partch? Have you ever heard of him? So he's a very interesting guy. He has a very different perspective on music. So basically, the history with this guy, he was like, well, first off, he was like a hobo for 10 years. And then basically what he did was he was like totally convinced that the 12-tone system, not only is that, he went even further. Instead of saying it's not just that it's 432 hertz to 440, he thought the 12-tone system was completely and totally arbitrary. So what he did was he actually invented all these different kind of like bizarre instruments out of stuff that he found out of the junkyard, with all these different like tonal stuff, lots of different like glasses. And he actually invents like all these instruments with all these different like tone systems and stuff. And that's kind of like a really interesting thing. I also really like Sun Ra a lot, and he uses a lot of dissonance in his music. He was a jazz musician who was basically also an occultist and a mystic. He believed he was from the planet Saturn and that he was an alien come here to give us a message. And he created this cosmic music with all of this like this dissonance and this ugliness. But what I find is when you start listening to music that's really dissonant and ugly and weird, you start to notice harmonic relationships that you never like noticed before. And you're like, that there's one part here that actually sounds kind of cool. Like the dissonance does something with the harmony that I've never heard before. And it almost like when you explore those weirder dissonant intervals, it's like you actually find new melody types and new kinds of harmony in a lot of ways. And so I think that you can also go the route that there's like the people in the sort of the microtonal community where they take the 12-tone system and they'll maybe chop it up into like 12 tones, and they'll subdivide them into like 100 tones. So it'll be like 120 tones per octave. And it's fascinating. You can get a lot of different like emotional kind of resonance from it. There's this one YouTube channel called this lady Dolores Catharino. She does these. He has this piano that's like this like hexagon square. So it's like there's notes that are vertical and horizontal. But some of the tones she creates with these microtonal harmonies are just totally gorgeous sounding. It's like, and just very otherworldly and pretty. And you realize even when you get beyond that 12-tone system. So I guess, you know, when it comes to the whole 432, 440, I guess it's kind of like an aesthetic choice. You know, if you're trying to express a certain type of feeling, a certain type of mood, I guess maybe you could make the argument that if you want something to sound more calm, something more, you know, peaceful, that maybe toning it to a slightly lower tone would help to achieve that effect. Whereas if you want to make something more exciting, punchy, in your face and noticeable, you tone it slightly higher to give it that kind of a little bit of a sharpness to it. And it's interesting too, when we come to pianos, we call them sharp and flat. See, when a note is flat, it sounds it's flat, it's dull, but when it's sharp, it's like it's sharp, it's piercing because it seems sort of high. And maybe it's like when it comes to like how we tone it, I guess if you think about it in the 1950s, I guess you could think maybe the reason they changed it is probably because they figured maybe, you know, it's like they kind of like you can sink the hooks in deeper with 440 hertz. You can kind of get like more of a reaction and more of a noticeable thing. But then thinking about like Harry Partch and people like Captain Beefheart and Zappa, and so a lot of people, you know, they're saying like, oh my God, dissonance is so ugly and serious. I think if you explore dissonance though, you'll find forms of harmony and beauty that you never know existed. It's like there's a little bit of gold nuggets hidden underneath the mud. And if you're only listening to just purely kind of melodic, peaceful, airy-fairy stuff, you know, there's some cool nuggets of gold that you might miss out on. That's why I kind of like, you know, I've always been someone who's loved weird, dissonant, strange music that's out there that kind of challenges the standard sort of like, you know, the standard wave stuff. Even with the music I do, I use a lot of dissonance in my music. I actually like kind of like the eeriness of the whole tone scale. It sounds like there's something kind of like, it gives me a weird giddy euphoria. I don't know, but I guess, you know, when it comes to music, you know, there is a, you know, a level of subjectivity, because I think it, you know, different people resonate from different things. But I never thought dissonance in music is always necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes I like it because it's like you feel like you're exploring an alien world when you listen to music that's more dissonant. It's like, ooh, look at all these, like, you know, these new plants and all these new things I've never seen before. So I don't know. I think sometimes like dissonance doesn't always have to be, or at least, you know, doing stuff that's not within standard notation doesn't always have to sound ugly. You can find you can sometimes create, you know, forms of otherworldly beauty with playing with weirder types of melodies and harmonies.
It's very interesting. Like I've just realized here that like you know, some of the classical artists, they used to tune their instruments into all sorts of things. 422, 421. And now I see that John Lennon sometimes tuned his instrument, and this is quite mind-blowing, to, was it 528 hertz? How's that? And now that's the third note of the solfeggio. Yeah,
I think with these tunings, like what we found, that I think a lot from the psychotronic sort of warfare and stuff like that, is that it really isn't the one frequency. It's more so combined frequencies, and the difference between two different, like the harmonic frequencies, as Cosmic was just saying. So like if you get someone with a delta wave, it's like the difference between two frequencies that are between 0.2 and 3 hertz. Theta 3 to 8 hertz, alpha 8 to 12 hertz, beta 12 to 27, and each of these sort of brainwave states have different effects on a portion of the population, and not the entire population is going to necessarily be affected by this every time they're subjected to it. So maybe it's more so 440 might not do anything different to anyone unless there's something within the 440 where there's two different frequencies being combined, but like say a subwoofer and some instrument being used that creates like a delta frequency or a theta frequency or a
like a
gamma
binaural
frequency
effect.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's where you start to have issues, it seems, when you combine these higher and lower frequencies and they sort of cancel each other out and become a
dissonance,
like a beta wave.
Mm-hmm.
Or 12 to 40 hertz.
It's interesting that
Different.
the dissonance of frequency combinations could cause some people damage and not others.
Yeah, that is interesting, and I have no idea why that is. And
I
I know
feel like
that with
anxiety.
What'd you say?
I feel like it might have something to do with anxiety. Like some people are not very anxious, whereas other people are prone to being affected by things that cause anxiety and stuff.
Absolutely. It could be genetics. It could be, I mean, there's I'm sure a lot of reasons why that happens. I do know that with binaural beats, the way they work is that they'll give you something like 440 in one ear and 40 or not 440 in one ear and 400 in the other ear. That cancels out to be 40 hertz then. So that's a beta wave. Beta wave can, at high levels, give you anxiety. At low levels, like if you're getting hit with beta waves constantly, you can get anxiety. If you don't get it enough, you could have depression. So that's how that stuff sort of works. And I'm wondering if maybe that's why, maybe with any type of music, you could have this happen if the musician has the intent to do so.
I think there's a lot of other factors too. I think it's also sometimes the structure of the song, the tempo, how many notes are used, what kind of instruments. I think even there's kind of like a cultural sort of aspect too. You know, I think growing up as a kid, I was definitely not, you know, a popular kid, didn't really go to the parties, didn't really vibe with what was playing on, you know, MTV in school and stuff. And I always, in a weird way, it's like I felt dissonant from melodic music, because to me, like pop music kind of represented, you know, conformity, not being yourself, trying to be cool to fit in. And I think, you know, I'm a big fan of the rock band Primus, and they use a lot of dissonance in their music. And to me, it was like I felt like I harmonized with that dissonance, because it's almost like you kind of feel like the music, in a way, it's like you're an outsider and the other people are sort of like outsiders too. And it's like you feel like you share a bond there. It's like we're both kind of, there's a harmony in sharing dissonance with other people. If that makes any sense.
I will tell you something I learned from the great Alan Watt. Not that I disagree with him, but all of your dissonant cultural icons and the countercultural movements were created just like the mainstream cultural movements were. So the punks, all of us who thought we were punks, were never really.
Yeah. Are we losing him there?
Yeah, I think we might be losing him.
All right, he's back. We missed the last of what you said.
Oh, I was just saying, as like Alan Watt used to always say, like the countercultural movements were created just like the mainstream cultural movements. So even though we may have thought we were punks or some sort of underground movement that wasn't mainstream, we were just as programmable and programmed as the mainstream, because they set both sides of the equation up just like they do in every other aspect of culture. There is really no counterculture.
Michael Sarian talks a lot about that, how we just get these choices on a shelf and we think we're picking up something that's original, but it's really just one of the choices that's put in front of us.
Yeah.
It's something else in the crowd.
And then that's not to like disagree with what Cosmic was just saying. I think do whatever, like if you know yourself and do what feels best for you.
There's eccentric
in a
people
way that follows moral law and natural law, of course.
There's eccentric people that choose like different things, and that's how like those side tangents form. Like if somebody goes off to the side and chooses something that's going to liberate people and get them to like break away from civilization that's been established, they're going to probably create something similar to reel people back in. They've done this with a number of genres. When dubstep first came out in the electronic music genre, it was sweeping the globe, and it was like really calm and slow, kind of hard for a lot of the electronic music dance heads to follow, but it was able to do fusion with like all the different other genres, and it was really appealing to the mainstream. So they came in and they made it into this hard acid, crazy robot war sound, which has nothing to do with dub at all, and they completely sabotaged the entire genre. I wouldn't be surprised if they've done that with all kinds of different things in technology, in food and medicine.
It's like a form of parallel construction, like that they can do to set up someone like for a crime, where they build these two timelines next to each other. But it's like they deal with culture. They start building a parallel culture that's matching the counterculture, and then they take it over.
Yep, they're good at it.
Very good at it.
I think that we are completely stuck in the system where everything has been turned into a commodity that's financialized. So it's very difficult. You know, I was trying to figure out what the Grateful Dead were up to, right? Because there are very few bands that actually took a stance, right, against the financial system. And I think there's a really good reason for that. Yeah. I do find it interesting that some of John Lennon's music was tuned into 432 hertz, and some of his music was tuned into 528 hertz. And these are both solfeggio points. Now, they found these instruments in the pyramids, didn't they? Or near the pyramids in ancient caves that were pitched to the solfeggio 432 hertz and 528 hertz. Have you guys heard about that?
No, that's fascinating. Was that in the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens?
I'm not sure where. Let's take a look. Ancient instruments.
Was Imagine tuned to one of these frequencies?
Imagine.
Sorry, what was that?
Was John Lennon's song Imagine, was that tuned to one of these frequencies? Just because you get a certain message in that song that's sort of, it'd be interesting just to know which ones.
I'm gonna bet that it was Imagine,
but
Imagine might be 528. Thinking about it.
Okay.
Just by the feeling of it, but let's take a look. Imagine.
Remember we heard that? Remember when they all started singing that during the lockdowns? All the celebrities on X or TikTok and stuff like that, and not TikTok, Twitter.
Imagine by John Lennon, double strung harp, 432 hertz.
So
there you go.
Basically, they weaponized
remix
frequency. They weaponized 432, knowing it'd be more.
John Lennon tuned his guitar
because that song is like the
444 hertz, and A is equivalent to C at 528 hertz. So he sometimes used 444 and 528, sometimes 432. I think the original Imagine song is 432, but does it have a harp in the original song?
I actually don't know. I never saw him performing it like originally.
Yeah,
I just heard it on the radio.
No, it is 432. Yep,
432, and I mean,
it's like strong. That's a good song. Yeah, it's a very powerful song. It's kind of captured a lot of people.
You could take a message from that song in various ways. But
No,
the fact that they used
layers in it.
the fact that they used it during the lockdowns and all the celebrities were singing it, that's kind of makes me feel like there's a certain intention behind it.
Yeah.
I think that's what you would do if you wanted to control people, right? You would take something that's so deeply programmed into the cultural unconscious. And so I think whichever track was like really deeply ingrained into the cultural unconscious, they would want to take that and use that and maybe add a video to it that causes you to interpret the meaning of the words in a particular way, if that makes sense. Because if you listen to the actual message of the song, like the way I think he intended it to be written, not the way it's been remixed, it seems like he's trying to tell us that, like, imagine, like, we didn't have borders,
which becomes a very globalist type of message,
or
and
anti-global.
I mean, it could be anti-system. And I think he did express how, like, he thought we were run by psychopaths at some point in his career.
Then again, John Lennon kind of has a dodgy history, like
with Crowley and whatnot.
Yeah, just because like he was like kind of abusive to Yoko. Apparently, like there's some darker stuff going on behind the scenes. So I don't know. It kind of like paints the picture for me a little differently in regards to that knowledge.
Also, I think he stole music from the guy that ended up killing him.
But we don't know that she wasn't a narcissist, because this is what narcissists do. They work under the cover of darkness, and they actually cause other people to react outwardly, but they're manipulating. So we can't really make an informed opinion about what was going on between John and Loco, if that makes sense, because we don't know the full story. But obviously, being a celebrity, he would have probably been a bit psychotic, right? Like, everybody's like, just like, can we kiss your ass, please? It's like, no, you must make a queue behind those 50 queues, you know? So that's going to get to you, right? It's going to get to you like, okay, these people are all here for me and they're clapping their hands for me. I must be important, you know? You're going to become a bit of a sociopath, probably. I don't know. One would, I think, if one was that popular. So he must have had some kind of psychological issues. But my gut always said to me that I wondered if she was his controller. I always had the impression that she was his handler.
Well, and remember, Crowley's hanging out with them all the time, and Crowley's controlling a bunch of people at that time, working for working for MI6.
Wait, with Crowley hanging out with the Beatles, but Crowley? No, wait.
You're talking about?
Are you talking about the Sgt. Pepper Lonely Hearts cover album cover where Crowley is on the cover?
You're talking about John D.
But Crowley hung out with them too.
But Crowley died in 1947, and I don't know if the Beatles were popular at then, so I don't think that adds up.
Was Crowley in MI6 or John D?
I'm almost positive he
I think Crowley
with them.
Was in MI6. Really? John D is where we get 007 from, apparently. Like that was Elizabeth.
So John D is 43, and 43 is also 7. Like, he would use the number John, John, as 4, D, Dee as 3, because he thought 43 was the perfect number because the quaternary hides the Trinity, basically.
And the 0 is for 2 eyes, only for secret eyes.
Yeah, I always thought that Paul McCartney came from a very old, well-established, upmarket family.
Yeah,
but he started MI6.
Like the Masons.
He's responsible for starting the intelligence agencies, MI6.
And my impression was that John Lennon came from a more poorer family. Is that correct?
I don't know about his family. Makes sense. He was definitely anti-establishment.
Paul McCartney came from like millionaire, rich, like up there, red carpet family. And John Lennon came from like a normal working class, more working class kind of a family. That was always I don't know if it's accurate because I can't say I've really, but that was what my gut always gave me the impression. And Paul McCartney, I always had a feeling there was something about this guy I didn't like, and I could never put my finger on it.
And Cosmic, I think you're right. I think I was more so just thinking that they're for some, I don't know why I thought they hung out with. You're right. The timeline's off. They were definitely highly influenced.
They were influenced by Crowley for sure,
and Thelema, but not. Yeah, the timeline would have been off. I'm not sure if they had any interactions. Maybe that at one point before Crowley died. Who knows?
Maybe.
But,
and Mick Jagger used to practice Crowley and X magic.
Guess who wrote the song "Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band"?
Who?
Paul McCartney. And that is the song about Aleister Crowley, about that mystical tradition. Now, Paul McCartney came from a family where I bet you Paul McCartney's father was a Grand Mason.
Yeah.
So, Aleister Crowley, Paul McCartney's family. I wonder if Aleister Crowley knew Paul McCartney's father. Isn't that an interesting concept? Did Aleister Crowley know Paul McCartney's father? No, but it's basically Paul McCartney was interested in Crowley's writings. That's what we find out there.
A lot of the bands that time were influenced by Crowley. I know that Jim Morrison from the Doors, I think, was also really into Crowley as well.
Yeah.
Zeppelin too.
And the Golden Dawn, I think, stood for the drinking of urine in the morning at dawn. Just something I never really knew before, but there's a mystical aspect to that. Apparently, the process of alchemy and the creation of the philosopher's stone revolves around the purification of the life essence that comes from the urine, creating a stone with it. Now, of course, there's also the figurative aspect to that process.
No,
it's you know really... it's interesting too. Oh, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
No, carry on. Carry on.
I was just gonna say it's interesting too that you have Freder Akkad comes after Crowley, and he's the guy who does all he's like the reversal guy. Like he reverses the numbers. He's into reversing just about everything in the system after Crowley, and then you have the reverse speech coming in the music of the Beatles. Like that, those backtracked sort of messages that they started using.
Yeah, that's so cool. Creepy though.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I know you can play a record backwards if you take some duct tape and turn the needle over. You can play the record backwards, upside down.
Well, it seems like a lot of this stuff sort of came from Akkad, like in his that whole order that when he took it over from Crowley.
I had an old Queen tape I used to listen to, and somehow, while I was rewinding it, it flipped.
Whoa.
A kink formed in the thing, and accidentally I pushed play. This was when I was a kid, man. And I was blown away. I was like, you want me to do what?
Wow.
Who? Worship who? What? I didn't go in. You understand? I want you to understand that I didn't go in like to see what it was. I didn't have a preconceived notion in my head. I just expected to hear Queen, and I pushed play. And I was so like horrified by what I heard. I had to get my mates to come and listen to it and just say, just listen to me and tell me what you hear.
Whoa.
And they heard the same thing. I was like what the hell? They were like, what is this weird stuff? I was like, this is Queen backwards, dude.
Do you know which song it was?
To be honest, I doubt it was many years ago. I just remembered.
Track
and then
off.
I listened to a lot of those tracks because the whole thing flipped, man. Right? So like there was a whole lot of tracks you could listen to backwards.
Listening to singles, or was it just the album you was playing? A full album, you think? Or
I think it was Rhapsody.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. That's an intense song.
It could have been that track. It could have been one
It
of those.
already has like satanic reference though, even when it's not backmasters. There's that one part like Beelzebub. He mentions Beelzebub in that song. So
yeah. Good point.
Interesting. Well, I was just shocked because it wasn't hidden. It was very obvious, and there was this like very hectic messages, and I was like how the hell did they do this? You know, like how do they make this happen? Is this just one of those convergence of consciousness expressing form? That if you're in a particular state of consciousness and you're speaking and your voice gets played backwards, like some secret intentions behind your words will be relayed? Or was it calculated? What do you guys think?
It's probably a little of both going on, I'm sure. I don't know what Queen's intention, but I know a lot of bands were doing it at that point, so maybe they were intentionally putting it in. But I know like with Stairway to Heaven, isn't that the song where there's a few verses where it sounds like when you play them backwards, like they're saying like follow Satan or something, and he's like, nah, we didn't, like people just kind of heard that themselves. That wasn't supposed to be in there.
Well, we know that Jimmy Page was big into Aleister Crowley. You know that when I was in London last, did I tell you this story that I actually stumbled onto Jimmy Page's house by accident?
Oh no.
So I'm walking down the road with my ex-wife, and I suddenly stop, and I'm like looking at this old house, and I'm like, my ex-wife is like, what is it? I'm saying, can you not feel the emanations coming out of this house? What the hell? What is this place? So I start like really studying it, and I'm going, there's some really interesting old, like, gargoyles and stuff. It's interesting now. Like, what am I feeling? What am I feeling? And I'm so like stunned by this. Anyway, I go to a place where there was a lady who I used to find her. I used to do scouting for people for films, for photo shoots, for adverts and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Casting and for television. I did it for a little while, and I got to her and she said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "No, I'm shocked." And she was like, "Well, what's the matter?" I said, "Well, when I was walking down that road, there's this house that really I can't shake this house off my head. It's winding me up." And she asked me, she said, "Is it that house on that road?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Go look it up. Go and see whose house that is." She said, that's Jimmy Page's house. So I went to research, and I realized, Jimmy Page's, Aleister Crowley lived there before him. A classical composer lived there before him. So, and I'm telling you, the vibes that I got out of that house was dark.
Man.
And I didn't see it. I didn't know where I was. I was just walking, and I could feel this emanation. And I was like, "Ugh, what is this?" I need to go home and shower, So with Jimmy Page, like, I loved the music of Led Zeppelin, don't get me wrong. But, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Man, that's wrong. No. When Aleister Crowley channeled the angels or the alien Iwas.
Yeah, Iwas.
Did he do that in Egypt?
AI was.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Every time I see it, that's what I think.
What was this great spell that Aleister Crowley was supposed to do? And he went to this house in Wales. Was it Wales? He said it was in Wales.
Loch Ness. Loch Ness.
Oh, Loch Ness. Sorry, you're right.
He stopped doing it.
And he screwed it up.
He just stopped.
He belly flopped.
Yeah.
Played with big toys. He was like, "Oh, these toys are a bit big. Put them down," you know. So, you know, I think he thought he was a prophet.
Yeah.
You know, and then the reality dawned. Maybe he didn't realize how deep in the bucket he was.
To be fair, though, to Crowley, whatever you say about him, I feel like his Book of the Law does eerily predict the time we're living in right now, where it talks about, like, you know, everything, you know, descending into chaos and attacking like different idols and stuff. I feel like that's like, you know, with like all the craziness in our culture right now, it's definitely a reflection of that.
I would say even Kenneth Grant's and God, like probably Kenneth Grant's work even more so, like who came after Crowley was his what was he, his secretary at first, and then he was one of, you know, he was involved with Thelema and whatever the hell else brotherhoods they were involved with, like outside the circles of time.
Yeah, he was really into like bringing Lovecraftian sort of lore into Thelema. He kind of like mixed those two, which I thought was always kind of interesting. I was fascinated by Lovecraft and all the worlds he created.
Some of the stuff that Grant's come up with since, like, based on Akkad and Crowley together, like, is really predictive. It's insane.
You say his name was Kenneth Grant?
But yeah, but at the same time, you have to wonder, is it predictive, or is this the influence that they are, because they are also discussing actively in these books how they're working at like these spells to make
like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, like they're wanting the things they're discussing to happen, and they're working at that. I have a few of his books. If I could throw in the roundtable room for you guys if you want them.
Yeah. No, did he open up a gateway? Supposedly. And what did he offer in exchange for his communication or whatever gifts he received? Did he offer anything to Aiwass? Do you guys know?
Do you know which one he talked to first, Franklin? Was it Aiwass or Lamb? Or were they both the same?
Sorry, what was that?
Did Crowley talk to Aiwass or Lamb first, or were they both supposedly in the end the same character?
I think Lamb, but to be honest, I think it was Lamb was the first one. I could be wrong.
So Lamb comes
through. Lamb his own nickname? I think it was Aiwass. Maybe I could be wrong.
Because I thought one of them came through with his wife, his ex-wife. Apparently, I thought that was Lamb, and then Aiwass. Maybe did Aiwass come through when he was with his like boyfriend, not boyfriend, but the guy, whatever the hell he did to him in the desert.
That's how that's what I remember. He was with his wife originally.
Mm-hmm.
At that house, maybe in England.
No.
Where is he with his wife in Egypt already?
I don't know where they were, but
I think both times that this stuff happened, it was in Egypt.
Yeah,
but then I think he kept writing when he went back. Like it just kept happening. Yeah. He would get more and more.
Yeah.
Do you know what blew my mind?
What's that,
Chris? That Dr. Lawrence Dungan, that dentist. Was it you that shared that video?
Oh, yeah. That was wild, right?
I haven't gone through all of it. I just put it on. It's nice because you can just listen to it. You don't have to watch it. And I listened to a bit of it, and I was like, my gosh, this guy was really, you really get the impression that he was really there, you know? And he's the doctor.
He definitely sounds sincere, and it's just like, and he's not like being overly exaggerative about anything. He's not making a big deal. He's not being overly dramatic when he's talking. He's kind of just saying, this is what we were told, and you know, some of it's come true so far, some of it I don't know. I don't really know what to it's like he didn't really even know what to think. but thought it was worth recording.
The fact that Aleister Crowley's predictions are so on point might just be because of who he knew. Yeah. And he might have been privy to the plan.
Yeah.
And so he was able to write about it and go, look, I'm a prophet. You know? Instead of like Huxley, they told me, that guy told me that it's going to happen, and I know he's in the know.
Right. Exactly. Just like Huxley, just like Wells, all of them.
And like you speak about Huxley, like 1984, right? Yeah. Like
Orwell's 1984, Brave New World is Huxley.
And Orwell's dad is
also Doors of Perception.
But both of them were connected to
they're very similar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think they were both members of the what is it, Fabian Society?
Yeah.
And they really didn't like us.
You know, Haile Selassie was one of the Knights of Garter. Is it the Knights of Garter? I forgot. If you go and look up Haile Selassie and all of the orders he belonged to, it's a bit scary. That we've got this Rastafari tradition. It's big here in South Africa in certain circles, you know.
How do you spell the name?
Haile Selassie.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, asking me how to spell.
L-E.
I found him.
Maybe.
Jeez, yeah, he's all decorated.
Haile, yeah.
Keeper of the door. Oh man,
it's very interesting when you look up these people, these iconic people. He was made the Knight of the Garter in 1954, and so he was conferred to the to the order by none other than the Queen. And that's where Rastafari comes from. You got to wonder how much of these religions are psyops, man.
Yeah. No, it's yeah.
They talk about their God. Who do they refer to as their God? Lord Jah. Jah is Jabulon.
Jabulon, yeah.
Yeah. The three-headed god, one a toad, one a cat, and the other a wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Body. What an awkward
spider.
Hebrew, like occult, strange amalgamation of gods.
Yeah, it's dark.
Very dark. Yeah.
It almost seems like he's supposed to be like the demiurge.
Yeah, the
vibes.
The interesting thing is that the whole Rastafari tradition is so against the system, right? It just makes you wonder. Like, it makes you like, what on earth is going on there? Because the Rastas I know in South Africa, they won't even wear clothing that's made by a corporation. They'll rather wear a sackcloth, right? And they won't eat food unless they grow it themselves. That's like full on Rastafari. And like very, very careful. They're totally distrustful of everything that comes from Babylon. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
No,
they should meet up with these stoner kids in the States who think they're Rastafarians in quotation marks just because they smoke a lot of weed.
Are they considered Zionists? They talk about Zion a lot.
I don't know.
Mount Zion.
Yeah,
Mount Zion is a mountain. It's a holy mountain. They don't hold any So what is the history of Mount Zion? Let me see what we can find here. I just know that it's a sacred mountain to the early Hebrews. So where exactly is it? How far is it from Jerusalem? It's the hill on the side of the old city of Jerusalem. So that's where the old temple exists. So Mount Zion is where legend has it that Solomon used his ring to force the jinn to build the temple.
Oh,
You got something to say, Chris?
I was looking at the guy you just mentioned's wiki, and I'm just going down it, and I see Harari. Like Yuval Noah Harari's name, but I don't. It's a different Harari. But this is the Harari people.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah, they seem to have a relation to this guy.
The Selassie guy is a guy worth looking into.
Yeah, and Harari is like Harari man, basically. He's Ari man in his spirit and all the way, that guy.
Where was Selassie from? Ethiopia?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where a lot of really old architecture is found, like the obelisk of Akhum.
What did he give to the queen to get him into all these high societies?
Was it Queen Sheba?
No, Queen of England.
Oh, the
like, how did he get into bed with her? Because he was obviously in bed with her. I mean, as like, you know, it's, you could take a look into it. Like he was probably banging her, you know, by the looks of things. So, you know, just how did he get? Ethiopia was at that time very poor, right? How did he get so prominent as the Ethiopian emperor? Like, could Ethiopia have had something that the Queen of England wanted? And if so, it probably wasn't money. There wasn't much resources that England was getting from Ethiopia. So what was it? And there's the story of the Ark of the Covenant, right?
Mm-hmm.
That it might have been in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Did he, being the emperor of Ethiopia, have access to the Ark of the Covenant? And did he give it to the Queen of England? And she was like, dude, I'm going to make you solid for this. You're going to be in all the important orders. You're going to be an important somebody after this. You can trade in your spear and your thong for a suit and a bow tie and chauffeurs.
Yeah, it's weird. It's interesting.
You could have just been very obedient to her agenda, or she might have, as a lever in secret societies of the elite. They use individuals in high places as a lever when they get footage of them doing things that are forbidden and could compromise their freedom. So if the people were to try to go against their agenda, they would have this dirt on them to use against them, so they can't go against them. So oftentimes it would just take that to have somebody that they'll allow to get to higher and higher places, because the more authority they have, the more control they can have over them.
He's a backer of the Israelites too, right? It seems, or the Jewish people.
Yeah.
So he's probably like the controlled opposition that doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't know he is, but
I do think there's more to it, though. Because Ethiopia's got some pretty ancient history and fairly ancient knowledge. It's like, you know, within the cultural heritage. So maybe he had something to trade with, if not objects, knowledge. You know?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
The magical knowledge was kept intact in Ethiopia, wasn't it? Like the knowledge of Solomon.
I'm reading his whole wiki now. It's very long. It's one of the longest Wikipedias I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's extensive. I didn't read all of it. I just skimmed over it and I was like, bloody well, blow my mind. I thought this dude was like a Rastafari. this is something else.
They have such a long timeline on him, going to the funeral of JFK even. Like,
well, it's been an absolute gas. I hope you guys in the chat have enjoyed it. I noticed we've been like 6 hours and 15 minutes. And I'm meeting my lady tomorrow, so I got to get some sleep. And it's 20 past 12 here. I'm waking up at 5:30 in the morning. So I'm going to crank up my 5 hours of sleep.
This is why I'm always late, because it's always, you guys start at like 8 a.m. for me. And I'm like, sometimes I'm going to bed at 4.
What's the time where you are now?
2:20.
Are you West Coast then?
Yeah.
It's 4:20.
So it's not bad. But if I came at 8, I'd be dead.
Well, last night I went to sleep late, and this morning I woke up at 5:30. Well, 5:25. Because the sunrise is at like just before 6 in the morning. I want to get my boy on the beach. Getting him out of bed and getting him like out the gate takes a few minutes.
Yeah.
You know.
Good though.
Oh.
I'd do the same if I had a little one, but luckily I don't yet.
You never know.
Yeah, maybe one day.
You never know.
I'm gonna rest until that day though.
Next week, the missus comes home and says, "Chris, look at this."
I know.
Yeah, man, it makes life sweet.
Yeah.
Having a what do you call it? A heritage, not a heritage, a legacy. Like
Sure,
I look at him all the time and I see so much of myself.
Keeps you active too, right? I'm sure it just keeps you going and doing stuff you probably wouldn't even feel like doing half the time.
Yeah, man, it does. It does.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's a good thing.
It is. It is. It's like now I climb the mountain every morning because I want him to get used to doing exercise, and there's no more school sports and all that nonsense anymore. So when I was young, I was super training hard physically. I want him to just be used to just that's what you do. You wake up early in the morning and you do some kind of heavy, like you do some exercise because the world he's inheriting is a sad world. I don't want to tell him too much.
It's crazy. I don't understand like how kids who are in high school and were about to get like a scholarship for a certain sport when all this started in 2020, like how they're not just drastically depressed. They've got their lives basically ripped away from them.
There must be.
There has to be like so many of them.
Yeah.
I'm sure some were able to like figure it out, but still it's like you're losing 2 years at like the prime time of everything.
I think you just kind of tell with the way music sounds nowadays. If you really listen to like contemporary music, it just seems like it just feels, I don't know, like it doesn't have the same excitement to it that it once used to. Like, You know, it's like I've never really been like a pop music person, but if I look back in like the 90s and the 2000s, pop music seemed to have a lot more life and vitality to it. And even though it was annoying, at least you kind of remember the artist. Now it just feels kind of like it's just a slow, plodding kind of like, you know, the beat doesn't really seem to go anywhere. It's kind of just, it's just really kind of like sappy kind of stuff. It's like maybe there is like a broken spirit and, you know, younger generations.
I get you. I actually find it irritating. My heart complains if I hear that music. Like the beat, and my heart goes, no, 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 no. It's just complaining at me. It's saying like, get away from this environment. This is not cool. This is like, you know. And then you start listening to the music now. Like, why is my heart complaining? And it goes, oh right, this thing wants my heart to beat like that. Are you kidding me? Listen, like, what kind of a percussionist even does that? You know, percussion is very close to my heart. So, you know, no, I get what you're saying, and the message is just, you know, couldn't they rather just sing a song about a bowl of sewage? You know,
well, remember, do you remember what happened with Travis Scott and Astroworld and all those people dying? Like they were suffocated.
This is what you're talking about. This was what in the last 4 years.
Yeah, it was like 2021, 22 in Texas. The rapper kind of guy, rapper dance guy, and all the people were like, I guess rushing the stage, and just a bunch of people, like 12, 13, it might have been more than that. People died.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I remember that now. It was like
so.
People died at a concert.
The whole crazy thing with that guy is that concert was sponsored by the World Economic Forum, UN, and a few other groups who had so now, like, basically after this happened, now all his future concerts and all Live Nation concerts give people these wristbands that are biometric wristbands so they can track and make sure you're safe and aren't having a heart attack during their concerts. And the kid himself just raps and makes beats, and I've heard him talking about how he could manipulate emotions with using certain frequencies in his songs. So you add that to then the partnership with the WEF, and then that happens, and then now all Live Nation concerts have these biometric bracelets.
You know, when it comes to music, I want to make one more point. You know, even if you put all of like the sonic manipulation aside, hertz, rhythms and stuff, sometimes I feel like songs are just like, they feel emotionally manipulated. Like you'll have a good day, you know, you're walking around, and you'll hear some like really sappy breakup song, and the singer's like, you need to be sad. I'm like, I don't feel that way right now, but it's almost like the song like forces you to feel an emotion that you're not really feeling, or it'll just make you like, you know, feel a certain way, like emotionally sad or angry, even if though you don't really like want to deal with it. I don't know. I feel like sometimes like I get pissed off when like a song like emotionally manipulates me. So I try to like sometimes like music that's almost emotionally kind of neutral or just like weird experimental to kind of like swipe the palette sort of clean. You know,
yeah.
I just
and that
I don't like that with lyrics or when that whole like music is like.
The whole concert, the whole show was like a huge production, like in a way to manipulate, it seems like, the consciousness of the attendants. I mean, it was very demonic, everything that was like all the imagery. It was very just set up in a way where something negative was bound to happen.
That's why making music, I'm sure you know this, Chris, there's something very, and Shaman too, or, you know, there's something very liberating about making your own music. And like, you know, it's like you kind of because in a way it's like you really start to learn what your own musical frequency, you know, really is. Like a lot of people, you know, they kind of self-identify with certain bands or certain like songs or certain artists, but I don't know. I feel like that's always been just like a kind of an offhand approximation, but
if you can really like make your own music and really figure out your own sound, your own genre, I feel like in that way, that's how you really sort of discover the self. You know, I think the Buddhists, when they're trying to define the self by meditating in silent darkness, I think they have the wrong idea. I think the way to find yourself, where the self lies, is not within thoughts, but, you know, the kind of like art and music that you create that's truly a true reflection of your actual soul and being, you know. And in a way, it's kind of like, you know, especially with this new generation, you know, talk about feeling sorry for them. It's almost like they don't really even have their own music. Like there's nothing really like that distinguishes or defines, you know, some of the younger generation stuff. And even I admit, like as a millennial, like I can basically say that Gen X made better music than our generation, just from my own, you know, personal opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, I just shared a link to a very good Astroworld documentary that goes into like psychotronic weaponry and everything like that, and all the partnerships and stuff, and the biometrics. It's really good, actually, done by Days of Noah. Some of you guys might have heard of his YouTube channel.
The problem is you can't click on this link. Could you share that link in the private as well?
I put it in the private if you want to copy and paste it.
It said that Haile Selassie is a descendant of King David in the third coming of Christ.
Well, there you go.
Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, man. I think, like, to me, it's scary that they're forcing people to wear these bracelets, because now they can really track their own efforts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now they can tweak their technology, because now they literally got everybody's biometrics and they can see, so what are we doing to these young people? Let's up that. Look what happens when we press that button. You know, like, you can just imagine where they're going to take it to.
Yep.
And now everybody's guinea pigs for this new form of, you know, R&D, of like basically proper frequency-based psyops being fine-tuned. Exactly. And then, like, thanks for all the pigs, you know?
Yep. It's crazy, man.
Well, shall we wrap it up?
Yeah.
So much love to everybody in the chat. So much love to you guys. It's been an honor. Thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys only an honor, brother. Only an honor.
Always.
We should do some more different things at different times as well. We should.
Yeah, no, definitely let me know. We'll talk on the Telegram.
Yeah, man. And you're also not that busy. Hey, Indy?
Yeah, I got some time right now. It'd be great to do some other little shows.
And what about you, Cosmic?
I mean, for the most part, I only have to work in the morning, so in the afternoons, I'm like totally free for the most part. So it shouldn't be too difficult for me to like figure something out.
There's so much to look at, like even non-occult topics, you know, or non-mystical stuff. But there's so much going on in the world right now. We've reached this sort of tipping point, and like what we're talking about here, these armbands. To me, this is like, man, these kids have got to know what they're dealing with. They got to know that these armbands, somebody has got to go to these venues with a powerful magnet and just like bring your armbands, zoom, 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 just deprogram them all and say like, screw you, do your own bloody R&D. You can pay for it yourself, you know?
Yeah.
You didn't pay us for this R&D.
Like,
we're not giving it to you.
How like just that the younger generation is just like totally okay with like, you know, being watched and being like, you know, they're just so used to it. They don't really know a world where they can just kind of like, you know, be more like free or whatever.
Well, I'm so lucky my little boy isn't in school. He's still homeschooled. And he's like developing his own ideas. And he says some really interesting stuff to me about society, which I'm like, yeah, bring it on, boy. Like he notices stuff. He's like, that looks a bit strange. That's a bit funny. I'm like, yeah, damn straight it is. Some of the stuff he comes up with is incredible. Recently, like about a week ago, maybe just over a week ago, there he is, and he's showing me his graphs. I'm looking at these graphs. He goes, yeah, these are my money graphs. He's 8 years old. And he's like, he's tracking the currencies. I'm like, seriously, dude? You're tracking like world currencies? He goes, yeah, look at my money graph. Look what that graph is doing there. Look at that. And I look at it and I go, holy crap, dude, that's the US dollar. So somehow his intuition just, you know, he doesn't really know what he's doing, but he finds this stuff and he brings it to me and I'm like, yeah.
That's awesome.
So
that's awesome.
Yeah, there's something to it, man. We need to farm some enlightened kids that are going to be, like you say, Cosmic, there's too many youngsters out there that they don't know what they're fighting. They don't know what they're up against, and they don't know how to deal with it.
They don't care already. They're already like,
yeah,
gone.
The apathy is powerful.
Ready for the metaverse. Pop them in. It's like
I just pop land in the metaverse.
I've heard kids say they want that.
Yeah, but I think they've been programmed to want that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
they
just
don't
being
know,
like in proximity to technology. Like one of the things I've always thought about this generation is like this particular generation is like it spend the most amount of its time in a kind of virtual reality as any other generation. Think about how much time you spend on your phone. You're not living in physical reality. You're in a virtual digital world for like a big chunk of your existence. You know, they're just so used to like being like machines and being part of this like machine or whatever. I don't really know what it's like to be an individual. Or I don't care.
well, we'll definitely have to jump on that. So much love to all of you guys in the audience. Nighty night. I hope you guys have a good night's sleep. I hope you have a good weekend, a good day. Chris, I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. It is Sunday. Yeah?
Thanks, brother.
No,
Saturday.
it's still Saturday there.
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday here.
It's Saturday there. Yeah. I've got to wrap my head around all of these things. It's
Still
been
got a
an
day.
honor having you guys. It's been an honor having you guys in the chat. Sending you all so much love, blessings,
Absolutely.
peace, honor, and respect. Till next time, take it easy. Keep smiling. Keep the dream alive. Keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah.
And keep moving towards the light. Om Shanti.
All right.